Morning, everyone. Good 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 morning, everyone. Let me get that energy going. Good morning, everyone. I have a very beautiful person to introduce to you who is going to lead us in this beautiful blockchain summit. She will be our MC for the day. She always stays fly and fresh to death. She's smart. She knows all about the Bitcoin, and she's going to lead us today. I call her Allah. Come on up here, girl.
Good morning, everybody. May we stand up on our feet and clap those hands. Wow, 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 wow. It has been a good 6 years since we started the Black Blockchain Summit. You know, we are gathered here today, not as individual, but as a community, driven by this beautiful theme of using a non-violent solution in a very violent world. And I believe we are going to gather together, share thoughts, share solutions, and of course, we're going to hug and share some love. May we give a very big hand as we call up front. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Alakanani Itireleng, all the way from the very beautiful country of Botswana. Botswana is such a very beautiful country, and I want to invite you, to take a tour one time and visit our beautiful country, Botswana. You're going to be met with very beautiful people like me, sweet, smart, and very beautiful. May you clap your hands. I love to make the sound. Can you do that for me? I like that. I like that. I like that. There is nothing as beautiful as starting an event with a prayer. So at this moment, I want to take the time to welcome our beautiful, beautiful lady, Nana Akua Zanzele. I believe I said the name right, to come and lead us in prayer and libation as we welcome our ancestors to this beautiful, beautiful event. May you give those hands, please.
Thank you. That was amazing, because I was going to have you stand up anyway. I also have a sing-along, so even more audience participation. How about that? So before we do that, I would like you to start thinking of your beloved ancestors, those who loved you, supported you, encouraged you, who were great examples for you, those who we would consider elevated and enlightened, right? Not the ones that came to the cookout and cursed everybody out, right? But the ones who were very supportive and loving and kind. I would like you to have that in your minds, okay? And I'd like you to sing along with this. Medawasi makrada, medawasi o. Medawasi makrada, medawasi o. And here is where in your mind you will insert out loud or in your head these ancestors' names. Okay, so let's try that. Medawasi makrada, medawasi o. Medawasi makrada, medawasi o. Uncle Obi, medawasi. Medawasi makrada, medawasi o. Medawasi makrada, medawasi o. Grandpa Obi, medawasi. Okay, so let's do that a couple of times, and I really want you to call your ancestors. This is what an official African opening is about, calling in all of the good energy, and not just of our historical figures, but our personal ancestors, our personal heroes, those people, and only you know those, so right? So I need you to say those out loud or in your head to really bring that kind of energy today. So, Medoasi makrara, medoasi o. 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 I go, amen. I go, nana no. Anyame, o du makapa, anyankapon kwame, antrudiompon, and yamanakosa, would de a sa say ya. And sa, nana tigre beijing, sa botu and sa, wafu and sa, soji soldo and sa, kankami and sa, dunyo and sa, brinty and sa, mosi and sa, all the bosum and sa, all the orisha and sa, all the lower and sa, all the neturu and sa, all the elevated enlightened ancestors represented here today. Your people are here today. We give you this drink and we say, Insanio, nana no. We come today for this 6th annual Black Blockchain Summit. And we thank you, we thank you, we thank you. We say, Madasi pa pa pa. We thank you for allowing us to wake with life, with health, with strength, allowing us to assemble here together to reach this place safely. And we thank you for that. We thank you for all things being in favor and aligned and in all ways working for the good. We thank you for everything that you have planned and prepared for us here today. We thank you for the sponsors. We thank you for the preparers. We thank you for all of the attendees, the speakers, the presenters, and we're asking that you give us grace today, that you allow everyone that is here to either present or to receive the information, that our minds, our hearts, our spirits are open, and that we receive all and we give all that we came here to do. So we thank you in advance. We thank you in advance. We thank you in advance. May you continue to bless us throughout this day and this weekend. And may we have many more Black Blockchain Summits. May we have many more people to come. May we bless the people who are watching us virtually, who are not here presently in person, but still watching us around the globe. So we thank you, and we thank you, and we thank you, and we say, Madasi, Madasi, Madasi. The libation is finished.
Thank you, thank you. May we take our beautiful seats as we continue with the program. The beautiful prayer symbolizes the balance, symbolizes the harmony and the unity, reflecting that we are all together in this beautiful summit. I'm going to take this time to welcome up front our beautiful London Michelle to come and give a piece or to give us a Black national anthem. May you clap those hands. I'll keep on making you to clap those hands.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of a new day begun, let us march on till victory is won. Stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the days when hope unborn had died, yet with a steady beat have not our weary feet come to the place for which our Father sighed. We have come over a way that with tears has been watered. We have come through the way of the blood of the slaughtered, out from the gloomy past, till now we stand at last, where the white gleam of our bright star is cast. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, Thou who hast brought us thus far on the way, Thou who hast by Thy might led us into the light, keep us forever in the path we pray. Lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met Thee, lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget Thee. Shadow beneath Thy hand, may we forever stand, true to our God, true to our native land.
Thank you, beautiful African child. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is our shared responsibility to create a world where non-violent solutions prevail. We continue with our program, and to welcome one of the most well-versed with an expertise in economic development. I would love to welcome up front. I want to make sure that I say her credentials very well. I would love to welcome on stage Saibongile Cook, Director of Business Development and Strategy, District Columbia Government, Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, who is going to give us a very beautiful welcome remarks. I'm delighted, ladies and gentlemen, and guests, to welcome up front Saibongile Khumalo. Those hands, please.
I don't know how beautiful my greeting is going to be, but it's going to be quick, okay? So that I know that I am between all of the yummy goodness that's getting ready to happen today. Thank you so much again for that lovely introduction. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sabungali Cook. I am the director. Oh, hello. Hi. Hi, Sinclair. I am the Director of Business Development and Strategy in the Deputy Mayor's Office for Planning and Economic Development. I do bring you greetings on behalf of Mayor Mary Bowser and the administration. But more importantly, I'm just truly humbled and honored to be here in the 6th annual Black Blockchain Summit. Very, very excited about that. The humbling part about this is just being here in the vision that is being rolled out by one most amazing human in this room, and that is Sinclair Skinner. He is truly a very special, special Black man who has spent his life in a constant search of opportunities to lift Black people, to educate Black people, to inspire Black people, to empower Black people, and to even connect Black people, not just through this, but in so many other things that he does, not only here in the District of Columbia, but around the world. And so if you've known Sinclair, that is what he is about. He wakes up living, breathing, eating it, praying on it, and all the things. So once again, I want to thank you, Sinclair Skinner, for all you are doing and the impact that you continue to create in all communities, most importantly, the one that I live in. So thank you so much. There is an extremely robust agenda if you are looking in that super cool app. I just have an assignment for you. Take advantage of this moment that has been curated specifically for you. You know, let's not create an opportunity where Sinclair has just done all of this in vain. Take advantage of this moment. There are lots of different panels today, just like there were yesterday. Your assignment is to go into that app, sign on to say, I want to listen to this or not. If you can't attend a session, look at the bios, ask a question in the app. I am certain the speakers will respond whether they're on the stage or off. That thing is still going, right? So if you're not able to attend a session, go in, fill in some questions. You see somebody that you really want to meet, but you're in another session, reach out. That's what that app is for. Use the technology that has been given in this opportunity to connect to other people that you otherwise would not in this moment. That is what this opportunity is for, is what I'm assuming, right? Sinclair, is that what it was for? Okay, very good. So then that's what I would expect everyone to do. Take the time to leverage this moment in time. This does not happen often and always, and with this frequency. So take advantage of this moment today and throughout the entire day to reach people, whether you see them face to face, and also hello everyone that's joining us virtually. Same thing, the assignment is still the same. Make sure that you're connecting, asking questions. There are no dumb questions. My mother used to tell me all the time, when you ask questions, that's a sign of intelligence. That means you are thinking about something that compels you to ask a question. Ask your question, whether it's on the app, in person, in LinkedIn, whatever the case may be. But take this opportunity and use this moment for whatever it is you need it to do, whether it is to inspire you, educate you, empower you, or connect you to other people that you've never met before. So that's the only thing, that's my only wish this afternoon. Again, I'm honored to be here. Thank you, Sinclair, for allowing me to participate. We've always been a sponsor here for the blockchain, and I continue to look forward to sponsoring it every year. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can I hear a thank you? Can I hear a thank you? Yeah, that's a sign of appreciation to say we appreciate what you have just told us. He said we should take the moment, make sure that, you gain information, you gain knowledge, you connect with people so that by the end of the day, you don't leave this place the same person you came here. You leave this place a changed person with new information, new ability, even new thoughts. You are rejuvenated. So we continue with our program. What is the best way to educate a nation? It is to start with the younger generation, isn't it? You teach your children your culture. You teach your children your ways, so that when they grow, they don't live that way. They keep on holding on to whatever that you have taught them. So we are continuing with the program, and we are looking at Bitcoin and the youth, the race to educate the next generation. What a better way to do it, or who are the most people, suitable enough to do that beside Lama Wilson of Black Bitcoin Billionaire, and Isaiah Jackson, the author of Bitcoin and Black America. May we clap our hands as we welcome them on stage. Those gentlemen.
Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing? I have participated in this from the beginning. Is this working? From the beginning. Myself and Zay.
From the beginning. Yeah.
From the very beginning, and I am so glad to be here again. Every year Sinclair has it, I'm like, look, man, you already know whatever you need me to do, I got you. So I am so glad to see all of you wonderful, beautiful faces out there. The young lady left. The one that was singing, yeah, it was amazing, especially after those wonderful libations. But today, listen, as you can see, somebody's very serious and somebody not that serious. This man's beautiful today, so I'm gonna let my man introduce himself. I'll introduce myself, and we'll go from there.
I'm Isaiah Jackson, author of Bitcoin and Black America. Like you said, very serious event. You know it's serious when I got the ankles out. So Black Blockchain Summit, got to do it right. And we are co-founders of Black Bitcoin Billionaires, and I'm just glad to see so many beautiful black faces here every year, 6 years in.
And my name is Lamar Wilson, for anyone who doesn't know, founder of one of the co-founders of Black Bitcoin Billionaire, and just Bitcoin educator. So today we have been tasked with how do we get Bitcoin to the youth. And I just want to say this. So Bitcoin Zay, if you all don't know, he runs an entire camp almost every year in North Carolina, correct?
Yeah.
And then you had one in Florida too, Miami.
Yeah, Bitcoin Summer Camp.
Yeah. So Zay, talk about how you and why you even started those camps in the first place.
Yes. So I do want to give a shout out to Naja Roberts, who also had the Crypto Kids Camp. Yep. And I believe we started the same year. Was it 2018? We started the same year. She's in LA. I was in Charlotte, so we got both coasts covered. And the Bitcoin Summer Camp basically was doing what we all should be doing in this industry, is looking towards the future, because honestly, we're going to be the old people in the room talking about, I remember back in the day when Bitcoin was whatever. So we got to start thinking about the next generation. And first, how many people here have children? Children over the age of 10. Okay, so a good amount. Bitcoin should be at the top of your list as far as things that they should learn when they're not in school, because it's not a part of the curriculum. So the summer camp was actually started as a supplement to what we already do as far as year-round, and that was the best time to get kids to learn about Bitcoin, to learn about coding, to learn about building their own NFTs. And in Charlotte, we did it in person and virtual, and same thing in Miami. And the main solution to our problems is in the kids. There's some 14-year-old that's gonna wipe the floor with us, honestly. Some 12-year-old that has the greatest idea. And that's what we should be looking towards the future. And hopefully we can push it where we can give thousands of kids across America and the world learning about Bitcoin in different cohorts or different programs. And long term, I think we'll see the changes that we've discussed here at Black Blockchain Summit.
Yeah, I think a lot about Bill Gates sometimes, and people are like, oh, well, he was smart, that's why he was able to make a lot of money. I think the reason why Bill Gates got a head start is because his dad put a computer in his lap. Right? He gave him the resources and the opportunity and the access. And if you look at Bitcoin, it is definitely an emerging technology. So why in the world wouldn't we give it to our youth, right? My favorite thing I say to my kids all the time is from one seed comes a forest, right? You have to be able to plant that seed and allow these kids to know that this is an emerging technology, this is an emerging money, that if they get access to it early on, that they can change their entire life. And I am a prime example. I did my first video on a street called Georgetown Street in Lexington, Kentucky. And I was telling everybody, man, y'all need to get Bitcoin, it's the future. And I looked crazy, my hair was I looked like Captain Caveman. I had hair everywhere. I had a speaking stay. If y'all even know what that is, the old school speaking stay was sitting in the window behind me. We was in an old soul radio station that was on the street that if you're in my community, people will say you don't go there, right? This is where I was first trying to say that. From that small little old school radio station, I have been able to talk about Bitcoin in Austria, Japan, China, Ireland, where we was in Costa Rica. Why? Just because of this emerging technology, and I was early in it. I'm telling you, giving a kid that access early, giving Bill Gates that computer turned him into the richest man in the world at some point. Putting these tools in the hands of our children right now before everybody else gets on board. And believe me, this small crowd globally is still a small crowd. Do y'all understand that? We are still super duper early. And this is actually a technology that we can give to our children far before the whole entire rest of the world can even touch it or even wants to touch it. That hasn't been the case. To get information into our community, we usually get it last, right? So that's why the youth are so important, and what Ms. Nasha is doing and what Zay's doing and what we were trying to do up in Marcy with the Bitcoin Academy, right? That stuff is very important, and I'm so glad you guys are here, but we have to still plant those seeds.
And I want to give some context to what you just said as far as being early. Bitcoin is 14 years old, other technologies are a little bit less. If you were 14 years into when the computer came out, that's pre-email. That's the microprocessor chips that we use. Way ahead. You'd be in like 1990. So when we say we're early, you are extremely early. And please, if somebody here has an inroad to Howard's curriculum, there's no reason why the biggest HBCU in this country does not have a comprehensive Bitcoin and blockchain curriculum. Somebody please come talk to me or Lamar. And honestly, going forward, not just college kids, but also the high schools. High schools, even though they may not have it in their curriculum, that's why summer camps after schools are good as a supplement so that you can still teach them while they're still in school. And also Bitcoin financial apps as well, where they can learn and educate themselves. Earn Bitcoin for learning. We actually did a event in Miami. We had 55 kids. It's called 5,000 Role Models. 55 kids from the inner city. And being able to give them each $1,000 worth of Bitcoin, their eyes were wide open. And literally all 55 of these kids I still email and talk to this day. About 20 of them have actually considered a job in the blockchain industry. They had never heard of it before. So they're in college now, a lot of them. And some of them I'm actually about to hire simply because they took what we said, ran with it, and they're going to be 18, 19 years old, making six figures at some point in the development world. So that's the power of what we can do. We can do it in a short time frame, and it's still early. So it's the time to build, to be at the forefront and not, get last to the party.
And the crazy thing is about having that specialized knowledge is a lot of times you don't necessarily need a degree. Right? We understand that people kind of stay away from, we in a place of higher education, but some people don't do well in that. I taught coding in school for some little kids, and the kid that did the best in the class, the teacher came over to me and said, man, that kid doesn't do well in math, English, anything. He doesn't do well in any class, and he is taken to this. And I said, yeah, because he never had access to coding, because y'all teach him the same stuff that everybody else teaches in the same way. And that kid, I got him up. I said, hey, man, go teach everybody else what you just did. He walked around the room and taught 4 other people how to get to that, how to get to his ending, his solution that he did. He had to go through 10 projects. He helped other kids get to their ending as well. But why? Because he had access, right? And that's why I'm really, really big on the youth because who knows the Frederick Douglass quote? I can't, it's missing me right now. It's easier to educate a young man than to change an old man, basically, right? So who knows it? Somebody just said it. Oh, yeah. It's easier to raise good men than to repair broken men. That is huge. That is huge. Another thing is from a youth perspective, let's get away from the technology. Let's just talk about empowerment, right? Bitcoin in itself, we talk about this every year. This is an empowerment money. I saw it no clearer than when I was in Africa last year for the African Bitcoin conference. They don't talk about Bitcoin in Africa. Everybody from Africa knows that. They don't talk about Bitcoin in Africa the same way we talk about it. The guys I was talking to was like, listen, man, we ain't worried about that price stuff. We are here for the freedom because our money sucks. Naira sucks. The CD sucks. And the governments are not doing anything to help, right? They're not doing anything. Basically, they're killing their money. So a lot of the youth in Nigeria understand this, and that's why a lot of the African adults have Bitcoin wallets, right? So we need to also tell our kids, because guess what other money sucks? The US dollar sucks. And most people don't even understand why it sucks or how it sucks, but it sucks too. So we need to teach our children about money and help them to understand that there is a different type of money that they actually can control and own for themselves, and nobody can take it from them. I just saw a new beach, new beach that I hadn't heard of in Huntington, California, that was a black resort. Look it up. I think it was called a Pacific Beach Club. That club was one of the best resorts, like in Orange County. Now imagine this, in Orange County. They got it built 2 weeks before they opened. An arsonist came through and burned the whole entire thing down. How many times has that happened to black assets in this country, economically? How many cities have been drowned by them creating a dam and flooding out the city? But Bitcoin, nobody can take it. Nobody can burn it down. Nobody can confiscate it. And if you want to take it back to the motherland, you can put it in your pocket and ain't got to declare it. I'm just telling you, because you don't have it. It's not with you. If you get what I'm saying, it's on the blockchain. Y'all understand what I'm saying? So we need to teach our children about these tools that help to free them, right? To help them become more free. So,
yeah. And we have to start thinking long term. Like, how many people here have a 100-year plan? Few people? Yeah. So the people that you're fighting against, the industry, the system that people talk about a lot of times, they have 100-year plans. They have plans for 3-4 generations from now. And I think that in order for our new generations of kids and the ones that come after to succeed, they need anti-fragile money that can be used 100 years from now, that can still be, as a resource used as collateral or used as a savings account, however you want to use it. And not just that, the technology, because I don't know if we can do it here, but at some point, I think we should have some sort of technical 100-year plan where we sort of map out how we would teach the next generation, because money leaves most families in 3 generations. Everybody has some dumbass nephew who gambles it away, or some alcoholic who, it always happens. But we can't let that happen in this industry because, like you just said, you can't burn down Bitcoin. You can only basically give it away, or you can basically lose it if you don't have the right education. So I think we got to start thinking about that 100-year plans, getting our kids to think in that way. If you want to teach your own kids, one of the main things you can start doing, start giving them Bitcoin for chores, simple things, simple tasks. Get them in certain programs where they can learn about building smart contracts. Certain coding techniques. I mean, Lamar, Jasmine, who's here, they have a lot of different resources there. Get them thinking about, not only am I benefiting myself, I'm benefiting the community as a whole for a long period of time. A lot of us, we don't practice delayed gratification. Some people can't make it past the weekend. They don't know what's going on past next Saturday. So we got to start changing that mindset to where it's long-term, and our kids think of it long-term as well. So I think this is the perfect time to do it. There's no better time than today, and with a lot of stuff happening in the world, I think this is more relevant than ever.
And I'm going to end this off by singing Whitney Houston.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm just playing. Y'all thought I was for real. No, but I do believe the children are our future. No, I really do. And I think we have an opportunity that we have never really had before to be able to teach our kids right now, and they be the leaders, right? Because when people coming, here's the thing: when that bull market happens again,
Everybody shows up. Yeah.
everybody's gonna be running again, running into it. What is this? What's going on? Da, 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 da. If our children already have the upper hand and they start hiring for jobs, who gets the job? The people that know. Like Bitcoin literally has changed my life trajectory. I'm not gonna lie to you. Just me being in it early, period, changed it from a financial standpoint, but also changed it because technically I have been able to like speak in places that, like, look, I'm from the West End of Lexington, Kentucky, and I done spoke at MIT twice to a room full of engineers, and I taught myself how to code, right? So listen, I appreciate it. But what I'm saying is if I can do that, right, and they coming to get me, Lamar, can you come speak? Then what do you think our kids that we actually put through stuff like this, they're going to be the experts. They're going to see their life change. You understand what I'm saying? They're going to see the next level of what can be and what can become. And most people know they would call me a Bitcoin maxi, but I explain why. But I still think kids should mess with smart contracts. I think they should be messing with all this technology. I don't know if they should be investing money into it, but they should definitely be looking into it all. Try new things out. Get with Jasmine. Do the audit of the smart contracts. She was just talking to me. Can I say what you said? Here, come here. I'm going to bring you up like Clubhouse. I'm going to talk about what she thinks the kids should be learning. I'm bringing her on stage. Introduce yourself real quick.
Hey, y'all. I'm Jasmine Brunson. I'm the CTO and founder of Rectify AI. I'm a data scientist and blockchain developer. I think it's a big impact for a lot of us to start building on smart contracts, but also doing the auditing side. I'm going to say this a little bit later on our panel, but we lost $2.7 billion last year due to smart contract vulnerabilities. And the issue is DeFi is broken. And unfortunately, people are looking at this space seeing that it's a whirlwind of fraudulent activities, scams, hacks, exploits. But the truth of the matter is, most of the money is being lost due to bad code. So if we fix the bad code, it's undeniable, like, for them to come to us to build, like, to fix their code. Like, that's the hack. We hack the algorithm. So learn smart contract auditing, learn Solidity, learn Rust, Viper, etc. But this is where it's at. And then also building on smart contracts too. I've been a big proponent of people like being secure smart contract developers, not just building the smart contracts, but also doing a unit test, the property-based testing, so that when you put it out on mainnet, it's not going to get exploited and unfortunately break down the protocols and the users.
And just to add to that.
Thank you, Jasmine. Mm-hmm. I know this was weird, but hey, it's like Clubhouse. We just bring people from the audience.
She was saying all the technical stuff, but to get down to the nitty gritty, in about 18 months, you can make what, $200,000 a year? Right. What 18-year-old kid right now can't succeed with that? Literally, less than 2 years, you could be making easily 6 figures, or if not, starting your own business. This is the only industry where that can happen, where people don't care about your college degree. They don't care at all. People don't really look at race as much around the world because this is a global currency. And if you can do the work, you can get the money and you can build the way you need to build. And this is the only industry where that's possible, where we're at the very beginning. We're at the front. Imagine us building the Googles and the Apples and all of the Microsofts and everything we see today. That's what we should be focusing on right now.
Young lady, you got a question. Here, come up real quick. Come grab the mic so we can hear it. Here, I'm going to give you this mic.
Hi, my name is Ayana Barrow. I have 2 questions, actually. So I'm a high school student, so my first question is, what would be the first step for me to take to learn about Bitcoin and to get into it?
Well, I'm going to tell you, the first book to buy is, or he might even give it to you. This dude wrote it that I know, named Isaiah Jackson, called Bitcoin in Black America. I think you should grab that book, grab the Bitcoin Standard, right? I think you should. What's another good one? Because books, listen, books work. For everybody out there, reading is fundamental. I mean, books do work. Here you go. I'll take it back from you. Oh, you got a second question?
Yeah, and I would say...
I was going to say that also, listen, right after this, get my number. I educate all day one-on-one. Like if you have any questions, I got you. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, bring her up, bring her up. Yeah, let's do that too. Yeah.
I'm gonna give you some as well. Yeah.
Yeah. And what's your second question, sister?
Okay. My second question is, what can Bitcoin, what can you do with Bitcoin? Because y'all, I hear y'all saying like it's the future, like you can get all this stuff with it, but like what are the benefits of Bitcoin?
Okay, good question.
So
go ahead.
If you think of Bitcoin as money, one of the main benefits, as far as money having steps, is a store of value, and then on to medium of exchange, and then a unit of account. So what Bitcoin does is it fixes the money issue that has basically broken the world as we have it today. Our system is basically broken because the foundation is unstable. When you can print as much money as you want, when you think about money, you think about cash or using it. When you can print as much as you want, the value of your dollar decreases dramatically. And you may not see it because you're a little younger, but a lot of us who have lived through inflation for years and years and years and overtaxation for years and years, the system actually isn't broken. This is how it's supposed to work, but it doesn't. And Bitcoin changes all of that and does the exact opposite. So it's a lot more that goes into it, but just from a basic standpoint, it's money that's better than what we have now.
And quick thing I'm gonna tell you. So when I was a kid, a tomato was 15 cents, right? A tomato now is pretty much the same thing. They still using seeds, they still growing, right? 15-cent tomato. Now I seen a tomato for $1.59, one tomato. So here's my question. Did the tomato change? A tomato's still a tomato. So what changed? The money changed, right? You start recognizing that, you start seeing there's some issues with this system that we live in. So you start realizing like Bitcoin's money that nobody else is manipulating. You know how much Bitcoin's coming out on a constant basis. Can't nobody come and put some more in there to make what you have worth less. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Come on.
I want to know what I can buy with Bitcoin.
You can listen.
What can I buy
Well,
with that fund money?
You can buy the book that we had back there. I just bought a book from the CBC yesterday with Bitcoin. And here's the thing, in the United States, you can buy. Yeah, that's why you got to come up here. Come on.
Well, I was gonna say with Bit Well, with Bit refills with Bitcoin, you can buy anything. You can buy flights. You can buy hotels. You can get MasterCard. You can buy whatever you want, actually.
You can buy whatever you want with Bitcoin.
There's a lot of people who accept it as payment, but also too, you got to remember, it's not just for payments. It's also for storing your value. It's also
I just try to tell kids, quit worry about what you can buy with it. Hold on to it. Yeah. Like that's what I try to tell them, because if you're thinking about trying to move it all the time and spend it, you're gonna mess around and miss out on a lot of value, because there's only gonna ever be 21 million. Ever going to be 21 million. And so you don't want to sell grandmama house when everybody start coming in. You get what I'm saying? Land don't move, land don't keep getting multiplied, and neither does Bitcoin. You see what I'm saying? So hold on. If somebody when Miss Nasha, I'm gonna give you some too. When Miss Nasha give you some Bitcoin, I give you some Bitcoin, just hold on to it. Don't call us if it go up and be like, how I get rid of this? All right, just hold on to it.
Yeah, come see me as well, so I can give you.
Don't buy pizza with 10,000 Bitcoin. I think that's it. We getting the
that's it for us. We
getting the Sandman music.
Come on. Taking you back home. Mwana nondifanigwa andikulinga ndoteuka moyo wangu angelesema kandana nilandu ungana kazingapa mtu wangu. Come on, clap your hands for me. Come on, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me take you to church a little bit. In the book of Proverbs, chapter number 22, verse number 6, it says, train up a child in the way he should go, so that when he is old, he will not depart from that way. That is what Lama and Isaiah have been doing. They were teaching us that we should teach our children about Bitcoin. The people like Bill Gates and the rest, their parents did a beautiful job. They taught them computers. So we are taking it somewhere else. We are taking our kids to Bitcoin. So thank you, Lama. Thank you, Isaiah, for the beautiful job. May you please give a big hand for them for the job well done. When I was growing up, one thing that my parents used to do, we will sit by the fireside and they will tell us stories. They will tell us old folklores to try and train us so that we can become better people. During those times when we're sitting by the fire, we will be chatting with our parents. This is exactly what's going to be happening here. We are taking the fire to Black Blockchain Summit, and through a fireside chat, we're going to have two people coming to talk to us about Bitcoin freedom. We all need freedom, hey? Isn't it? Oh, guys, am I alone? Hello. Are you with me? Are you with me? So we're going to sit by the fire, and we're going to listen to our parents as they teach us stories about Bitcoin. We're going to be joined by St. Clair Skinner, the founder of the Black Blockchain Summit, and also the founder of I Love Black People, together with Jared. Is it available? Oh, thank you so much. Together with Jared Ball, professor of Africana and Media Studies, who are going to sit by the fire and talk about freedom for Black communities, with or without Bitcoin. May we please give them a very big whoop, whoop, whoop.
All right. Just want to thank everyone, and this has been awesome so far, and just want to thank all the people whose name you may not know who actually have made this so possible. We wouldn't be here without all of you, and I just want to say, just the energy that comes from this comes from someplace that is just beyond the individuals, is actually something bigger, and I think this panel is a way to kind of almost reset. You know, I saw some of Dr. Ball's work early, and his critiques were so helpful in us understanding how sometimes the things that we believe or we spend a lifetime trying to build, some of that stuff just ain't true. It's a lie. And sometimes it's hard when you spend a whole life doing something to admit that you spent years and years doing something that when you get to the end of it, it really wasn't what you were told, what they told you would happen. So I'm just so thankful that Professor Ball has come, and we're going to have a conversation really about something even more fundamental than even when we talk about money or even Bitcoin. It really talks about how we as a community, as people globally, how should we interrelate to each other? And sometimes we use capitalism as the foundation, but I'm not going to say capitalism is the devil, so I'm not going to get into people's religious things. But there's some real fundamental things that no matter what you do with it, it's still going to just help maybe two people. And there's a lot of myths out there, and Dr. Ball has a book talking about some of these myths. And one of those myths you often hear is that, black folks got $15 trillion. And there's this thing about how much money we spend. And he really deconstructs it in a way that's super helpful, because the technology is not going to save us. We're going to have to save ourselves. So no matter what we're talking about, if we don't get our orientation right, we're going to end up someplace with some technology that looks just like the place we started in. So we don't want to do that Moses in the wilderness thing, grabbing on to this new technology, doing the same circle behavior instead of getting to where we say we want to get to. But I don't, he definitely speaks for himself. He does an incredible job. They have some multimedia. He definitely needs to share with y'all some of the stuff that, every day they present so much information. I subscribed last year, let me just, one more thing. Dr. Ball's come with us on multiple occasions to support the summit, and I just want to just tell him thank you in front of all y'all. So humbly, Dr. Ball, give it to him, and with all the love you got.
First of all, good afternoon, everybody. Peace. Good afternoon, everybody. It's always an honor to be back at Howard University, even though it is the lesser of the area HBCUs. Coming down here from Baltimore, from HBCU, from Morgan State, it's a long way down to. No, I'm just playing. Go HU, yeah. Go Lions, go Bears, go everybody. First of all, and thank you very much, Sinclair. It is true that we have a differing approach. We have a different view of some of these issues, but as someone who has been involved in activism and grassroots politics and trying to educate Black youth for my entire life, I think it's important that we be able to build and disagree and communicate if the goal is national collective uplift. So my work is just basically the argument around mythologies around the history of developing from the top down, from the political and economic elite of the society, saying, how are we going to deal with Black people who are nominally free after enslavement? And one of the many tactics, and there have been many, one of the many tactics developed is to say, to encourage intentionally a Black entrepreneurialism, a Black capitalism, a circulating dollar mythology, a Black business mythology, specifically meant to take Black people away from what is our only real potential power, which is our collective social political movement ability. So in looking at that work as a media scholar, Africana studies scholar, as an activist in this very city for many years, the mythology permeates all aspects of the Black political spectrum, from the most radically left, where I spend most of my time, to more conservative and even right-wing spaces. And so my work just traces how does that mythology originate and get implemented. And the newer version of it, I've seen some of the mythology coming up in discussions around Bitcoin, blockchain, cryptocurrency, et cetera. This idea, as we've already heard expressed this morning, if the goal is a collective uplift, a healing of the community, and not just the creation of another Black elite, another Black bourgeoisie, another segment of the community that lives separately, lives off the struggle and the wealth of and the work of the community, if the goal is truly changing the relationship that we have and the collective have to society and society itself, then we need political power. We need to organize for political power and not be entirely consumed as the consumers we've been created to be of the mythology that says if you invest your money, if you circulate your dollar, because ultimately all that's designed to do is to tell us we're poor because of our own behavior. We're poor because we're financially illiterate. We're poor because we don't take advantages of opportunities. And that's part of the intentionally created mythology that my work has been a small part of unearthing, and why I wanted to build with you all and others that I see coming into my classrooms, coming into my organizational spaces, and just in the community at large who are hearing this refrain: if we get in now, if we invest now, we can overturn material inequality, we can change the relationship to society. And that's just unfortunately not how the economy works, that's not how society works, that's not how anyone's wealth has ever been created, and that's not why we're poor. So I'll stop there, but that's essentially what the intervention I'm hoping to have, which is to just simply say, we need a different level of clarity about what the situation is and a different approach if we want actual change to occur. We cannot do it based on investment and trying to catch up economically. That's not how it works. So anyway, I'll stop there.
No, thank you, Professor. I think just piggybacking on some great ways, we have young folks and we got folks like me who still are learning. What are some of the steps we can take to get the information to help us better understand the point you're saying about how we need to reimagine this and not get caught up in the myths?
So, I mean, a lot of the work that, first of all, gatherings like this, and to the extent that people want to gather with other Black people to talk about crypto, I think we need to be in gatherings where we're talking about political education, political prisoners, capitalism, socialism, redistribution. So in other words, for this city, if you're in DC or in cities like this, and you can take the time to learn about crypto and blockchain and build with other African people around the world on that basis, then please add to the roster of work that you do supporting other entities and efforts in other spaces. Black Alliance for Peace, Community Movement Builders, Pan-African Community Action. I'm a member of the All-African People's Revolutionary Party. There's the African People's Socialist Party. There's all these other formations that would love to see you all supporting and engaging and building with. Not in necessarily direct competition with what's happening here, but in addition to. And I think you could bring ideas there, here, perhaps vice versa. Anyway, so that's what because there is a tradition. You know, Kwame Ture or Stokely Carmichael, I heard mentioned already. I mean, you know, the Guardian newspaper put out a story just a couple of years ago where they finally admitted that England had participated for years in suppressing Kwame Ture because he was trying to unite African people on the basis of socialism. They were very clear it was explicitly stated. Not because he was threatening on the basis of trying to build businesses and investment. No, because he was targeting a politic that this society had intentionally wanted to rebrand as the solution for Black people. In other words, it was said explicitly, take Black power out of the definition of people like Stokely or Kwame Ture and redefine it as Black capitalism so that this generation, 50, 60 years later, would only think towards capitalist Wall Street investment solutions for their salvation and would ignore the wonderful traditions of violently suppressed struggles that we need to re-engage.
Well, and this is, again, we're going to make this one shorter, but it should be longer. When we interject or even say socialism, I think sometimes there's like a boogie. Like, if we think of 500 years of capitalism, my name is Sinclair Skinner. That's capitalism. It's problematic. So I'm just, how do we get our people to reimagine that construct, not using a capitalist, model? But this, if you could give, and again, a framework of the socialism, just as again, another way of looking at how we interrelate with each other without some of the propaganda that's often attached to the word socialism.
Should you talk about names? I mean, my last name, Ball, likely comes, I don't know for sure, likely comes from George Washington's mother. Her birth name was Ball, one of the biggest traders and enslaved Africans, and she married into the Washington family and brought with her billions worth of my ancestors. But anyway, listen, part of my work really is about the intense levels of effort that this society, more than any other, this country, the United States, is the most heavily sophisticated, propagandized society in the history of the world. This society has since the Second World War spent endless resources, not just in military warfare, but studying how to manipulate public opinion, shape consciousness, shape our identities, manipulate us, as they say, at every level with full spectrum dominance, even before birth, targeting us with messaging. We do not fully understand or appreciate the levels of psychological warfare we have been suffering. And their number one goal, people have talked about this as the unofficial religion of this country, is its attack on communism and socialism, as its defense of capitalism, because capitalism allows for more or less the anonymous organization of a white supremacist colonizing elite to rule us in anonymity without being recognized as having that role. So they can spend endless amounts of resources putting pundits, academics, scholars, anybody they can fund and put there. And in the field that I come out of, mass communication studies research, was developed specifically to suppress the other field I come out of, Africana studies and Black studies, specifically with the idea, even in their own documents, of how do we take colonial warfare back to the United States to make sure that Black people become not the threat that we know that they are to be. And one of the ways that they have said to do that is get them to buy into this idea that they can become the middle class, that they can invest their way to freedom, that they can circulate their dollar, when everyone who understands how the economy works knows that no one's wealth has ever been created that way. No one has circulated their dollar to wealth. No one has ever started businesses to wealth. They have militarily conquered the land and the territory, and they have imposed political policy apparatus that extracts the wealth that we all create. So I just want to say very clearly, we have already produced the wealth.
All right.
When we buy the coffee and pay our bills, and we invest in our blockchain, when we set up our businesses, when we do all the things we have all done just to get here today, we have created a wealth that is at an annual basis about, they said most recently, about $150 trillion of wealth that 1% of the population walks away with. That's public policy. That's not because Black people are ignorant. That's not because Black people haven't studied our finances. One more thing, from work that my man Diedrich Muhammad and others have done, from 1992 to 2012, Black people started more than 2 million businesses, and the amount of revenue from the national sales revenue that those businesses captured went down from a mere 1% to 0.5%. Meaning that this is not because Black people don't know how to start businesses and that Black people are not entrepreneurial and Black people don't care about money. No, studies also show Black people are the most responsible with what little money we have. The problem is a public policy apparatus that says the wealth you help create gets withdrawn upwards, ever upwards. And then the rest is left for us to compete with. And then we're told, you go back and invest in Bitcoin and invest in a business, and you go and do something that the wealthy never did to get the wealth that they have.
Well, right on, right on, and we got to go with that. That was that right on moment. So again, how can they talk more to you and get some of this information about this?
Listen, I'm not hard to find. I mix what I like for all of my stuff. Please subscribe to my comrades' work at blackpowermedia.org. We have a whole crew of people doing things from a variety of perspectives. It's not just me. You don't have to worry about just hearing from me. Please consider doing that, and let's build and join some of the organizations I mentioned. Please engage Black Alliance for Peace, Pan-African Community Action.
Say your book.
My book is The Myth and Propaganda of Black Buying Power. I have a couple copies. I'll give them away. That you can get them. It's not even about the sale. If you hit me up, I'll get you a copy. It's not that deep. But please engage, and really, man, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate being able to build and join you all. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Reverend. All right, right on, y'all.
What a wow. Thank you, gentlemen. That was a beautiful fireside chat. We are putting more wood to the fire, and we'll continue conversations. These are beautiful conversations. Conversations of liberty, conversations of freedom, and we are doing it in a very sophisticated way. We are not using violence. We are using peaceful methods so that we can get our freedom back. So we are continuing with our fireside chat, and this time we are talking about guarding Black ingenuity, intellectual property in the Web 3 era. And joining Tony Evans to come and share thoughts and insightful conversation is Valencia Martin Wallens. May I kindly have you join the podium, sit by the fire, and let us listen to you and learn one or two things from you. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Testing. Hello. Good morning, afternoon, and good day. All right. Don't let me put my professor hat on. Don't let me have to do it. This is beautiful. This is a wonderful opportunity. We're going to jump right into it, but I will commend you to open the app or go to blackblockchainsummit.com and see the illustrious bio that you have, a deputy commissioner. But I will say Valencia Martin Wallace is a deputy commissioner at the Patent and Trademark Office. She is the deputy commissioner of patents. I'm an intellectual property lawyer. I'm a Penn State Dickinson law professor and also the owner of Advantage Evans Academy and the author of a forthcoming book, Digital Money Demystified. What I find so wonderful about this conversation, though, is we have a plethora of information about blockchain technology, about cryptocurrencies, but taking a step more fundamentally about what it means to move with power and purpose with respect to digital assets and digital ownership. And you can't really understand that if we're only talking about the future of tech without understanding the fundamentals of the role that the Patent and Trademark Office plays in educating, encouraging, and supporting Black innovation. So without further ado, I would want to have you say a bit about coming home to the Mecca, which you will always do, and thank you for coming back to share your expertise at the summit as well. But what led you from this campus to the work that you do? And then let's connect the work that you do in terms of innovation to the broader context of the Black diaspora.
So thank you so much, Tanya. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very excited to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. I'm always excited when I get to come home. Class of '89, School of Engineering. Love being here. I'll start with how did I get from here to Deputy Commissioner for the Patent and Trademark Office. I got here from the people here at Howard. The support system, the network system within engineering that brought people from the Patent and Trademark Office into the school to share with us what it means to be an inventor, what it means to be a creator, an innovator, and how to protect my rights, which led me to wanting to go to law school for intellectual property. So unfortunately, no evening program at Howard, so I was forced to go to George Washington for law school because a sister had to pay rent and eat. So did that, and now I'm there. So I got a wonderful education in how to integrate technology and law, how to help the people of the United States protect their rights. And from that, just based on my background, all that I've learned at the HBCUs that I attended, Xavier University in New Orleans, Howard University here, I know how important it is to support one another, how to help educate one another, how to network to get to where not only we need to be, we should be. And that's why intellectual property and protecting your intellectual property is so important. As Dr. Ball just spoke with us about, us investing in others, us investing in Google and IBM and everyone else's intellectual property is not going to get us where we need to be. We as Black creators need to have them investing in us. And that's why I am here today, to talk about all that we're doing at the USPTO. I'm going to stop for a second. I'm going to ask Joshua Benitez, who came with me from USPTO, to stand up so everyone can see you, because he's been on this journey with me, and he is over at the table. So I know we have a very short time here, but he will be there to talk to you more about what we're doing at the USPTO to educate, bring awareness of intellectual property, and help support moving inventors, entrepreneurs and innovators from having an idea to being able to protect that idea with intellectual property rights, and from there to help them network to get to the point where you're reaching the funding, those who can help you with commercialization, to monetize that idea and make it a product that not only helps you, but helps this nation, right? This is our country. Whatever else has happened here, it is our country. And our economy has to be strong for all of us. And one of the best ways of doing that is, as studies have already told us, bringing women and people of color into the fold of innovation will increase the economy of our nation by billions. Billions.
Which we've already done.
We have, but we're not doing enough. And part of the reason why we're not doing enough is access. When I talk about education, opportunities for funding, for granting, that's not a privilege, that's a right of being part of this country. And us not being aware of it, it's what's stopping us. So it's part of our job to make sure that you are educated and aware. From the age of 4 and 5 years old, there's no reason why a 4-year-old can't understand a concept of STEM, of inventorship. Creators are not created through others, they're born. We are all creators. Now, are we being given the opportunity to learn what to do with that creative mind and how to develop it? And that's what the USPTO is trying to do through our Council for Inclusive Innovation, where we're taking an innovator through the entire journey of 4 and 5 years old, all the way to creation of the IP protection, to helping them find the appropriate funding to make that product a monetized reality.
When in the time that we have, because we're really teeing up some of the great topics that you can go to your table, understand you have a table, and engage further. Because I'm an intellectual property lawyer and law professor by training, and shout out to my bison mother, who is also a patent attorney as well, so fruit. And I went to Howard Law School as well, so I'm back at the Mecca. You know. Okay, sorry about that. But what I want to say in the time remaining is one of the things that I've seen, and I know you have as well, is there's a great deal of misunderstanding and misperception about the distinctions of the different type of intellectual property. So I encourage you to go to the table. There's materials there as well that will help you distinguish between a copyright, between a trademark and a patent. And if you're getting this information, shout out to the Clubhouse. We talked about Clubhouse earlier, but if you're getting your information about intellectual property there, you're doing it all wrong. Stop at the table, engage with the Deputy Commissioner as well. Any parting words about the top issue that will help our community in particular understand it's not just about giving everything away for free, that you are giving people access. We built this joint for free, like we did all the free. And if reparations may not come in your lifetime, although we should fight for it, but in the meantime, this is about self-determination and collective work and responsibility and cooperative economics. How can we find that with your final comments in intellectual property?
For me, it's a foundation and a basic. Intellectual property comes, as you said, Tanya, in so many different ways. You know, people think patent and then they think rocket scientist who gets a patent, or IBM, or no. You can get the patent if you have seen something as simple as a shoelace where you say, I could have built that better. And it's something that no one else has done. You deserve a patent for that. As Tanya was saying, there are so many different types of patents. There are patents for utility, right? So through all that's created, emerging technologies, utility, but also a container you can get a patent for. If there's something that you do in your daily life and you said, wait, this isn't good enough, and you do it differently, you can get a patent if no one else has done that before. It doesn't matter what it is. You could do it for designs, for plants. There's trademarks, there's copyright, there's trade secrets, there's so many different ways. And once you understand the differences, you understand how to leverage them all to protect your intellectual property so that no one else can use your creations unless they pay you to use them. And once again, investing in you. So that's, for me, it's the foundation to life and to getting to where you want to be, is getting the education, getting the opportunities that we are owed here. Mm-hmm. And one of the things, as I'm saying these different types of intellectual property, on our webpage at the USPTO, and Joshua and I can talk to you more about, can tell you, just put in what your idea is, and it'll tell you the different types of intellectual property that you can apply for. It's not that if you have a patent, you can't have any other type. You can have as many types of intellectual property as are there for you to help protect you.
Thank you so much. The storm can't stop us, but it can stop us at this point in time so that we can have the next speakers come up. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner, for your time, and thank you again.
Thank you very much. Maybe we should stand up on our feet a little bit and stretch our hands a little bit. Please, let's stand up on our feet and stretch a little bit. Just stretch a little bit. Okay, we may be seated. Thank you very much. It is important to protect our creativity. Thank you so much to our panel who have been having that discussion on protecting Black ingenuity. And we continue with our presentation, and this time we are taking it to the baraza, or to the courts, or to the community gathering. And we are going to be presenting on securing your coins and how to avoid crypto hacks, rug pulls, and exploits. If there is one thing that happens for a lot of people, they'll tend to lose their tokens because of hacks. So to come and teach us on that, or to come and discuss on that, we have got Adrian Gardner, founder and CEO of Chainblock. Welcome upstage. Dr. Rob Campbell from Quantum Safe Executive, IBM. Okay. Damon U. Bryant, PhD Assistant Professor of Psychology at Morgan State University. And Keisha Crosby, founder and CEO, TriGuard Resolution. And lastly, we have Jasmine Bronson, founder of Rectify AI. May you give them the hand of applause.
So, good afternoon, good morning, good evening. My name is Adrian Gardner, and I am going to moderate this. I'm going to be your moderator for this. I'm going to be your moderator for this panel. Let me start again. My name is Adrian Gardner, and I am the moderator for this panel. I am a recovering federal executive from government after about 30 years in various IT capacities, including a lot of security work. In addition to that, I am the CEO of the Chainblock company, which is a small company that looks at cybersecurity supply chain risk. We have a distinguished panel here of practitioners. Again, Jasmine began to set the stage for this conversation when she talked about the number of exploits. I think it's 3.8 billion in just the first, in 2022, and then actually there have been 57 exploits the first quarter of 2023. So with that, I want each one of our panelists to sort of give their perspectives on the security posture of blockchain, and maybe one tidbit on what you would do to change it. So Jasmine, why don't we get you started?
Okay. Hey again, so I'm the CTO and founder of Rectify AI. At a high level, one of the main issues in this space is smart contract vulnerabilities. So a lot of people think it's like phishing. In the NFT space, we've seen a lot of phishing attacks where they deploy these phishing links in your Discord, you click it, etc. But the truth of the matter is, this year we lost about, I think, $136 million due to phishing. But at a high level, we're losing billions of dollars due to smart contract exploits. So there is like a two-pronged approach. The protocols have to take responsibility of their code bases, but we as the users need to make sure that we're doing our own research on these projects, going into the code bases ourselves and seeing if they got an audit, or even making sure that we don't click phishing links from people we don't know.
Thank you. And Dr. Brent?
So once again, my name is Damon Bryan. I started out in the space, in the employment space as a national security investigator, then subsequently moved throughout different IT companies, IBM, Facebook, and ended up ultimately here at Morgan State, well, at Morgan State University, even though I'm here at Howard. Glad to be back home. What I've realized in my work is that we've separated the human from the machine. It's the case that a lot of hacks that we see today, it's a combination of humans and machines interacting into one. So anything from looking at emails that you think you're getting from Coinbase, then you click on it, and actually looking at the email that's from, it's not actually from Coinbase. A lot of things that are happening that is really moving me is how passive that we're getting in being able to detect when we're getting scammed. Everything from the rug pulls, the people starting coins, and next thing you know, they run off and do something else with it. But at the end of the day, what I would just ask you all to be mindful of is the human involved in the process. There are more exploits that will occur with humans involved more so than anything else. Just like the theft of all the intellectual property from big tech firms, government contractors, educational firms, it's happening within the blockchain space as well. So that's the only recommendation I'd give here.
Okay, Rob Campbell, I work for IBM. I am what you call a quantum safe executive. I'm also a quantum ambassador. And so quantum ambassador, what I do, I go around and I talk about quantum computers. How many people have heard or know about quantum computers? Excellent. So quantum computers will transform our planet. It's a power that we have never seen before. And IBM is #1 in the world in selling a particular type of quantum computers. Now, I mentioned also I'm a quantum safe executive, which means that the protection from that power of a quantum computer. And the impact to you, blockchain and Bitcoin, is that this computer will be able to hack any type of cryptography that we have now. And so we are in the midst of a global migration of cryptography that is about to be standardized next year. So what that means is that the entire planet will have to change the code that you use to protect your Bitcoin. It has to be changed. I don't hear a lot of people talking about it at all, but it's going on right now. And so that's one thing I wanted to impart today about blockchain and what's going on. So this is one other thing. For IBM, we are looking to develop skill sets, workforce for quantum computing and quantum safe. We have programs that are free online, resources in which you can get a free account to program a quantum computer. Let me just take 2 minutes to talk about quantum computer for those who may not know. Okay, a quantum computer is different from any kind of computer that we've ever used before. So you have a computer today, it's what we call classical, right? It has like the capability of looking at yes or no, true or false. A quantum computer uses like electrons and photons, and it gets down into the fabric of the universe and how it works. So it's a power that we've never seen before. And so it will transform civilization. So it's totally different. I don't have time to get into the technical parts of it, but it's something that we need to be aware of and looking into because everything will change.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Well, I'm Keisha Crosby, founder and CEO of TriGuard Solutions. I developed a software security software that can secure mobile apps, web apps, and other things. But let me divert back to Robert. He is the first Black to be inducted as British Blockchain Fellow. Right, Robert? So when he's talking to you guys about this, you might want to listen.
So we've heard a little bit about, and Damon, I really liked your statement, because when we think about supply chain, we forget that humans are part of that supply chain. Jasmine, thank you for the discussion on smart contracts, because that is obviously where it empowers the blockchain, but it also manages exchange of the coins, as well as the understanding of the two parties and what's going to happen, right? Obviously, quantum, I am attending the Quantum World Congress. It starts actually on Monday. So for those young people in the audience, if you just put quantum on your resume, you will get hired. Let me say it again. If you just put quantum on your resume, it's much like blockchain was when it was first starting out. Today, there is such a great gap in skilling around quantum. Please check it out. And then to Keisha, I think the whole thing of bringing security together as we look across what's happening, the tools, the way that people are now developing, what they're doing from a standpoint of coding, and I think there are challenges there in that this group sort of represents that chasm of what's happening in security across the board. So as an ending, because we got about 4 minutes left, what I'd like to hear from each of you is, if you had to give a word of advice to a person that was entering into blockchain or the blockchain field from a perspective of security, what would that word be, right? And then the next step would be sort of what access or how could they actually find a resource to help them along? So, Jasmine, why don't you start?
Can everyone who invests in Bitcoin and cryptocurrency today raise their hand if you invest? All right, so this is going to be for investors and then also developers. If you're a developer, please raise your hand. All right, awesome, okay. So I'm going to do investments. For people who connect their wallet, whether it be MetaMask, Rainbow, etc., make sure you're using a plugin like WalletGuard or Pocket Universe before you sign a transaction to purchase an NFT. At the end of the day, a lot of these attacks are like Web 2 attacks where people are literally clicking on links, but also there's a lot of social engineering. So people will talk to you on Discord, say, hey man, we're gonna catch this pump, etc. Just mint here, and then it's a fake site to an NFT you really wanted to purchase, right? So make sure that you're using these plugins on desktop. I'm a big proponent of MetaMask embedding those solutions so that you get like some type of warning before you even sign off on a bad transaction. So hopefully we see that in the future happen. But right now, the desktop plugins like Pocket Universe and WalletGuard are the best ways to prevent that. And then another side for the developers in this space, we want to make sure that as we're building smart contracts, we're actually doing the unit testing, the property-based testing, all that as we build. There's actually a good market for smart contract builders that implement testing because a lot of these companies can't really afford audits. Audits are on like the high end. That's why companies like ours exist, Rectify AI. So make sure that you're using the unit testing, and then also as a company, if you like are head of like a Web3 blockchain company, make sure that you're getting audits. It's something that at the end of the day, because this space is not regulated, we have to be the self-regulators of our own code. And it's not only just good for your company, but also for your users that interact with your protocol.
Thank you. And Damon?
I'll keep it short. For the most part, for all of you who have cryptocurrency, make sure that you're using a hard wallet that you trust. We're talking about a ledger, or a treasure. And if it's the case where you're concerned about the security, change your passphrase or change the 24-digit codes that you're memorizing to the point where it's something where you could have comfort in securing your Bitcoin, not necessarily on Coinbase or on Binance, but yet it's on a hard wallet where you have memorized your passphrase. So that's the short bit that I'll give.
Okay, I want to talk very quickly about safety and security of assets. So for example, all of your online transactions, whether it's banking, secure communications, all of that is threatened by a quantum computer. So next year, we will have new standards in the United States that will be called post-quantum or quantum safe. And so you're going to want to ask your vendors or anybody that handles your assets, are you quantum safe? And what quantum safe means is that you transition to new cryptography that's going to protect your assets, right? That's going to be very, very important for the entire planet. Everybody has to migrate to new cryptography.
And I guess I'll end it off with, many of you may not or may know about NIST just recently coming out with data labels and software labels. Is anyone familiar with that? Well, this is very fundamental. It's something we need as a consumer, as a user, as coin purchaser, or someone developing. We need software labels, and we need to integrate that into this environment, blockchain environment. So when you go to websites or when you buy a coin, you know that their software is up to date, that is at least a minimal acceptable risk of code, and there will be a label there so that you can make a good decision as a consumer without a technical background. So follow that space.
So I think that brings us to our time, and I really want to thank Jasmine, Keisha, Rob, and Damon for speaking a little bit about security. We probably could take a whole hour on this topic. But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our panelists. But maybe to continue with the conversations, I want to engage our listeners. Maybe if there's someone who can share with us their experience on phishing, their experience maybe on being hacked and stuff like that, and how did they handle that? Yes. You introduce yourself, tell us your name and what you do, and then a little bit about the story.
My name is Ryan Cooper. I'm a blockchain consultant. I run DeVille Crypto Solutions. And just a quick story, I wanted to piggyback off of what Rob was talking about. Not Rob, but the other gentleman. When you have your 12-word seed phrase, make sure you keep it in a fireproof safe, and make sure that you try to memorize one of the words. And even if you write that down, change it so in case someone breaks into your house, they won't be able to get that 12-word seed phrase. You have a backup security plan. You remember the one word personally that you changed, but definitely keep your 12-word seed phrase in a fireproof safe. Don't keep it online. Don't keep it screenshotted. And take these words of advice. I lost a lot of money a couple years ago, $500,000. So be careful, okay?
Thank you very much. Anybody wants to share?
Hey, how's it going? I'm BT. I'm the founder of Elephant Money. And in April of 2022, we were flash loan attacked with $261 million in a single transaction, thousands of mint redeem loops in that single transaction. Our treasury was drained of all the money in it. At the time, the treasury was worth over $200 million. The protocol was $500 million. And we got knocked all the way back down to $80 million in AUM. And this was happening while I was at Bitcoin 2022. I woke up on my couch. The whole protocol was afire, and I had to fix it. And if not for the secondary security that we had in place, the operational security we had in place, we would have been down and out for the count. We're back. We're back to all-time highs. And it's just to say that things like security tools like Jasmine and things like that definitely could have helped facilitate that stuff. To prevent the attack. At the end of the day, it was actually something we were working on. But these things do happen. What's the point? The point is that this is a long-term struggle. There will be setbacks. You may get hacked. You may lose everything. But this is a battle that we have to win, and that we have to, we have to continue the struggle. And because of that, great things can come out of that. Because of that hack, Elephant Money is the best performing digital asset of 2022, best performing asset of 2023, and we're growing fast. And we wouldn't be able to do that if we weren't tested. We as a people, we know what it means to be tested, don't we? Right? We know what it means to bounce back. We know what it means to grow. We know what it means to be Black-led. That's important in this space. The things that drive us and the way we think about problems, it's different. In the past couple of panels, we talked about socialism. Well, I'm sorry, but we're a cooperative. Elephant Money is a cooperative. That we have ideals that are backed by the things that drive us as a community. That's important, right? And then the other thing, we talked about intellectual property and patents. Those defenses that we have in place now would not have existed if we weren't tested. And those are things that we probably should protect. It makes us unique. But long story short, we have a long way to go in this space. There's things like Bitcoin, which are just terra firma. And those things are important, and that's why Bitcoin is important. But it's also important for things like smart contracts so that we can bake in our own ideals, so that we can drive things forward, and that, number one, so that Black people can be early.
Thank you so much. I'm going to give it to him and then her, and then we will continue conversations outside I'm sorry because of time. Are you forgiving me, please? Are you forgiving me? Oh, thank you.
I'm going to make my comments really brief and short. A wallet is a signer. That's the most important thing for you to know. You grant permissions. It's not about the greatest software nor the greatest hardware if you have other attack vectors. So if you're clicking on links or you're authorizing a transaction and it says that they can read and write in the background and you fail to read, that wallet means nothing. It doesn't hold anything. Wallets are dumb. I just wanted to be really concise and clear on that part. The other piece is, please don't get fancy with adding a 13th word or a 25th word, especially if you have not written it down, because if anything happens to you and somebody else finds that information but they don't have that 13th nor the 25th, they can't get access to it. That's the other important piece. The third thing is, if it's not just for you and you say you want generational wealth to be passed on to your loved ones, you have to teach them. Because they can plug in that wallet to a laptop or to anything that has a whole host of crap on it, and guess what? It then becomes compromised. Start them off with a read-only wallet, some other things of that nature, and really educate them on the fact that, yes, Bitcoin has never been hacked itself, but you can be. So we can't get caught up in the hype and the language and the words and all of these other things that have happened when we don't have security protocols in place ourselves. So those are the things I really want to leave people with, because sometimes we'll go out there and spend a whole bunch of money and we'll do all of these things and get fancy, and then it means nothing. And please, the last piece, not trying to be disrespectful to any of the guests or panelists, remember your seed phrase if you want to, but what happens if you're in an accident? There should be multiple backups upon backups upon backups. And please don't get fancy there and switch the third word with the 17th and the 25th word with something else. You won't remember it, they won't either, and then they get locked out or something of that nature, right? And it may be hard to recover some of those things. So all of that, look into the BIP 39 word list, other word lists, blah, 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 blah. But just make sure that whatever we're doing is actually intentional and safe and not just a list of steps that get you nowhere to your end goal. That's it.
Thank you so much for such a great advice. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Hi there. My name is Savannah Evans, and I'm the founder of Blockcoin, Melanated AI, and Cowrie Bank. First of all, in terms of hacking, most of the normal people don't get hacked, but what you do is you fall for cloning and phishing. And as a person who's been cloned about maybe 2,000 times, and a lot of people have lost a lot of money to my clones, be aware of the phenomenon of cloning on social media and people coming in your inbox, usually right after you sign up to or you follow somebody, they're in your inbox, and they may look like me or they look like somebody else you know, and they'll tell you, hey, I can help you get your crypto, blah, 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 and the next thing you know, a lot of y'all are sending money to it because a lot of people have fallen victim to that. And I have a solution for that. We're currently working on a solution, which I have a patent for right now. But in the realm of AI, it's only going to get worse. It is going to get very worse. People are going to be calling your phone next and sounding like your grandmother and saying, send them crypto or whatever too. Ransomware, ransom attacks are high, and don't feel bad because the government right now is still dealing with ransom attacks. And there are corporations that are dealing with ransom attacks. And if they can't fight ransom attacks, you're gonna have a hard time fighting ransom attacks as well. So you just wanna be careful with your communication, with your emails, with people coming in your inbox. Do like I do. I don't answer nobody's email. I don't even look at it. I don't care what they say they have on me. I don't answer it, so.
Wow. Thank you very much. Just one more.
I'll be very short. I'm going to be so short, it's going to amaze you. I've gone through the same thing that many of the other people here are saying, where they've lost their crypto, they've lost this, that, and the other thing. But I tell you what, one time all of my wallets got attacked. I shouldn't know, Father, forgive me for that. They got compromised. And the word tells us that never forget the Midianites. Those are the ones who used to always come and steal every single time you had a harvest coming close. You keep getting robbed over. There was some prayer warriors on the continent of Africa. I kid you not. I contacted them. I said, something is going on. I don't get it. Sow in the spirit, sow in the natural. I went to them. They prayed for me. Asked me if I didn't get stuff straight. That's all I want to say.
Thank you very much. The issues of security and wallets, sometimes it hurts so much, especially when you lose so much. So be very, very careful out there when you are dealing with crypto. Once you are into crypto and into Bitcoin, please be super sensitive. Be paranoid if it needs to be. When you see an email, just be paranoid. Say, he's a scammer. Because you never know what you are receiving. So to continue with our conversation, sorry I'm running so quickly, I'm speaking so fast because of time. To continue our conversation, we are going to be joined by Dr. Todd Shan, the Associate Professor of Computer Science at Harvard University College of Engineering, who is going to be talking to us about discovering the opportunities and initiatives that are revolutionizing the HBCU's engagement with the digital world. May we give a round of applause to Dr. Todd. Digital HBCU, the intersection of Black colleges, the metaverse, and cryptocurrencies.
Oh. Thank you. So thanks, everyone. Let's see if we got the mic. So it's going to be a brief session. We have one person, so I'm the moderator. Just a little bit about myself, and then a little bit about our program here at Howard, and then we'll get right to it. So I'm Todd Shern. I am the senior computer science professor here at Howard University. Among my areas are computer and video games, robotics, do some AI stuff, but I've been fortunate to be a part of the Blockchain Summit since its inception. Consider myself one of the founders. And so relative to topic, we need to do more. We're doing a few things.
Apology, doctor. Apology. I want someone to join you up at Kathy Lynn. Kathy House, okay, professor from Howard University, Entrepreneurial Society, to join Dr. Todd Shan. If there is anyone who's supposed to be on the panel and they have arrived, can you please quickly join Dr. Todd up front? Thank you very much.
Oh, okay, here everyone goes. I'm glad you guys saved me from this monologue. So one of the things that we're starting to do, but we absolutely need to do more of it, it's been mentioned a lot here, is this notion of smart contracting. And so we really are looking at ways that we can build it in our curriculum, both from an implementation point of view, but also from a verification perspective. So with that, I just want you to know that there are opportunities at HBCUs to interact. Certainly there are opportunities here at Howard to interact. So you can catch me in the hallways or in some other way that you have to contact me, and we can make you aware of some of the ways that you can interact with Howard. So with that, I'd just like to let the panelists introduce themselves. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kathy House, a professor in the School of Business and Management Department. I primarily teach the entrepreneurship concentration out of the School of Business and the Management Department. I'm also the faculty advisor for the Howard University Entrepreneurial Society, as well as the faculty advisor for the BRAG, which is the Black Retail Action Group.
Hi everyone, my name is Ikoya Atkins. I am the Public Policy Director for Maelstrom Fund, which is the family office of Arthur Hayes, the previous CEO of BitMEX. And we have a program called Our Wallet, and I'm really excited to be here today. I'm a graduate of Hampton University.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Connell Wise. I'm an adjunct professor at the University of the District of Columbia. And I'm also the CEO of Connell Wise & Associates, which is a workforce development and small business advisory firm here in the district, and the president of the Wise Institute, which is an online certification platform. Oh, and I'm also a member of the Blockchain Council as well.
Is everyone coming? Yeah.
Okay, does this one work?
Okay, yeah, we're good. All right, so first question, right? Let's get right to it. Anyone can answer? blockchain, crypto, what ways you see that blockchain and or crypto could be more effective in addressing some of the violent problems that we see, right? Because that's the theme of the conference. And so there's a lot of opportunity in the blockchain space to potentially address some of these challenges. So anyone who has an idea about that. So the theme of the conference is peaceful solutions to violent world problems. So one of the things that we want to look for are blockchain solutions, be they crypto or blockchain, that could potentially address some of these violent world problems. Now, they could be problems that are resulting from hunger, from water resources, from political, geopolitical activity, but there are some fundamental components that blockchain and crypto offer that could potentially help. I mean, one of them obviously is just the international nature of cryptocurrency provides some assistance there. So any ideas? I just want to throw it open on the floor, and then we'll get down to the blocking and tackling questions like, what could we do at HBCUs? Go ahead.
So some of the work that my organization I'm doing, for example, we work with a lot of returning citizens and opportunity youth, so youth who are out of school, unemployed, or went to school but aren't doing anything, right? Or people who have went to prison and now are back out. And one of the things is empowering them with some type of knowledge that they can actually make money. So one of the things that we are doing is training them in becoming certified blockchain experts and developers, introducing them to technology outside of just a lot of the trades that a lot of the government pushes out, like getting them into construction or to just get them a certification in IT help desk, and then they feel lost when they get those certifications because they don't see where that leads them, right? How does that, so one of the things we're doing is stackable credentials, connecting them to other organizations where they can see people who look like them, who are doing things outside of the norm of what the city is offering, right? Because a lot of people love to say that they want to get in the metaverse, or they love cryptocurrency or blockchain, but they don't actually know anything about it and how to actually utilize those resources to help them create a pipeline of success. So what we're doing is connecting to a credential, connecting them to the mentor, connecting them to opportunities where they don't have to be out in the community. And because our crime rate in the city and murder rate has actually gone up in the district, and it's actually increased with the youth population because a lot of them feel like there's nothing out there for them. So really going into the communities and showing them a different way. So.
Super thought. Anyone else?
Okay. I think, not to piggyback, but when we did our pitch competition for our wallet, one of the students pitched an idea for using blockchain technology for a way to secure their test results. And so I think when I went to Hampton University, that wait for your grades was ridiculous. I'm going to say that. I can't speak for Howard, but I can speak for Hampton, the anxiety around it. And I think it would be nice if we could utilize blockchain technology to, make that process a little bit more cool. That's what I would like to see. I'd like for us to utilize that technology so that students have access to their grades, not 2 weeks later, but have a faster way for the teachers to post up the information.
So one of the things that is an issue, and it's been addressed, is this notion of literacy, both from the perspective of blockchain on the crypto side, and then blockchain as a distributed ledger. So the question I have for any of you are, what can HBCUs do to increase the knowledge of blockchain, just again as a DeFi, right, as a decentralized ledger, and then also as a crypto, and then that would even include Bitcoin and other currencies as well. So you can hit it from whichever thread you want to.
I would say, one, we have to first increase digital literacy, right? Because a lot of people that I see don't even know how to use technology outside of their phone. Even if they know how to use their phone, they know how to do certain things, but they don't know how to fully utilize it, right? So if we aren't giving them access to the tech. If you have a person who's coming to your class as an adjunct and they don't have access to a computer, how are they going to do anything, right? Or if I give them a MacBook, but for a lot of these schools give them Chromebooks. They ever use a Chromebook, they may not know how to use a MacBook, right? So one of the things that we had to do is that we had to train them, one, in digital literacy, two, show them the different operating systems to even operate, so no matter what technology they got access to, they were able to utilize it. And then we build upon that, and then we're teaching them, like for our campus, for example, I work at the workforce campus of UDC. So we give them, various IT certifications, workforce development certifications, project management. We do it in stackable credentials so that they can understand it and get that knowledge so they don't feel overpowered. And then talking to them that they can understand. I feel like a lot of times some students go to classes and they feel like they're being talked down to, so they disengage. So coming in a way where people can actually absorb that information as well. And then going into the community, but also, like I say, that basic digital literacy, we have to give them before they can do anything. Because if you look at the access to internet in this country, half of the country doesn't even have access to internet, right? Right now, the FCC is doing, and we're partnered with the American Connectivity Program, where we're giving people access to broadband in their homes for free, where the government is paying it. But a lot of people still don't know about this. So if we can't give them the literacy and then give them access to the tools to do it, nothing else matters. So it has to start there, and it has to be in an equitable way, because not every solution is going to be like one size fits all.
Yeah, and I would piggyback. That's why you need to bring our wallet to all HBCU campuses and make sure that we're educating our community. There's no point of bringing something onto any campus without giving them the foundational skills. Like, there's no foundation around how we begin investing and what our role is going to be in that space. I think it's something that's passed down by generations if your family took a role in investment, but I think we have to do a better job on HBCU campuses talking about it, not only in the business school, but amongst all career paths, and making sure, like I remember I took a class, I'm a political science major, but I took a class in the 5-year MBA program, personal finance, and I played an instrumental role in like how I negotiated my contracts, the type of jobs I took, and I know a lot of my peers did not have those resources, or just like Dr. Rose, like she was a pillar for me because she really laid it out for me and let me know, how do I go into these rooms and make sure I ask for what I need and not what I want.
Overall, this is the area in higher education that has been lacking as it relates to financial literacy, just in general. So therefore, as we all have said, the financial literacy piece definitely needs to be incorporated in higher ed. But as it relates to blockchain and cryptocurrency and so forth, that is an extension of financial literacy. So you can't really just go in and focus on blockchain and cryptocurrency if you don't know the basics of financial literacy at the basic level. Savings, checking, debit cards, just the basic of what it takes to keep your checking account or debit card from running in the red and so forth. They're all interconnected, and everything is interconnected, and it cannot just be in the School of Business. Right now, the HBCUs are receiving a lot of grant money, not just Howard Universities, but quite a few of them. And this is an opportunity to bring in those extra resources, such as this particular program, but to other HBCUs and even those that are not in the top HBCUs. I mean, we have to look out for the total community. So it is an educational component. And once we secure at the higher educational level, we have to go back to the middle school. We got to go back to the high school, because truly it's a cumulative. It's not something we learn in higher ed. Everybody is not ready or is equipped or will go to college. And so we have to be thoughtful and be able to reach our kids at lower levels with those skills that in order to take care of themselves, they're going to need these financial literacy tools.
So I want to thank everyone. We have to end it there, but one of the things that came out of this is that financial literacy is necessary across the board. So we just can't just isolate blockchain or fintech, but we need to look at financial literacy. And then the second thing that came out of it was that this initiative shouldn't be just centralized in the business school or in computer science or engineering or political science. This is something across all curriculums at HBCUs. That was the comment.
In education, in education, not even higher education, just education period, I think that we need to make sure it's accessible to all children. That's why we're starting at middle school, you know, even down to the babies. I think that, how do you go to the supermarket? How does your mom buy you the things that you need? So, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to our panelists. May we give them another hand, please? We have one more panel before we'll be breaking for lunch. We are going to be discussing opportunities, opportunities, opportunities. If there is one thing that we are looking for, it's opportunities. What opportunities are available for us in the Bitcoin space? What opportunities are available for us in the metaverse and also on digital assets? The topic for discussion by the panelists, the wave of opportunities in the African diaspora unleashed by, forgive my English, unleashed by the Bitcoin, the metaverse, and digital assets. To join in the discussion, we have Charlene Fadirepo, a speaker and Mango Digital Strategist, Bitcoin advocate and consultant, founder of Bitcoin in Africa show. May you give her a hand, please? Linda Foyding, Brown University, database engineer. A hand, please. Bayo Okusanya, sorry if I don't say your name well. NPC Labs founder. Another hand. Clayton Winks, blog, financial inclusion lead. And lastly, but not least, George Payne, Adaverse, investor and head of Accelerator. May we give them a hand? Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today's conversation is about the transformative potential of blockchain, Bitcoin, and digital assets on the African diaspora. This afternoon, we have professionals from the private sector, from the public sector, from academia, and beyond. Since we have such a power-packed panel here, I'm going to ask each of our panelists to give you a little bit about their background, but most importantly, talk to you about some of the work that they're doing in the African diaspora. And I think we'll start with you, George.
Hi, thanks for having me here. So my name is George. So I work with Activism. So we are a fund specifically investing in crypto and fintech within the Africa continent. We also do globally, but I'm specifically focused in that region. And we also have an accelerator within the fund as well to kind of progress people through all aspects of scaling a startup from kind of seed stage and beyond. And we have a demo day coming up next week, so if anyone's keen to get involved.
Great, thank you, George. Linda?
Hi, everyone. My name is Linda Pointing. As you know, I am the founder of Amazingly Africa, and our brand has two missions. The first one is to help Black women land their dream job in STEM with our initiative. It's called Afro Girls Tech. And the second one is to make sure that Africans are proud to be, whether they're Africans or not, but if you have any Afro-descendant background, proud to be that with our brand. It's called Amazingly African. And so we have hoodies and sweatshirts where it's basically to help people take back the narrative and, be proud of where they come from.
Excellent, thank you. Bayo?
Hi, thank you everyone, and thank you for giving us this stage. My name is Bayo Kusanya. I'm the founder and CEO of NPC Labs. We're working on securing and scaling intellectual property for digital creators in and out of the blockchain space. Our first, iteration of the product is helping NFT creators develop consumer products based off of their IP and link it to their NFTs to build closer relationships with their audience and community members and then help them monetize better. Before this, I was a venture capitalist for 7 years. I've been investing in crypto since 2017. I'm also an angel investor and an LP in some African funds and companies, including Microtraction. And I'm also a member of African DAOs and organizations like Afropolitan, which is a digital nation for the African diaspora.
Awesome. I am Clayton Wilkes. I work for Block, which is the parent company for Cash App, Square, Tidal, TBD, some other ones. I'm not going to go through all of them. But so my specific role is financial inclusion. So I partner with organizations and nonprofits to give financial resources to underserved communities and minorities. And then our goal is to increase the overall education, especially in the space of blockchain, because it's essentially like a new industrial revolution. So we want to open up eyes to that aspect of it and how many different roles there are within the space.
Excellent. I didn't mention my name. My name is Charlene Federefo. My company is called Mango Digital Strategies. We help banks onboard into crypto. And I also do quite a bit of financial inclusion work. And also I am the host of the Bitcoin in Africa show. We are focused on telling the stories of the amazing Bitcoin revolution that's happening in Africa. But I want to talk about a point that Clayton made earlier about financial inclusion. And this question is for all of my panelists. Can you talk about how your work, whether you're in the NFT space, Bitcoin space, or just general digital assets, how is your work enabling financial inclusions in the spaces where you're working? This is for anyone.
I'll jump on it first. So yeah, with say specifically like Cash App, we make it super easy for a person to buy Bitcoin. You can buy $1 of it right now. That's kind of like an education piece too, because people think that it's something that's unattainable. I don't want to buy Bitcoin when it's at $30,000, right? But if you can buy $1 and kind of see how it moves, it's kind of a learning lesson, and it's at a small platform. And then you can also share it, send it to other people, and kind of get their mind thinking on that. And then taking that same aspect and then putting it in different areas of education, like going out and being able to talk freely without trying to push people to our business, but just talk freely about what it is and what you can do with it as an investment.
Yeah, exactly. The simple act of just making it easy and accessible. Indeed. Anyone else want to comment on financial inclusion and their work? Bayo?
Yeah, I can go next. Having been a venture capitalist for 7 years, a lot of startup founders from the African diaspora reaches out to me, and I try to support them with information first and foremost. A lot of people want to raise money from VCs, but it's not always the best opportunity available to you or it makes the most sense. So I try and educate them on what the expectations are and how to prepare themselves for that. I also open up my network to them and try and get them introductions to partners at different funds and different firms. I'm a scout for a few funds. I've written and created content as well. I consider myself a content creator. So I try and, I've written an ebook, and I've written, I've released a 15-page, overview on the blockchain and crypto ecosystem for people who are just beginners to get into it and understand it from, baby steps. And today, as a co-founder and CEO of MPC Labs, we're creating opportunities for different creators within the African diaspora to protect their intellectual property, but realize, okay, there's a lot more things you can do with this. Once you have it in a form that people can experience it, how do we help you grow that and monetize that intelligently?
So, Bio, you bring up a really good point, because when we think about financial inclusion, we're usually kind of talking about people that are maybe just beginning to grow their wealth, but you're talking about, hey, if you're a founder, how do you make sure founders have access to the capital that they need to build their businesses? And so that conversation is not always what we think about for financial inclusion. So thank you for bringing that up. Linda?
So for financial inclusion, I would say more financial literacy. At Amazingly Africa, 2 years ago, we started a podcast through Moja Sessions. And our goal was to really help people know more about entrepreneurship in various different aspects. So we interviewed CEOs that would come in and talk about their startup or talk about how they grew their business. And right now with Afro Girls Tech, we run workshops, and some of them talk about personal finance. We don't go deep into Bitcoin because we want to make sure that people have the foundations. And I think somebody was talking about that previously. You can't know about fintech if you don't know personal finance. You have to know the basics before you can get to the next level. So that's what we take care of.
Thank you, Linda. George?
Yeah, I mean, as a venture capitalist, I don't directly contribute to it, but the companies that we invest in do. And I think that it's a really fascinating topic, particularly in Africa, because it's multifaceted.
Sure.
So there's a financial inclusion from the consumer side, and you see a lot of stats saying this amount of Africans don't have any banks. But there's so much more to the problem around access to credit markets and credit generally. That's like a really big, important part of growing business, scaling them. So financial literacy is a major part of it. There's also access to credit. There's also savings. One of the things I see around why people move into Bitcoin or stablecoins through remittances is because you don't necessarily want to hold your money in Naira because you want to hedge against it. You could lose all value tomorrow because the government acts on asymmetric information or wants to create volatility to do something. And so there's this pedestrian move towards these new technologies like crypto, which is quite interesting. But yeah, financial inclusion is a really fascinating topic, but I think it's a major opportunity for so many builders in Africa, in each currency region, and in each in other sectors as well. So there's loads of opportunities to build within that kind of area of financial inclusion.
Thank you. Good. So let's transition a little bit, and we've touched on entrepreneurs a little bit, but I'd like to lean into innovation. So one of the wonderful things about Africa is that there are some very unique and interesting needs, right? And we always know that necessity is the mother of innovation. So I'd love to hear from your work, where are you seeing pockets of innovation that are unique to Africa or unique to the African diaspora? And I'd love to hear the work that your organizations are doing, and this is for anyone.
I would say, going back to the podcast, and I think that was my most interesting episode for me at least, it was a CEO, and he was focused on agriculture, but including tech in agriculture. So what he did was he worked with engineers, and they used satellite technology in order to help farmers and people grow from small-scale farming to large-scale farming. So I just thought, we have so much arable land, and agriculture is something, food security is something that we all need to think about and talk about, as well as environmental security. And just the ability to take something so specific as satellite technology and use it on something like agriculture, I think that's amazing. And there are so many other people who are doing great things like that on the continent. So I think seeing more founders like that. I do not personally work in high tech because I do database engineering, so it's more behind the computer, but I think being able to use physical technologies to help people do their everyday work and make money off of it, those are great opportunities in the diaspora that we should all look at and look into.
Great, thank you. Bio or Clayton?
Yeah, for me, I spend a lot of time investing in digital assets and software, and I really see the value in tokenizing real-world assets. So that's part of where I've been spending a lot of time focused on how do we turn consumer goods that exist around us into assets that we can bring onto the blockchain as well and interact with. There's a lot of digital assets out there, but a lot of them don't have utility. That's a huge complaint within the space that I work in. So there is a platform around us for connecting with different consumers and people that maybe aren't going to be able to download a wallet and connect, right? How do we reach those last mile of people, which is really most of the world? And I think for the creators that I work with in the NFT space, in the online community, they have an interest in doing that as well, because it allows them to spread their IP to a lot more consumers and a lot more, and impact the world. So I want to make that as easy as possible for people. And there's different ways we can do that, whether that's taking NFC chips and putting it into different items around us, tokenizing those items, being able to trade them on a platform. But that's one of many ways that we're exploring. And I think a lot of people can probably go from the physical assets they now into the blockchain space versus having to figure out the red tape and go down that rabbit hole and learn how to connect and download a wallet. I think we can onboard a lot more people that way.
And Bio, for those folks who might not be familiar with this idea of tokenizing assets, can you give us an example, like a real-world example of what you're seeing?
Right. I remember reading online recently, someone took limited edition collectibles of Supreme t-shirts, right? These are old Supreme t-shirts, maybe dropped in the beginning of the brand. They're worth $1 million. There's about 100 of those t-shirts.
Individually?
Yeah, they're all together, okay. Like the asset, right? It's an asset. He tokenized the asset, and he was able to present that to a lender. And that lender gave him $1 million, right, in cash, and he was able to use that token as collateral for that loan, right? That's just one example that I've seen, but people are tokenizing real estate assets. People are tokenizing luxury goods. People are tokenizing different art. Like art's a big, motivator for me, and I see a lot of artists within the African diaspora. I think we're some of the best artists. So I want, our community to be able to access that value creation as well.
Indeed. Thank you for that. Clayton, did you have?
Yeah, mine just kind of piggybacks on that same thought. Is the things that I think about is freedom of use and access, and not being a barrier by your territory or location. So you have a way to protect your wealth, also trade without having the same type of laws that have been built to hold us back and separate us. So everybody has the same access. It's just being able to be aware about it and understanding what it is. And then you have different ways to diversify how your money grows. So you're not stuck in the same path or the low-level increases that may come with traditional ways to invest your money.
Great. Well, we're coming to the close of our time together. I'd like to have each of our panelists give 15 seconds closing thoughts of what you'd like to leave the audience with. And we can start with you, George.
I think that if you're not looking like directly at building within Africa for that ecosystem, like you're losing out. There's so much opportunity. There's so much. There's so many problems that have, specifically with blockchain as well. There's real use cases that actually solve real problems out there in terms of like we always harken back to like storage of wealth and medium of exchange. I, for one, I'm not too interested in crypto when it applies in the US, but in Africa, it's like this real important asset and technology that will become increasingly important because of how Africa functions. It functions very differently here, and innovation looks different there. There's lots of things that are happening. Don't just look at YC to what they're investing in. There's lots of different things that are happening in Africa that will become increasingly important over the next few years. So, yeah, it's an awesome space to build in.
Okay, thanks. 10 seconds.
I would say technology. It's here to stay as much as, a lot of people are saying that Africans, why are we going towards technology? We should go back towards our roots. Both are important, and I think if we could find a way to even merge both, it would be incredible. So I would say that AI, Internet of Things, all of these technologies are here to stay, and they're only going to multiply. And being here today, you're already taking the first step for that future, for your future, by informing yourself, making sure that you're in the rooms with the people who are making those technologies and making those changes. So that's the only way you'll be able to evolve and, make money and be happy in this world. So I would say technology is here to stay. Learn about it. Digital literacy is important. Thank you. And find me at the table, Amazingly Africa.
I'll be very quick. Just wanted to make the point that there's a lot of talent. There's a lot of talent in the diaspora. We hire from African engineers. We hire Black engineers. There's a lot of remote workers out there that are very talented that you can leverage. Our head of product, I've been working with him. He's Nigerian. He's based over there, and we work very well together. And that's how we're going to continue to build our team. We're raising also at MPC Labs, so if anyone's an investor in the audience or would like to connect, feel free to chat.
Great.
Very shortly, everyone in here knows a child. Go talk to a child about blockchain.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists. And we can continue our conversations outside. I guess you are all looking at them. They're so wonderful. From here, we are going. Thank you so much. Yeah. From here, we will be breaking for lunch, but there is a startup pitch that is happening right here. We are going to be having some startup pitching to our investors, and we have got our judges, Devon Devon Blackburn, investment associate from Maryland Pension System, Della Adize, and Beckley Claiborne are investors at MEC Venture Capital. So from here, as we break for lunch, the pitch are going to be happening here, and our judges are going to be here judging the panelists. I want to say to you, it has been truly an incredible honor to serve you as an MC for this first session of the day. And I want to say thank you very much, and I'll see you soon. You can remember, stay for the pitch, grab your lunch, and also come back if you want to stay for the pitch.
said we're taking photos outside. Thank you so much.
You know, we have to take our
after we turn off, we're going to go sit right here, just watch the presentation, and then come back on stage. Yes. It takes a second. Got it. Good?
No. Hello? Looks like we're gonna get started very shortly. I know a lot of people went to go enjoy their lunch. Feel free to come back and enjoy it here as well. But yeah, happy to kick things off. I want to start by saying my name is Della Adeje. I'm an investor at Mac Venture Capital, a seed stage generalist fund based in Los Angeles and San Francisco, with of course ties to the DC area. Our two general partners, former mayor of DC, Adrian Fenty, and Charles King, were both students here. So we had the pleasure of coming back and being able to host the Black Blockchain Summit Startup Pitch Competition. But yeah, I have my two guests here, Devon and Berkeley, which will introduce themselves as well.
Hello? Can you hear me? Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Devon Blackburn. I'm a Howard graduate, but I work for the Maryland Pension and Retirement Systems as an investment associate. Prior to that, I was working in venture capital at Latimer Ventures based in Baltimore, and I was a management consultant as well. But just excited to be here with you all today and looking forward to hearing some of these pitches.
All right, and hi guys, I'm Berkeley Claiborne. I'm a current sophomore and computer science major at Howard University, and I've been working with Mac with Della for the whole summer, and I'm excited because I'm still on and working with them now, so very excited to hear all the pitches.
Awesome. I think our first pitch today is Rectify. So if the founder of Rectify could come up and introduce herself, and yeah. Awesome. Okay. Yeah. You wanna?
I saw the DJ equipment to the back. I was like, okay, we about to spin tonight. Okay.
So you can watch the presentation, or you can sit right here as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
That works.
Yeah.
All right. Let me know when I can start. Awesome. So hi, my name is Jasmine Brunson. I'm the CTO and founder of Rectify AI. We can go to the next slide. So at a high level, Rectify AI is a smart contract auditing firm. So we sift out the bugs and vulnerabilities behind the code stack of cryptocurrency projects, whether it be DeFi, NFTs, etc. Next slide. At a high level, we've lost multi-million dollars due to smart contract exploits from Rowan Network, Poly Network, etc. But the truth of the matter is, even the small Web3 startups need smart contract auditing at scale. Next slide. So our solution is smart contract auditing, but also when we went to different types of conferences, whether it be permissionless, whether it be ETH Denver, we noticed that the end user in this space was neglected as well. So we're building a security app. So we're building a data portal for end users in this space to do their own research. So I'm going to demo that to you shortly. Next slide. So at a high level, an audit can cost between $1,000 to $50,000 depending on the lines of code. If it's less than 3,000 lines of code, it can cost that much. And if it's more than 3,000 lines of code, it can cost upwards to $250,000. This year to date, we're at $500,000 in revenue. And this is what the data portal looks like. So at a high level, like I said, for end users, oftentimes we don't do our own research or we don't know where to start. So we'll be able to show you the name of the network, the name of the project, a risk score associated with it, the number of audits that project has had, and then also how long that project has been out on the market and its founders. Here's a revenue model for the data portal. So we have a freemium-based subscription and a monthly-based subscription. Next slide. So at a high level, AI cybersecurity by year 2028 is going to exceed $46 billion. And this year to date, we're at $21 billion in terms of Web3 security market. Last year, we lost $2.7 billion in smart contract exploits. This year, we're at $1.2 billion, only because the market is dead. But watch when we have a Bitcoin bull market. So at a high level, our team is a collective of 8 developers. I myself am a developer. I worked for Maxter Technologies, NASA, and then I went to the University of Maryland College Park studying data and information science. And we have Camden Gray, who's our CISO and co-founder. He's worked for Bet365 as well as MetaWin. So he's in the smart contract auditing world himself, and we met through Code Arena. Thank you very much, and remember, don't get wrecked, get rectified.
Love that. No, thank you so much, Jasmine. I guess great pitch with the short amount of time you have. Zoom through it, sort of covered all of the basics. But I guess my initial question is just getting a better sense of what distribution and go-to-market looks like at scale. I know this is a significant learning curve for a lot of individuals who aren't familiar with blockchain in general, but for those that are, what's sort of the go-to-market strategy from here?
So the go-to-market strategy for the smart contract auditing is to continue what we're doing with talking to people at conferences, getting clients there. That's where most of these projects lie. But also the go-to-market strategy for the data portal is to create an education program, which we've already been doing through Twitter Spaces. So getting people together, talking about different types of Web3 security statistics, like talking to them about what phishing links are, what reentrancy is, etc. That's how we can get more clients to see the data portal as a good source to do your own research. So it's very grassroots, but that's kind of how you build a free-flowing network.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jasmine. I think we have time for maybe one more question, if anyone. Jad?
So right now, I know you mentioned that you all have about 500,000 in revenue, or
$500,000.
$500,000 in revenue. Yeah. So for that, what's your cost for your customer acquisition?
Oh, so I would say that most of our customers have been based off of conferences. So it's just a conference price, but I get to go to conferences for free. So I don't want to tell you like $0, but whatever the ticket price for a conference is. I do want it to get to a place where we do get clients from, our social media sites, etc. So that's why I hired a branding strategist. Her name is and then I have some sales and marketing that I want to focus with our raise. So.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. Really, really appreciate it. There's nothing better than organic marketing, right, at the end of the day. Great. Can we have a round of applause for Jasmine? Next, we have FitHub, I believe, coming up. So thank you. FiHub, excuse me.
Good day, one and all. My name is Jamari. I tell people, good way to remember, Jamari goes safari in his Ferrari. Jamari, it helps a little, not a lot. I'm introducing you to FiHub, which is an AI-based discovery and execution tool. And what does this really mean at the end of the day? It's really a way to interact with these Web3 assets a little bit easier. Now, let me give you a little, you can change slide. Let me give you a little background about me to give context to why I'm building this. So, I built Snowball in 2020 as an auto compounder on Avalanche. We aggregated a lot of the 5 different functionality on the Avalanche network. We had about $300 million between our applications that we deployed. We made about $10 million for our users. However, there was an issue. Everybody who wanted to use it kept having the same problems. How do I get this asset? Where do I go to trade this? It was the atmosphere and the space is so fragmented that the onboarding of new users is nigh impossible. You're talking about going to Twitter, to Discord, to website 1, to trade for website 3, and that experience is making it really difficult to use Web3 assets and to even understand what's going on. So we're trying to expand the space and the adoption by making the UX, UI experience better using AI tools around the Blockchain Explorer and actually pulling out on-chain and off-chain data aggregated. If you can go to the next slide, please. So the bigger problem is we have 300 million people that are actually having digital assets. Only 5% of them are actually leveraging those web assets inside the space. The rest of them are on centralized exchanges. So you also have this ability of it's so obscure and it seems mythic and it seems magical what's happening when really it's about some simple transactions and about making those things simpler and clearer to people. And then your last issue, you have limited open source standards. We just don't know what's going on. There's no clarity, there's no consistency about what your experience is. So what's the solution? Next slide, please. The solution is a white glove experience, creating an aggregated on-chain and off-chain experience for every single user to be able to access Web3 assets, understand what they are, understand what the movements are, and how they align with their personal interests. That's where that recommendation system, that the AI comes from, by actually using the on-chain data to surface relevant information. So you create a safer environment that mitigates risk. You use smart contract lists as a way to bring in audits and work like from Rectify into the experience so that me as a user, I know what is occurring. And then you provide incentives. So you become a platform where people are incentivized to better understand the assets that they hold, that they leverage from a centralized place and to get the benefits of all that's happening within Web3. So if we go to the next slide. So this is, we actually built a demo, but this is just a dashboard wireframe and understand. This helps you track and understand where your assets are in the ecosystem. It's not just showing you numbers, but it's showing like, where's this asset? Is it being utilized in the best way that it could be within it? Is it being staked? Is it providing liquidity? What's that yield? And it's providing you video content, text content, to provide that robust content to make being in Web3 a fun, engaging, beneficial experience for you instead of feeling like, oh, I'm just holding on to this random coin. It's like, what is this about? What am I building towards? Am I voting? Am I staking? All those things. Next slide. And the revenue generation is really simple. We have premium features, push notifications. You have the ability to be able to get specialized strategies that are maybe a little more complex. The promotion fees, kind of, if it's discovery and execution mechanism, well, then you kind of think about, from the Google perspective, you want your products to be promoted, so therefore you might want to make sure that you get boosted up a little bit in exposure. So providing that platform perspective is really important. And the next slide. So we have a lot of key contributing members because we came out of Snowball where we had 20 employees and staff who was building out our core functionalities. And what we're doing right now is we're taking all these things that we're built and we're trying to scale it out. We've actually built out the conceptual demonstration of FiHub already, but now we want to build out the actual scalable way to automate a lot of the functionality to include all the assets within the ecosystem. So as we now actually have a high-level view of every single asset and how it can be used, and that does not exist at this moment. So if you can click through, those more team members from UX, UI to servers, and you can go to the next one. And thank you. This was about how we're expanding Web3 and DeFi, and happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Amari. I guess, first question is, yeah, of course. I'd say the first question is trying to get a better sense of maybe what current or future potential users look like. If you could just break down just the demographic for them, right?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, clearly when you talk about platform, you want to be able to benefit everybody. And the benefit and the awesome part of using like AI LLMs is you can personalize that experience based on everybody's particular behaviors. Right. Now, for adoption, who we would target first, we would be looking at professional investment organizations, because those people who are trying to learn how to invest in general, and they haven't actually made that transition from actually traditional assets into Web3 assets fully. And we'll also be targeting, similar to credit card companies, people who are first coming into college. Like we want to become that first experience with digital assets and with transactions and with digital money, so that builds out a loyalty and a commitment to that experience. Because the same way that Facebook grew by being here first and then being everywhere else, we think that model is actually very strong for this space. And if you're that first interaction, same way that people are committed to Coinbase and committed to OpenSea because that was their first experience, we want to be that same thing for people's first experience with Web3 assets in general.
Got it. Are you building that, some of those foundation models internally, or are you sourcing them through other open source projects as well?
Right now, currently, majority of the things I developed the smart contract standard that will be leveraged in our that undergirds our infrastructure. We are using like the LLM for FlowWise, LangChain, for other sources of being able to bring in data, of course.
Got it.
We're open, so because we have to integrate with a lot of projects, it benefits us when we use open source products within our work. And that's why our differentiating factor is actually the UX, UI experience and the data access that we provide for refining that experience.
Awesome. You guys.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. What do you feel stops someone else from creating a similar product like yours?
Well, the first thing is the smart contract list standard that I created as a way of abstracting out the core blockchain data has not been created yet, besides me. So that's one thing that separates out. I've created a unique architectural structure that we can source and abstract out data that's not just what's happening on chain, but also off-chain data, and create that as attributes that we can then source in that experience. And what does that mean? That means when we had Rectify up earlier, when they audit somebody, we can actually integrate that into our smart contract list, so that when someone's experiencing a transaction, they can see, oh, this was audited by Rectify, this specific transaction was, or this specific function line. And by providing that abstracted experience that has interactions between the various components, that actually elevates that experience, and that complexity other people could implement, but the thought through was definitely mine, and we have that first runner experience on that. And I've actually went through, talked to government officials, to talk to different organizations, talk to blockchain wallets, and they all recognize that this ability to map out an ecosystem and add attributes that aren't on-chain and off-chain together is lacking and missing, and that they need to integrate that into the space. They just don't know how to do it.
Got it. Awesome. Thank you so much, Amar. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
We give a round of applause. Thank you. I think our last startup pitching today is Gambix. So could the founder of Gambix please come to the stage? Yeah, we'll sit there, and then we'll come back. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Claudius Taylor, and I am the CEO and founder of Gambix. One of the biggest problems I think we face in the Web 2 space that has increasingly been an even bigger problem in the Web 3 space is UX optimization. UX is the biggest cause of failure to make sales, failure to get users engaged on your website, and it's one of the biggest things that's been plaguing enterprises forever. They spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and millions of hours on trying to solve this very problem. Next slide, please. So, of course, the average website or app loses 75% of its users in the first 10 seconds. The cause, of course, is poor UX. The impact is loss of revenue, lost customers, and of course, mainly lost opportunities. So Gambix offers a solution that is integrated beyond what we've seen in the past, right? Facebook spent tons of money on their original team just coming up with their site design. I'm talking about hundreds of engineers and months of development hours. So we've integrated A/B testing, user analytics, and of course, content generators like the ones we've seen in AI, all into one solution that can provide UX enhancement. So the market is worth $100 billion, the global UX market, and that number is steadily climbing. 2025 already projects it to be anywhere between $700 billion to about $1 trillion. Think about this. We live in a generation where everything is TikTok, everything is Instagram, everything is Reels. We can't pay attention to most of the things that we have to pay attention to for longer than a minute, and where we live on our phones. So it's going to be even more important that we get the UX elements right. How do we captivate and capture attention? $5 billion is the SAM, and of course the SOM is about 40 million. So when we take a look at some of the revenue models that we have in place, we have a gold tier, we have an ultra tier, and we have our enterprise tier. The API that Gambix will be creating is allowing people to be able to create their own solutions on multi-platforms and to be able to integrate into their own existing systems, which is the main important part, because everybody's saying, oh, I've already built my thing, I don't want to give it up. You don't have to. So if we take a look at how the gold tier works, you'll get continuous copy, think Jasper, think ChatGPT, think all of these tools in one solution. Then you also get some of the best heat mapping and A/B testing tools. So you actually get to see what works, and you get to see what users are interacting with in real time. You get automatic user feedback, personalization, like my colleague just mentioned, why it's important to customize everything to everybody's unique experiences. And of course, you get 24/7 support and recorded user sessions. On the Ultra side, you get all of these things plus advanced user targeting. You get to figure out what millennials like. You get to figure out what Gen Z likes. And this is very important because all of these major organizations are spending millions of dollars trying to figure out what makes people click. So when we talk about some of our traction, we have confirmed pre-sales, over 100 potential users on our wait list. We've got partners in Future Founders, Prepare for VC, and also Magic. Magic has actually done very well. They've gone on to raise a seed round of over $5 million, and we are working with them on creating Discord bots that can actually spin up Web3 platforms right in Discord. So when we take a look at some of our competition, you can see some of the big names that have been working with some massive organizations, but they're lacking in a couple of key areas that are quickly changing along with the times that we're making sure that we're on top of. And these include targeting, continuous improvement, because the future of web is the fact that these experiences are going to have to change along with us. If anybody talks about the blockchain, they talk about the metaverse, it's this immersive environment that is what we want to see, how we want to see it. So we're bringing it to you now so that when it's time to strap on those VR goggles, this is just going to be an extension of that. We're building the infrastructure ahead of time. Next slide, please. So we take a look at how the platform is supposed to work. You have AI UX optimization, personalized user experiences, and targeted user engagement. Think of it like Webflow, but on steroids. So I'm a team of one for right now, but I do have a lot of colleagues that I've worked with in the Web3 space because I actually have created about 3 different Web3 platforms because I'm a tinkerer and I love to spend time creating things on the weekend. I was actually, based on the machine learning assessment that you see on the screen, I'm in the top 15% of all LinkedIn machine learning engineers. Next slide, please. So we are constantly looking to enhance our platform. We're trying to raise $500,000, and this is the breakdown on the use of funds. As you see, an even distribution on growth and expansion, team expansion, product development, marketing, sales, and customer success. I actually have identified a couple of AI experts that I'm looking to attract to my startup. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And, always a big fan of developer tools, especially when they're built, not for developers to change their behavior, but for them to, utilize it in a way that's custom to how they have their own workflows. So love the API that you've introduced as well. First question is basically, around the type of customers you're targeting, right? I think you touched on it a little bit. Is it more so enterprises, or are you targeting more SMBs, smaller businesses?
That's a very good question. So mainly I'm targeting, sorry, I thought I was loud enough. I'm targeting blockchain enterprises specifically. Blockchain enterprises, according to Deloitte, are losing about 80% of their customers just based on the UX experience. UI is not the problem with blockchain or a lot of industries, right? I actually think Web3 does an excellent job of UI. But UX is something that's completely different, and it's something that people fail to capture. And UX is not something looking very appealing. It's about the functionality. It's about getting them to the right resources. It's about user behavior. So at the enterprise level, a lot of solutions that are actually spending a lot of opportunities and time on those things that's being lost. On average, most of the Maryland blockchain companies actually spend over $100,000 a year on UX alone. So I'm actually saving them the price of all of the UX developers that they have to hire, and of course all the research and strategy time that goes into that. That's another question.
I have a question.
Sure.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Well, I was curious because since you're so early, I just wanted to see what your full year from now, what your plan is, what specific milestones do you want to meet coming up?
Awesome. That's a great question. So of course we have 2 confirmed pre-sales. Is working with those partners, demonstrating that paid pilot, getting those case studies in place, and then of course expanding it into the networks that I've already developed, bringing on the co-founder I've already identified, and expanding it into more of that enterprise level conglomerate. I have friends at Roll HQ, and launching it on their NFT platform. I also have friends that already promised me some things on Polygon as well, so I will be launching a couple of opportunities on Polygon. And of course, we are launching the Discord bot this November with Magic to be able to spin up websites and automate a lot of AI, automated UX type of features this November.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Again, I know it was a breeze, but really appreciate the way you were able to pitch today. I think that's it on our end. Next steps for us will be to, talk, collaborate, see which of the pitches, won, and then from there we'll decide a winner. I think around 6 o'clock is when we'll announce. So. Thank you so much. Again, my name is Della Adeje, Devon Blackburn, Berkeley Claiborne. Feel free to talk to us at any point. Thanks.
All right, let's give them another round of applause. Let's give them a round of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to embark on the second half of what we're doing here with the Black Blockchain Summit. My name is Naja Roberts, and I am in love with my community. And myself and my husband, we actually have a brick and mortar Bitcoin exchange. We sell Bitcoin. You can walk in, you can buy and sell. That is what we did. And when we opened that in 2017, we realized that our community really needed the education. And so we started, as you heard a little bit earlier, if you were in here, we started a Crypto Kids Camp to educate the children. And we do a tour with some of the gentlemen that go on tour with us are here. The Digital Financial Revolution Tour, we take 50 days. We jump in trucks and we drive across the United States to educate our communities about financial literacy. And so CJ, the smart guy, is one of the gentlemen that goes on tour with us, and there are several of us that use our own dollars to educate our community on old money and new money. That being said, we are all about education. I believe that the best consumer protection is education. So the more you learn, the better you're able to invest, the better you're able to deal in this ecosystem. And so at this time, we are about to do a fabulous sound check in here. And so what they're asking, or what we're asking, is if you all can please exit. There are food and drinks and cookies and things out there. And then we're asking that you please return promptly at 2:40. At 2:40. And thank you very much. And CJ, don't be laughing.
Good afternoon, beautiful people. If you're looking for a place to lounge during our sound check, you can lounge on the other side of this ballroom. There are plenty of chairs and spaces to hang out. So go
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. We are the Black Blockchain Summit. This is our 6th year, and I'm super excited about that. Now, they asked me to sing a song, and I don't want to act like Mariah Carey and act like I can sing as good as Whitney Houston. So I'm going to ask a question while we do this. You're good. He got my California music going. Who came from the furthest today? Who thinks they came from the furthest today? All right, we got somebody in the back from California. Brooklyn. Anybody further than California? I know we have some folks in here from further than California. All right, well, I'm gonna have to treat you to California when we get back home. Well, everybody, again, welcome back to the second half of the Black Blockchain Summit. My name is Naja Robertson. I am super excited today to share with you our very next panel. And so, what I'm gonna do, because these ladies and gentlemen have a lot to offer, in this world that we are dealing in this cryptocurrency, blockchain, ecospace, there are a lot of things that are desired by those of us that are in this space. And it has to do with some clarity and some regulation. So if you all would grace us for the next few minutes, I have some experts that we're gonna call to the stage. First and foremost, I was gonna allow you all to introduce yourself, but what I'll do is I will get to the point. So we have Jenna Roscoe, who is Jenna there? Jenna there? Hey, there's Jenna. Come on up, Jenna. Jenna Roscoe is the Senior Vice President of Government Relations, Public Policy, and she is also a part of Operation Hope. Let's give her a hand as she comes up. And then we have a gentleman by the name of Eric Guthrie. And he is a partner. He is an attorney and a partner in a law firm called Cogent Law Group. He is the author of one of my favorite books. It's called Blockchain or Die. You know, I go hard or go home. And when I read that title, I was like, that's what's up. We either get educated or we die. But he has Blockchain or Die. And then he is he's also the director of training at the Government Blockchain Association. And then we have Amber C. Smith, Esquire. So we have another attorney here who is the founder of her law offices of Attorney Amber C. Smith, PLLC. And we also have a professor, Professor Dale Wright of the University of Missouri in Kansas City. So let's welcome them all to the stage. All right. And as we sit here, I think we're good here. I'm gonna go ahead and have a seat next to you. So this distinguished panel today is here to talk about and enlighten us in a discussion on the intricacies of blockchain regulation and what its impacts are on the Black community and Black-owned businesses and enterprises. And we'd like for you all to just really give us your input as to some of the things that you see coming, some of the things that you're involved in, and prayerfully we'll get through this and be able to really, at the end, make sure you let us know what projects you're working on and things of that sort. So we'll get into it. So first question, and I will leave this to anyone that would like to answer it. Which regulations do you think have the greatest impact on Black businesses and why right now? Yes. Regulations.
Well, and a lot of what I'm going to say is in the Hoover app on articles and reports. According to the USGAO, the Government Administrative organization that does reports on and audits for the federal government. They say there's no financial regulatory agency that has comprehensive authority to regulate this industry. So the answer is none of them.
None of them. All right. And so we definitely need clarity. We need...
The clarity is this space is so open that if the government has a unique regulator in the space, it's sort of like Wild Wild West. And can I just say, only at Howard University, the HU, we like Hampton too, but can we listen to a soundtrack of Dead Presidents and have them later at the end of this conference? I mean, I'm just saying, you have
Absolutely.
Let's give it up for Dead Presidents.
Absolutely.
Come on later.
And they're here, they did a sound check, so absolutely. So I'm gonna go ahead, yes, sir. We would love to hear from you.
I was gonna add, my wife is from Howard, so I'm honorary.
Wonderful.
But I think if you're talking about regulation, there is one regulator that makes sense to pay attention to, and that's the SEC, because every company needs to raise money. Like, first thing you have to do is raise money. And if you raise money wrong, you're offering a security to the public and it's unregistered, which gives your investors a free right to basically bankrupt them. So that is the first thing you need to think about is how am I raising money and how am I raising money in a responsible way so that these investors don't get a heads I win, tails you lose proposition. Heads I win, you're successful. Tails I lose, I get to get my money back because you offer me an unregistered security. That's something every black business needs to deal with first, because that's step one, making sure that you and your investors have a professional relationship.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for that. And the beautiful Amber.
I will just add, and first and foremost, thank you all so much for having me here and for this amazing summit. It's so important that we as a community are engaging around these topics, but more specifically in terms of some key financial regulations, right? We're looking at anti-money laundering, knowing your customer, right? There are lots of acronyms within the regulatory framework that you have to become familiar with. And so, those are two of the ones that specifically in this space, because blockchain technology is supposed to allow for you to preserve people's privacy, right? And protect data in a way that could expose you as it relates to, not being able to identify suspicious activity if you aren't really tracking who your customers are and things like that, depending on the platforms that you are that you're creating. So that's something to consider.
Absolutely. And Mr. Eric.
So I'm going to kind of bring it all together, but before I do, I want to ask everyone a question by raising your hand. How many of you have a business, a LLC, a C Corp, a S Corp, where you're registered in the US? Raise your hand. That's most of the audience, okay. So, panelist is correct. There is no specific law or regulation that relates directly to blockchain technology, but there are plenty of regulations that that they're using to regulate blockchain technology. And the SEC is probably the 800-pound gorilla in the room. Now, I asked you that question because there's a law that's passed that's going to be activated on January 1st called the Corporate Transparency Act. And that law is going to require, this goes to the KYC AML piece, that law is going to require anyone with a registered company in the States to register with FinCEN, Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, to make sure they know who you are, where you are, what your company is, and your tax ID number. Why does this matter to you? I'm glad you asked. Here it is. If you do not comply, it's a $500 per day fine. You don't comply. If you are found criminally liable, it's $10,000 or 2 years in prison. So if you register your company, with the state before January 1st, 2024, you have 1 year to comply. If you register for your company after January 1st, 2024, you've got 30 days to comply. So Google it, look it up, talk to your attorney. By the way, none of what we say here is legal advice. This is our disclaimer, all right? For all lawyers gotta say it, I just said it, covering all the counsel on this panel. But talk to your lawyer about it, because you need to know if you have a LLC, C Corp, S Corp, or a DBA in various state, you need to know about this regulation.
But I think it's important to say why that's happening. The U.S. Treasury Department's FinCEN, where that is out of, is basically trying to protect the American consumer as well as the owner of any kind of financial fraud that could come out of this space. So it's actually a good thing that's coming down the pike because it's trying to protect not just the person who has the company in this space, but also the consumer that may want to buy or sell around your product and service.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's bad, mind you. I'm just saying you should know about it, and then you should be in compliance. Because, I mean, to the KYC AML argument, you could have a crypto or blockchain product, or you could have a token that you register that could be used in an untoward way, unbeknownst to you, but it has to be tracked not only by your token, but also by your business identity, right? So they're covering both sides of the fence. So I encourage all of you to be in compliance, because who do you think, our community is majority small businesses. So who's this impacting? Us.
Absolutely, and I know that you had something that you wanted to say, and then I want to share something personal about the FinCEN, but go ahead and let's hear from you.
Not to turn this into anything that it's not, but when you're talking about government regulation, asking for information, personal information, you're getting into the heart of what blockchain is about, which is freedom from government. And so that kind of regulation, and again, I won't pick a fight. It's not good because the government shouldn't have too much information about us. That's the whole point of this wonderful thing that was created called Bitcoin that says, if the government decides they want to take my money randomly, I have an option. I have my own sovereign wealth. The government can't just say, give me. But the more information they have, the more opportunity they have to take your stuff without due process of law. And they do it on occasion. I'm not saying they do it a lot, but they do it on occasion. And if the defendant gets reelected, they're going to do it more.
All right, and I would agree that the ethos of this entire space was exactly what he's stating, and we definitely live in a land where things are changing, and I'm just going to say this because I wasn't even intending to be the moderator on this panel and have this conversation like this, but I am FinCEN licensed. As I stated before the break, my husband and I own one of the only brick and mortar Bitcoin exchanges in the United States where you can still walk in and buy and sell crypto. And I got licensed with FinCEN. Initially, when I started, they wanted me to register with the SEC, and as a small business, it was very, very hard on me because, first of all, nobody really knows what you're talking about Bitcoin or anything like this, so you can't get the funding you needed. But I also had to have a SEC attorney on staff my first year, which cost me $10,000 a month, and it literally choked me out. But one of the things that we did as an exchange was we were never custody. So where the other exchanges made money, and I know I'll get back to how this relates to regulation. While the other exchanges are custody, they had the ability to take people's Bitcoin and do what they needed to do. As you see, all these collapses and they misappropriated things. We were always, buy your Bitcoin, we give it to you immediately. But we always comply with FinCEN. And so that required me to get names, addresses, blah, blah, blah. But we have not yet ever had to turn that information over to anybody. And so I just wanted to share that in that respect. I have it, and I'm not willingly doing it like Coinbase. Coinbase is turning that over immediately when you participate on their platform. But there are platforms that they required us to do FinCEN, but we haven't had to give up any of that information. And unless I have a subpoena, I'm not going to do that at all. On the flip side, recently in April of this year, I got a call from SEC that said that I had to register my exchange with the SEC. Well, I only sell Bitcoin on purpose. And so the fight was, I try to do SEC, and then the attorneys tell me I can't do SEC, I have to do CFTC, which is another regulatory body, and then they're telling me that I don't need to register because there's no law. And so that's why we're here having this conversation. But just a personal experience, I am ready for some clarity and for an agency, because I'm every day wondering who's going to come and arrest me because I haven't complied with this CFTC or SEC, and it's a back and forth, and they got me in the middle like a ping pong. And so that I just wanted to share that as we
all the financial federal regulatory agencies have now on their websites crypto assets resources. The biggest one, as everyone said here, is SEC. It's investor.gov, www.investor.gov. The CFTC, the OCC, FDIC, FRB, all of these have information and resources. I always like to try to come when I'm part of this. It's wonderful to be here again for the 6th annual one. The other agency I really want to promote is the CFPB. It's the Consumer Federal Agency, started by President Barack Obama. Let's give it up for him for starting that. And it's the agency, it's important to know there's only been 2 federal agencies started in the last 2 decades, Homeland Security after 9/11, and due to the financial crisis in 2008, they started the CFPB. And so the CFPB has really been there to help the American consumer beware of challenges that you may have. It's an interesting statistic. Again, I put it on Hoover. 85% of people between the ages of 18 to 29 have used the P2P platform, Cash App, Venmo. That's saying a lot, because that's telling you that the future generations that will be in charge of our Social Security, if we have it, or just our economy as we know it, this is their #1 financial platform. So the federal government has no other choice if they're seeing that 85% of young people are using this as their #1 form of financial transactions.
Okay, absolutely. And I think it's worth noting that there are a lot of challenges that are going to come along with compliance. And so as attorneys and professors and those that are really in this space and really see what's going on, what do you see the challenges? And I know he talked about, the private data and the data privacy. What do you see as like the biggest challenges that we're going to face?
So I think one of the biggest is education and knowing who to file with. Exactly what you were saying, Nasha. Who to file with, how to file, and realizing that you need to have the money to pay an attorney to do so. I have a lot of clients that come to me and they've raised, 5, 6, 7 figures. And when I tell them, well, you have to file with the SEC, with the Commodities Futures Exchange Commission, maybe with FinCEN, and I say this is how much it's going to cost, they say, well, whoa, that's a lot of money.
How much does that cost? Just tell us.
It depends. It depends on the complexity of your token, if you have a token. It depends on the complexity of your company.
So I'm just saying for the audience, because I know, because I've been dealing with it, but approximately how much does it cost?
I mean, just with the SEC alone, it could be anywhere from $30,000 to $50,000. But if you just raise $600,000, that's a drop in the bucket for compliance, right? So, and I've had that happen. I've had that happen where they've raised $500,000 or more, and I say, well, I mean, you can go for an SEC exemption letter, which is less complicated and it's less affordable. I mean, it's more affordable. But the bottom line is you have to put aside money for your legal issues because you're going to have to be able to proactively deal with them. It's much more expensive to deal with them later than to deal with them proactively. And if you want proof of that, ask Ripple. Because Ripple did not file with the SEC and they're spending millions of dollars in their court case in the Southern District of New York. Now, they kind of won half, lost half, but they spent a lot of money. If they had just registered, they wouldn't have had to spend all that money in legal fees.
Well, I have a lot of thoughts on Ripple, but we don't have time for that. I will say one of the things that people should really think about is we're moving to a digital cash economy where privacy is going to become more of an issue because The government is going to introduce a central bank digital currency probably within the next 10 years. That means those paper dollars we use, we won't be using. We'll be scanning our phones, and if you've ever spent time in China, that's how they spend their money. Everybody scans. Well, that means the government knows where you spend every last dollar, which means USDC and Tether are going to become more important because they're the way that you can maintain your privacy. And when you hear about, well, Coinbase is going to tell about all your Tether, they're trying to backdoor that information about your privacy. And so people who are understanding the privacy space, entrepreneurs in the privacy space, are going to have opportunities because, and just, I want you all to think about, if all your wealth were in Tether or USDC, do you need a bank? And if you don't need a bank, what happens to that industry? Right? Something to think about. It's coming. It's coming soon. Get in front of the bus or get run over by it.
And to that, I would like to say, because we have a lot of conversations about privacy, security, and I have a lot of people that try to come into our business that do not want a KYC. For whatever reason, again, that was the beginning ethos of this whole thing. But I have to start to think about every other thing that we do that ties our wallets and or our cryptocurrency to us, specifically our cell phones. When you go to get a cell phone, you give them your name, your social, your address, you do all those things. And so that being said, I've watched recently where there's some programs and some things that are in place where even the wallets that are pinged off, you know, and I'm not talking about all the way decentralized wallets, but they're able to really identify people anyway. So us really bucking against the system to have no type of KYC done or anything like that, I think is already a loss, because I just think that there's so many things that we've already done to put our data in their face and in their space. But you're absolutely right. Central bank digital currencies is going to nail the coffin when it comes, and it's coming. No matter what, it's coming. Now, they may be saying that they're pushing back a little bit, but it's coming. So once I want to ask, and you're not providing any legal advice, what do you feel as an attorney that we all should be doing as this full digital space is ushered in, and as government officials, and what should we be doing as a community to get ready for what is coming forward, to still protect our data if we need to or want to? What can we do?
You know, I see some hands raised as well, so I'm not sure if we're accepting questions, but I definitely know that we want to make sure we're engaging with the audience around these different things. So please, you know, make sure to participate in that way. But I would say, and this kind of also builds upon the last question, right, in terms of what are some of the biggest challenges. Many of my clients are creative entrepreneurs, you know, startups, grant-funded nonprofits across industries that are looking to, you know, incorporate blockchain technology into the work that they're doing in different spaces. And so I think that, you know, access to capital is an issue that Black businesses, small Black businesses, are acutely impacted by. And so when we're talking about getting into this space and having to create these a culture of compliance, we've got some folks here from regulatory agencies, that is what they're being encouraged to do in these spaces. It's very expensive. It's very expensive, right? We talked about, you know, $30,000 to $50,000 to comply if you're directly involved in exchanging cryptocurrency and things of that nature. But again, even just for other industries that are looking to move in this direction, it's something that you have to see as an investment, right? But you're investing limited resources. So I think it's just, you know, being aware that, you know, it is going to require you to get creative in terms of fundraising, and you really do have to see that as that's essential. It's not something that can be an afterthought. You really have to make sure that you're incorporating that into your business model. You know, having, you know, an entire department dedicated, an SEC attorney like you had, right? If that is something that you want to do, and just really making sure that you're prepared in that way.
Thank you for that. And
Real briefly, I'll add on to what Council said. First is educate yourself. Take the training, whatever you need to do, whether it's on YouTube or social media or reading blogs or articles. Even in the legal space, there's a lot of articles about, what you should be doing as companies if you have security tokens, reward tokens, if your wallet is accessible, domestically, internationally, et cetera, right? And the other is find an attorney that has experience in this space. Not just any old attorney, not your cousin, not your uncle. Find someone that has experience in this space because they need to know all the issues that need to be addressed to properly represent you in these issues. Now, quite frankly, that's harder to do than it is because very few attorneys have the type of experience you need, but they are out there. We are up here, right? So they're out there. And there's parts of many organizations, not just Black Blockchain Summit, but other organizations that know about these attorneys. Join organizations, get to know who the attorneys are, start to ask some questions. You probably get your free 30-minute consultation, and then you can go from there on what it looks like to be, represented by them. But, go in with knowledge, don't go in without knowledge.
We had a couple of people who had raised their hands. Can we get
We
to
did
at
have a
least
couple
one
of
the-
hands, but Jenna, did you have something that you wanted to close out with?
I want to say that I love this forum. 6 years of them doing it. I've met some incredible companies. I just met over lunch, Cool Crypto Convo, whoop whoop, and then I'm on the advisory board of UMI, which is highlighted on the Hoover as well. And I've met UMI here, and financial education, financial literacy has been a big issue by a lot of the products of people who are exhibiting here. I applaud that because it's all about financial inclusiveness, financial education, protecting the consumer in this new kind of space. So thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you, and Professor Wright.
I just have one thing. Be extremely disciplined about your privacy and security. Don't make it an afterthought, make it a primary thought. That is what you need to do as a business going forward.
All right, and we have time for one question.
Okay. Hey, you came to me first. He was first. Okay. So I came across, I've been researching a project, Project New Dawn. I don't know if anybody heard about that. Because you have the FedNow that came out, and then they said they're fighting, like they're battling over the CBDCs. But if you have FedNow, then you have Project New Dawn that's going to pass out incentives for people to use CBDCs. Then they're going to focus on the poor, minorities, people that can't have bank accounts, people that I guess don't have a social security number, but they're going to roll out like incentives like they did with COVID to get people into FedNow. So from my understanding, the economy is going to crash, which it's doing now. You're going to lose jobs. Then people are going to need money. That's when they'll pass out the incentives to roll people into the CBDCs.
So let me make a little bit of clarity really quickly. And I know we have, and we have another educator right here. This is one of my business partners, which I didn't bypass you on purpose. I didn't know your hand was up. So the sister asked about the FedNow program. I like to explain FedNow as a railway. It's not an actual coin, right, but it's a railway. So right now, FedNow is laying the railroad tracks. CBDC is the train that it is going to be able to travel on. So right now, they're just laying just the basics. And I'm not saying that it's a good thing or a bad thing. CBDCs are absolutely not something that I want to ever participate in. However, I'm just I want to make sure that the audience is clear that FedNow is not a coin. But I know a lot of people don't. So let me just, Ryan, go ahead.
I have two pushes. One, it was a statement made, and I'm not sure if I missed it, but I think a lot more focus has to be on Congress. It is their role to legislate, and they've completely failed in doing so. So the whole move to just register with the SEC, who has unclear all of those pieces, is one thing. But the second piece is, I heard about USDC Tether. To me, there's no true distinction between that and a CBDC, especially if you're running on ETH, which is OFAC compliant base layer. So I don't need to know all of the moves that you make if I can then censor transactions. And that is the key piece, right? You need something that is censorship resistant, because I don't need to track you if I can just shut down your money, which can happen both ways. And we already see the banking on the back end. JP Morgan basically has a stake in Infura as well as Consensus, and that's where the true issue is. So even if you're using those other mediums, if they can be controlled, which they have been, right, and MetaMask and some other things has stopped transactions from being processed for certain geographic regions, we're all in the same place. What's the difference from me saying that these transactions can't happen not only in this particular zip code, right? So that would be my only push. You actually need something that is not only going to be self-sovereign, but in that regard, it has to be censorship resistant. And if you have an OFAC compliant base layer and they can sanction transactions, we're back at the same place, whether it's a CBDC or something running on some other system.
Well said, well said. All right. Well, I am, did one of you all want to respond? Because I know I am out of line, because she gave me a minute mark 5 minutes ago.
I will, one thing I will add, it was very hard to understand that with the echo we have. Like, I don't know how many of you followed that, but.
Okay, so
The
they didn't get
only
any
thing
of
I
that.
got was about Tether being similar to USD or the same as USDC. See, exactly. So we couldn't hear you.
Okay, so let's do this. We're going to have to continue because we want to keep the flow of the conference going. And I appreciate the conversation. And I would like for you all to give these individuals a hand because we are definitely over our time. I apologize that you couldn't hear the question.
That's okay.
I apologize.
You can come talk to us afterwards. We'll be happy to talk with you.
All right. Well, let's give them a hand as we leave the stage. Thank you very much. And to my queen organizer, I apologize. So hold on one. Yes, we're gonna take a picture out. Oh. I'll do the picture.
You can go ahead and take the picture. Go ahead and hop on stage, Ms. Naja.
I apologize, you all.
Hey, Charles, can we get a little music in the background?
Yep, they're in here. Jen? You ready?
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Hello? Is everyone asleep? Yeah, so I'm going to teach you a bit of Swahili. We greet people in Swahili by saying jambo, and the reply is jambo. So, jambo? Jambo. Poa. All right, so I'm the moderator of the next session, which is looking at environmental justice as pertaining green energy and blockchain. So I'd like to invite my panelists. Are they here? To come on stage. Welcome, Karibu. I saw Kari, Xavier, all right, and Dynasty. So I'll begin by introducing myself. My name is John Wainaina Karanja. I'm the co-founder and CEO of a company called Melanin, which is building a distributed energy platform on top of blockchain. I'm also co-founder of BitHub Africa and the Black Blockchain Summit, together with Mr. Sinclair Skinner. Can we hear a shout out for Mr. Sinclair Skinner? Yeah. So I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you to all of you for coming today as we continue to educate Black communities around the world on this important technology. Let's begin the session. I would like the three of you to introduce yourselves and what you do in the space as pertaining green energy and environmental justice. Xavier, we'll start with you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Xavier Brown from Washington, D.C. The majority of my work is based around food sovereignty and environmental justice and youth work, primarily in Ward 7 and Ward 8 in D.C., and I'm a part of a Black Farmers Collective.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dynasty Willis, and I'm a Howard alumna. Currently, I serve as a course coordinator here at Howard University for environmental justice and science. So we are working with Title I communities to get underprivileged communities and students an opportunity to have some education in the environmental justice sector. And so I'm here to talk about green energy with you all.
Hi, everybody. How y'all doing? Good. All right. I'm Carrie Fulton, and I run a LLC, a consulting firm called Check the Weather. And what we do is we work with nonprofits, small and large, around environmental justice and sustainability and climate policy. So I'm really excited to talk with you all about that, and also about how the decisions we make today impact our communities also today and also for the next 50 years as we're talking about some of our climate goals as well. And I'm also a professor here at Howard. I'm so excited to be back, and I'm glad to be on a panel with my colleague who works with me on that panel.
All right, welcome all of you. So I think let's begin by demystifying the term environmental justice. What does that exactly mean? Any one of you?
So, sorry to turn it back on. Say that last part one more time.
Demystify the meaning of environmental justice. What does that mean?
Of course. So environmental justice has to deal with how people of color, also people of low income backgrounds, we say people of color and or low income because we know that through our history of dealing with Jim Crow and redlining, that all of our communities are not equal, even if we do make that type of money that puts us at a different level. We know that we are more vulnerable to environmental toxins being placed and sited in our counties and in our communities. We also know that when it comes to energy justice and what it means for the ratepayers and what it means for the burden that we have to play, and also where these industries are sited and placed are disproportionately placed in our communities. So when we talk about environmental justice, it's about building community power to change that, and building community power so that we are thinking about our environmental health, our environmental that we actually live in, and how that intersects with so many different things, whether that's criminal justice, whether that is housing justice, or even thinking about climate change.
All right, awesome. Dynasty, I know you're deep in the research. Could you perhaps share what you guys have found in your studies?
Can you hear me now? Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. And so to tie this into blockchain and cryptocurrency specifically, Professor Fulton, as she's already mentioned, we have a disadvantage no matter the financial standing that we're in, just being in a minority space and minority community. And to have all these computerized networks working together in really high energy intensive communities and locations is so important to talk about because they are really affecting greenhouse gases and some issues like global climate change. Am I echoing a lot? Yeah. Okay, and so these are really important because these carbon emissions in these energy intensive locations are gravely impacting minority communities, and that's where they're choosing to place a lot of offset mining companies and their computerized networks. So we're noticing the air quality, the waste quality, just things like traffic noise and population concentration that are running into these communities and affecting not only education, but financial standing as well.
All right, so what you're saying basically, as pertains crypto, there are issues in terms of how people are mining crypto. And could you just elaborate a bit more on that part?
Yeah, absolutely. So in these energy intensive locations where they are mining, for example, I'm from Pittsburgh. So back where I'm from, in some of the areas where they have high mining concentrations, they are using roughly 0.1 to 0.3% of energy. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot, it's under 0.20%, but when you think about it, it's the equivalent to running an entire train line for a whole year and supporting that diesel fuel. So when they're putting these mining companies and locations into some more underprivileged communities, they're really gravely being impacted by that with their sewage, their water, and their waste quality as well.
All right, so I'm a miner myself, as you can see from the hat. So I would like to apologize for the bad miners and advocate for the good miners. So my company, what we do is we leverage the huge solar reliability in Africa, and we're researching a system that we partly developed here at Howard to use excess solar energy to mine cryptocurrency, and then use that cryptocurrency to pay for the sustenance of green energy. And what we've seen is we've set up a site, a small site in Kenya, in a rural part of Kenya with the Maasai community. If you see like what Naja is wearing, that it's called a shuka. It comes from the Maasai community, very creative. And we found that this cryptocurrency mining has been able to sustain a local dispensary. So mothers who are giving birth and they're not having sterilized mats now have the mats sterilized, so they're not getting infections anymore as they give birth. We're finding now communities being able to do small-scale irrigation using the energy that's being provided and subsidized by mining. So I want to turn to Xavier, because he is actually a solution provider in the space, and to describe like some of the work that he's doing and his thoughts on this topic of, what Dynasty was talking about, cryptocurrency being part of the solution and part of the problem.
Yeah, totally. I think that we had a conversation earlier about the solar farms, and I know a lot of the folks that I'm with, we consider ourselves returning generation Black farmers, and so we're returning back to the land after our grandparents, great-grandparents may have migrated from. My folks came from North Carolina and Georgia to D.C., and they left everything about sharecropping and farming back in the South. And so we're trying to return back to that. But in returning back to that, there's been a big loss in land. And so just access to land and the level of Black land ownership over the last 100 years has, been reduced to like 1% to 2%. And so I think before we even get to the place where we are able to have these solar farms or Black-owned solar farms, we need to kind of get to the place where we have access to land and kind of what that looks like and how we can incorporate that into kind of a larger vision of like kind of Black sustainability and sovereignty.
All right. So maybe Xavier and Kari, you can talk a bit about education and how the role of education how education can play a role in mitigating and preventing some of the harmful effects of pollution and all this industrial activity that we have today.
It's got to turn green, y'all. Sorry. Okay. Yes. So first and foremost, I think this is key, and I love that you're talking about what's going on in Kenya, because Kenya has a different policy structure than the United States, and it's actually has more sustainability initiatives than the United States does. However, as we're talking about education, one of the big key things, and this is a component of thinking about environmental justice, is also how does the funding that's coming out of IRA, the Infrastructure Reinvestment Act that just came out a couple of years ago or just recently last year, there's so much in that act. And there's so much funding, and they're still trying to figure out how to get it down to the people. Now, I'm not going to sit up here and play like I'm an expert on blockchain, because I am not. However, one of the things that I will say is that the experts on blockchain need to get with the experts on renewable energy here in the United States, because these are the opportunities that are happening right now, where you have a growing investment in renewable energy. At this point, I think that Black people, specifically Black people, because that's the problem. So many times we just get lumped into people of color and we're not actually looking at the actual demographics, right? So for Black people, we make up about 7% of the renewable energy sector. Just 7%, right? So that is something that we want to change. And if you have all of these different government initiatives, you're talking about green bank infrastructure, right? So there's all of this money that's coming out of IRA that goes directly into green banks and community lenders, right? So when you set your programs up and what that could actually look like, utilizing blockchain technology, utilizing these opportunities, and also utilizing the data that comes out of that to really understand what are the solutions that are truly reducing our greenhouse gas emissions versus solutions that we would consider false solutions, right? And that's really key and important, because when these investments happen and you have a major investment that goes into something like liquefied natural gas export facilities, right? That's to say that this area, when you talk about liquefied natural gas and that coming from the Gulf South and from our coastal communities and then going overseas, and the increase of energy usage, right? And that's directly connected to our technology that we use. Who is impacted by that? Do you know who's in? Yes. Exactly. The communities in Mossville, Louisiana, the communities in Lake Charles, Louisiana, the communities in Port Arthur, Texas, the communities in Chester, Pennsylvania, where they have to export these different types of energy that are completely toxic, right? So if we're talking about building up an industry and building up technology, we have to think about the end user and the end impact on our communities. So I would definitely encourage people, and that's one of the pieces that we connect in the course that we teach, to look at community asset mapping and to also look at the investments that are coming out of IRA, the investments that are coming out of these different grant initiatives, and what is the overlap? And how does that overlap with things like opportunity zones that are being taken advantage of? Or how does that overlap with the mapping around disadvantaged communities, as they quote it, right? Yeah. Because that, not to take this one last piece, the other big piece as we talk about this is that even within these new standards, they are not allowed to talk about race. So when they're talking about disadvantages, now the big thing is people have to figure out a way to maneuver around the concept of race to showcase that a community is truly disadvantaged. So I challenge all of you all that are blockchain experts to think about how can blockchain help us to identify and catalog and make sure that that funding truly does go to truly disadvantaged communities and to our communities and what that could look like.
Thank you. Xavier?
Yeah, just to veggie back off what Carrie said, I've been on at least 4 or 5 EPA panels where they're talking about the IRA funding in the billions of dollars that they're putting out for exactly what she just said. It could be green energy, it could be EJ stuff. It's all, it like runs the gamut. It's very, very, very broad. And just like she just said, they're not talking about race, but they have other kind of colorful language that they're using to kind of mix it around. And one of the main things that they're talking about, or at least on the calls that I'm on, is that they don't have enough, they don't say black, but they don't have enough grassroots organizations that are going after the money. And so the money's just sitting there, and they've created these things called Tic Tacs, which are essentially technical assistance, like help centers to help you write it, help you, pretty much trying to get you from point A to Z to where you have the money. And the way I've been told is that they're trying to push, or Biden's trying to push this money out before he potentially could get pushed out of office. And so, just echoing what she just said, I think there's a huge opportunity there, definitely for folks in the blockchain space, not only to catalog and track the money, but also how can you kind of change the industry and make it more sustainable? Because 100% the money's there. They've been beating the drum, at least the meetings I've been in, they've been beating the drum and talking about it so much that it's actually become kind of annoying for the meetings that I've been on. But they're talking about it a lot, and I realized that if you're not, I guess, in the sustainability, I never hear anybody talk about the IRA funding, but from what I've been told, it's the most money that the government's put out ever, at one point in time. So, so I just want to echo her thoughts that it's very real. You all should just Google IRA and yeah.
What I can say is at the Black Blockchain Summit, this panel of green energy and environmental justice is the one that gave us the most headache, how to put it together, and we finally did. So how can we turn this into a program? And I'll give the last word to Dynasty to sort of bridge together what they're talking about and the technology side, for example, at Howard.
Of course, and I'm glad that you said that because that's exactly where I was going with that. In communities and in colleges, especially Howard University in particular, programs are so important because a conversation sometimes is not enough. And although we can talk about it and we can push it, we can put it in the air, if we don't educate it and pass it on to those beneath us or those who one day will fill our shoes, for me, example, there's no use in the information. And even if we have the information and we have the knowledge, what we do with it is so much more important. So to encourage these green spaces, for one, just to tell them what our environmental concerns are is so important because a lot of people think that EJ is just about climate change and that we just want to talk about the ozone layer. And there's so much more than that because we talk about traffic noise and waste management. We talk about air quality, water quality, and there's so many more factors and problems that really influence your community. And as we've both said, using these energy intensive locations and just promoting decentralization and making sure that we're proactive with that and we're teaching that through our programs is even more so important so that scalability is not becoming a wide issue in things like blockchain and cryptocurrency.
All right. Thank you very much. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you very much.
All right, let's give them another round of applause as they are. Oh. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get a couple of takeaways. Was there any information that you just heard that was surprising to you or something that you never thought about as it relates? Yes, ma'am. Let's get this crowd up and going. Let's go ahead. If you can stand up for me and tell us what you're saying.
I sure can. Thank you. A few years ago, I heard about somebody paying for people's. Can you hear me now? Is this a little bit better? Okay. Okay, a few years ago, I heard about some investors paying for people's cable bills, but in exchange for them to have these boxes in their houses to mine cryptocurrency in the Black community. I never knew that this was connected.
I think you're talking about, where is Ryan? It was helium. You all are familiar with, it was helium. I believe that's what it was. Those were the small boxes, and they were designed to do, yeah, Kimberly's shaking her head. They were designed to do like a mesh net, so like her house could ping off my house, could ping off somebody else's house, and that would eliminate our need for eventually cable bill, because they were building out a mesh net. That's what that was about. It was to mine for Bitcoin. That is very interesting. I have one of the mining queens on the front seat. She's on the front seat. I'll let her get into that. And we don't want to do a whole nother panel, but I did want to see if anybody else had a takeaway from what was being stated there, because what they were talking about definitely impacts all of our communities.
Sometimes, oh, thank you. Sometimes it's like when we see funding like that, we shouldn't let the application process or the amount of money that you're going for discourage you from actually applying, especially when it comes to like IRA funding. I feel like it's a lengthy process. There's things you have to submit, and it's a large amount of money. And I think certain grassroots organizations might get scared at that process and not even apply. And so for me, my biggest takeaway is like we need to be in those rooms, and we need to at least try to get access to that funding.
So share a little bit about who you are. Why are you here?
No, I'm not on the panel. Next question. No. But I'll give you a wonderful shout out. Hi, everybody. My name is Mariela. Miss Naja Roberts is actually one of my instructors. I came all the way from Brooklyn, New York. I was raised in the Marcy projects, thank you. And you know, Marcy has the Bitcoin Academy, and so it was created by the Sean Carter Foundation and Jack Dorsey, and it was exclusively for residents of Marcy. And that's where I met Naja, Miss Charisse of Black Bitcoin Billionaire, and a bunch of other lovely folks.
Yes. And I want you all to give her a hand, because not only was she a walk-in student at the Bitcoin Academy, this young lady has taken the bull by the horns and has started Marcy Money. She is educating that entire housing projects about money on her own. She didn't wait for Jay-Z and she didn't wait for Cash App, which I love both of those organizations, but I'm so proud of you. And I just want to publicly say, God bless you and what you're doing, and anything we can do to support you. We don't got as much money as Jay-Z, but we got you, girl. So thank you for being here. All right, we're gonna, yes, ma'am. We have our next panel coming up here.
I wanted to say, I think it's too many times that when we speak about environmental justice, as a people, sometimes we think that it doesn't apply to us, or it's not as pressing as some of our other issues. But when things happen like Katrina and we pull the layers back and we see why things like Katrina happen, or when things happen like Flint, Michigan and the water issue there, and we pull back to those things, then we are angered. But I think that now we should take we should take our energies to prevent those matters before we have to be angered about those matters. And I think that's why environmental justice really needs to be up there with restorative justice, with social injustices, and things, and even nutritional food deserts and such. So I think it's high time that we as Black people really understand environmental justice and injustices before they become the crises that makes the headlines.
Thank you for that. And that is our queen of mining, Bitcoin mining. You want to know anything about impact and what Bitcoin mining can do for communities? Talk to Kimberly. And next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have an incredible fireside chat. And I'm going to call up Dax. And I am going to call up Alakanani. So come on up. Let's give them a hand clap.
Good afternoon. All right. Yep, my name is Alakanani Tireleng. I am the founder of Satoshi Center, which is a Bitcoin hub in Gaborone, Botswana. What we simply do, we educate people about Bitcoin. So I've been doing that for the longest time. Since 2012, I've been on this journey of educating people about Bitcoin. And I've been doing it not only in my country, but I've done it in a lot of African countries, helping to set Bitcoin communities. I am joined on this fireside chat. We're gonna be having conversation with Dex, and we're gonna be talking about crypto regulation. But maybe before we do that, it will be good for him to also introduce himself, because I have done that, and then we can flow from there.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
So hi, everybody. My name is Dax Hansen. I'm a partner at the law firm of Perkins Coie. And I think I'm here because I've known Sinclair since the beginning of Bill Murray, BitMurray. I've helped him. And I've run into him at about every major crypto conference and event. So we've become good friends over the years. I've been working on blockchain matters since the beginning. Since really, I think I'm probably, however you count it, Bitcoin lawyer number 1 or number 2. I've been working in the space since 2010 to help people build out the infrastructure, the wallets, the vaults, the exchanges, the brokerages, and then launch the different protocols out there and build the businesses, help the innovators, whether they're the startups, or help traditional companies, established companies ingest blockchain technology and digital assets. And so I've had a front row seat from the beginning here to see how regulation and laws have developed in the United States, and I do a lot of international work as well. And so I've been I guess I've got war scars and wounds from the U.S. and internationally. I know this is a nonviolent place, but we've certainly seen lots of hard things happen with companies and innovators who've been trying to change the world, and we as lawyers have tried to be good advocates, zealous advocates for those clients who are changing the world.
Yeah, talking about laws and regulation, this is what we're going to be discussing. This is what we're going to be chatting about. When we look at where it all started, maybe we look at the history of cryptocurrency, we look at some of the things that have happened, some of the historical events that have happened since the inception of Bitcoin, all the way to where we are today, talking about crypto regulation. Where did it all start, and how far are we with regulations? Are we going to see other countries or having global regulations that are similar in as far as crypto regulation is concerned?
Sure. Well, so the first regulations, the first crypto-specific regulations in the United States came from the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network in 2013, like May of 2013. And so while people were starting to work on really just Bitcoin. Bitcoin was the only digital asset at the time, back from like 2009. We had to just analogize to existing laws, like the Bank Secrecy Act or the money transmission laws. We had to look at the existing laws and figure out how this product would fit. And the really interesting thing is that most laws are like technology or product agnostic, right? Like there's laws that are out there that cover a certain category of activity. So like if you're an issuer or you're you're a custodian of assets, right? If you back some sort of asset, there are laws that apply to you. But what you do with something like Bitcoin that doesn't have an issuer, right? Like there's nobody behind it. It's not like a prepaid access card, right? Like a stored value card where there's somebody that's behind it. And so we had to start to develop at least a new lexicon, a terminology to talk about these new products and how they would be regulated. And so FinCEN, for instance, they just came up with some guidance that made up terms like exchanger and administrator that's nowhere in the law, but it made some sense, right?
Maybe to interject a little bit, I'm just wondering, are we like immaturely trying to come up with regulations when we don't actually really understand the crypto space? Like, are we seeing the governments and whoever is responsible quickly coming into regulations that really, when they actually don't understand the space?
So yes, we've seen a lot of development of crypto-specific laws. So there are, so there's the laws like the New York BIT license, which was one of the first laws that took into account virtual currency business activity. We've had the state money transmitter laws that have taken into account digital assets in addition to things like money orders and stored value. In Europe, we developed, there's a law, the markets in crypto assets regulation that identified clear buckets of products and how they are regulated under their laws. So we have come pretty far in the development of laws in the United States and internationally, and I'd say that for the most part, like most countries have a banking law, some sort of like a financial services law that may be a little bit targeted somebody other than a bank. There's anti-money laundering, sometimes some sanctions, some sort of securities or commodities laws. And the question is just how do they apply, and have the regulators or the lawmakers tailored the laws to the specific use cases or the specific scenarios. And what we have here, at least with crypto, is that we have a decentralized environment as opposed to the centralized environment that have existed for thousands of years, right? And so there's some friction in developing these laws and these rules, and there's friction, even though these are all internet-based protocols that theoretically can be international, there's friction at the borders because not all jurisdictions view these laws the same way, in particular the securities laws. That's where the United States and really Canada are very different from a lot of other countries. The things that are like tokens that are put out there that aren't some sort of like a ownership interest and a financial return in some sort of organization, those things are not viewed as securities in most places. In the United States, they are.
So in other words, we still gonna see these same laws that have been put right now in place changing because we're still kind of trying to understand the environment or kind of understand the depth of cryptocurrencies.
I think so. I mean, I guess I would kind of take it in a slightly different direction, which is to say that for the most part, like in the United States, our laws, the existing laws work. Like they cover the types of activities, consumer protection, investor protection, they work pretty well. But I will say that I'll say Bitcoin and crypto assets, they're sexy.
Okay.
They're sexy, okay? And so everybody in this legal system wants a piece of the action, okay? And I learned pretty early on in practicing law that not everybody is like pulling together. Like we're not trying to, like regulators and law enforcement and policymakers, they're not all trying to like build the same future state and vision that a lot of the industry is, okay, right? Like even though there's a better future, that not everybody's aligned on that. And that unfortunately, I'd say that for like a lawmaker, often the win is to make a law. Yeah. For a law enforcement, it's to enforce the law. Yeah. For policy, it's to go develop the law, right? And the judges, it's to like issue some sort of opinion. And so we end up with like, you know, probably like these own sort of special interests, if you will, being played out just because they can, and people don't want to lose a little piece of it. It's kind of sexy. And then there's also some legitimate, but also some illegitimate arguments about like in consumer protection or investor protection, right? Like there's like a paternal state here, right? Like the regulators are saying, hey, we want to protect you from harm. But in many situations, like these technologies allow for peer-to-peer, decentralized relationships where there's no intermediary in the middle that we typically would regulate. And so we should be asking ourselves, who are we trying to protect ourselves from? Yeah. Right? And unfortunately, the early regulations, including a lot of the state regulations, were like a kitchen sink. That like every law that existed before, plus other protections, were all thrown in just because it was unfamiliar territory. Yeah. And we had to, the whole industry, including me and my law firm, had to like have conversations one at a time about what's really appropriate. Like, do we need that regulation? Do we need that sort of control? Do we need that protection? The industry can help themselves by avoiding fraud, right? Like we have had a lot of fraud, we've had a lot of speculation, and you know, to the extent that people lose money, we will always have more laws, and you know, things like the FTX debacle will set this industry back because there's, you know, less trust and perhaps more regulations imposed.
Okay. Do you see regulation as, let me rephrase that. Is it possible that regulations can also kind of hinder innovation if we kind of harshly set up difficult, tough laws, you know, for innovators in the crypto space? Do you see, you know, those regulations kind of hindering innovation in the future?
Oh,
because I foresee, when I look at the crypto space, I tend to think that there's going to be like a lot of development, a lot of, you know, we came from all the way from, let's say, simple being Bitcoin alone, and then we had Ethereum, we have altcoins, we have the DeFi, we see all these different developments coming in. So do you think somehow as this space progresses, innovation will kind of clamp down or hinder innovation?
So yes, on the one hand, regulations and laws can stifle innovation, right? You can prevent, and it can drive people offshore. But on the other hand, if you can get regulatory certainty, then people will build here, right? In the United States right now, we have regulatory certainty on almost everything except securities laws. But because securities laws have such big consequences, it really is a hindrance to innovation, and many projects are going overseas if they can't find a way to deal with their project within the confines of securities law compliance.
Okay, maybe just to wrap it off, because I saw the timekeeper saying it's time. Let's maybe look at one good thing about regulation and then maybe one, you know, negative side of regulation, just to wrap it off.
About regulation?
Yeah. One good thing, you know what, when you look at it and say, okay, this is so good for crypto, like one solid good thing, and then this one thing you feel like, okay, regulation can be negative in this way, in this regard.
Well, I'd say that like, the laws around custodians of digital assets in places like New York have provided a lot of protections for certainty to build so that people have confidence in building out those services, protecting the investors. That's a good thing, right? One bad thing is that, at least in the United States, we play by some different rules than internationally, and so there's a lot of projects that are kind of locked up. They're kind of in limbo, or projects that don't launch here. So that's the negative consequence.
Thank you so much, Dex. We look forward to having more conversations around regulation so that you can see how this can help us progress and also, help us to innovate better and also be protected, because at the end of the day, we need protection. Thank you so much for taking your time to listen to us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. And we thank them for an absolutely phenomenal panel. And I would suggest that you not move, because this next panel that is coming up, as well as the great information that Dax just gave us, I think they want to take a picture. Hola? I think they want to take a picture. I think I should. Maybe I'll do it for them if you want to. Yeah, they're running out of here. Can you both come up so we can take the picture? And then we're going to be talking about taxes in just a second, so you might not want to get up from there. Okay, come on. All right, so our next panel is coming up, and they are, yeah, I'm lucky. So our next panel is coming up. We were going to be talking about tax compliance and crypto. We have Troy Foster. All right, let's give him a hand as he comes forward. And Troy Foster, as he's coming, is a partner in emerging growth and venture capital practice with Perkins Coie LLP. And next up, we have Charles Kelly, who is a CPA and better known as CJ the Smart Guy. Let's give him a hand clap. We also have Chris Tinker, who is a CPA, and he is with TSC Enterprises. Let's give him a hand. And then we have Professor Del Wright Jr., who's a law professor. We've seen him before, but we're going to hear another take on this from the University of Missouri in Kansas City. Let's give them all a hand clap as they come.
Okay, cool. Can everybody hear me? Okay, awesome. First, I want to let everybody introduce themselves, give you your name, who you work for, what do you do, and then what does compliance mean to you and the things that you do. So I'll let everybody introduce themselves.
How's everyone doing? My name is Chris Tinker. I'm a CPA. I have my own CPA firm located in Washington, D.C. area. I am a tax accountant, and I work with helping people with tax intervention, IRS notices, keeping people in compliances with over 25 years experience.
What does compliance mean to you, and in terms of what do you do?
And compliance mean to me personally is keeping everyone out of trouble, keeping the IRS off their back, and stopping them from getting liens and levies, and making sure that they can operate in the business world.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you.
I am Professor Del Wright. Been a professor probably for about 12 years now. Before that, I defended, let's just say, very, very, very rich people in very, very complicated tax structures. Before that, I locked up very, very rich people for cheating the government in tax at DOJ. Before that, I created those, let's say, complicated tax shelters of the 90s. And before that, I was an investment banker and a lawyer at Skadden Arps here in DC. I have 4 jobs. I'm a referee. That's one I'm most proud of. I am a tax lawyer. I have clients, a lot of crypto clients. I'm a professor, and I'm an author. I wrote one book called The Short and Happy Guide to Bitcoin, Blockchain, and Crypto. And for all the lawyers in here, there's a series called the Nutshell series that explains every area of law. I was punished for my first book by my publisher, and they made me write the Nutshell, which will hopefully be out in early next year, assuming the government doesn't start changing regulations again.
I can. Thank you.
All right. Well, I think it's deeply unfair that I have to go last because I have not written any books and I only have one job. I'm a partner at Perkins Coie. I work with Dax and the team there. I'm an emerging companies lawyer representing almost exclusively enterprises and venture capital firms. I'm the co-chair of our emerging companies and venture capital group. What does compliance mean to me? I think there's the staying out of trouble part, which is interesting, but anybody that's worked with emerging companies knows that all emerging companies have one problem in common, which is they are running out of money. And so one of the fundamental things that we do as attorneys is make sure that the companies, when you find an investor and or a group of investors, and it's sort of time to disclose all of the skeletons in the closet, as it were, in order to support the financing, that you are best prepared to do that. And so that's kind of where I come in terms of compliance.
Awesome, thank you. So since it was unfair to make you last with introductions, I'll give you the first question. So you have mentioned that you were in VC. We have lots of business owners in here that are into cryptocurrency and blockchain and things of that nature. What are some things that you look for when you're saying, hey, I can put up this type of money or I can introduce you to this person? What are some things you're looking for so that the people in here can work towards those goals?
Yeah, sure. So, on the specifically with reference to the tax compliance side, it's just like a level of sophistication around, what it is. Going back to 2014, the IRS sort of decided that they were going to, treat, blockchain and other digital assets like property and not currency, right? So that just is a fundamental difference in terms of the the way that you treat it. And so to make sure that people are at least sort of grounded in the basics, I think is really helpful, because starting from zero is tough.
Definitely. Okay, and the next one is going to be for Chris. So I'm a CPA as well. I'm a cryptocurrency accountant as well. So that can mean a lot of different things for different people. So in the crypto space, are you doing individual taxes, business taxes? Are you, what is your role so that I can grill you a little bit?
Right, so my area of specialty is like small business owners, maybe in the crypto space, 5 million and below.
Okay.
And individuals, closely held companies, and helping them keep track, organize, like the brother mentioned earlier, let them know that there is a reporting requirement if there are sales and transactions being taken place. A lot of people think there's not because they didn't officially receive anything in the mail, but you still have a requirement to, pay the capital gains tax on any type of profits or losses that you have.
Awesome. So for some of those, your tax clients that are small business owners, there is this ideology that Bitcoin and cryptocurrency is anonymous, and if you're making money in the crypto space, you don't have to pay taxes or file it. What are your views on people who think like this, or small business owners who think like this?
Well, it's about education. So I tell all my clients, you could think that way, but once you convert something to cash, you're initiating that record into your bank account where it is $400,000 come from. And that's going to be ultimately, if you ever got audited or in trouble with the Internal Revenue Service, that's going to be the spark to say, hey, where's this additional funds coming from? Where does this, where did this happen? What initiated this? So you have to, I kind of always educate my clients on, once something is converted to cash, it's going to leave a record that has to be explained.
Yeah. How are they feeling that now that I know on the 1120 now they're talking about you have to disclose if you're in the crypto space. Have you dealt with any clients that are giving you pushback on this?
So most of my clients, we do it. I ask the question, and if they say yes, we do check the box and let them know. Not only in 1120, but also on individual 1040 returns, you have to state that also.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, and then for Professor Wright, so we are at a college, a university. My question to you is, how do we get some of these younger people, some of these students more involved, more energized to get in this space? Because they're, like you said, you've been dealing with rich people on both sides. There's a lot of money in this space, but I feel as though it's not being pushed. So how do you motivate younger people to get involved in this space?
You're right, it's a lot about education, and I teach a crypto course, and it's mostly, well, it's all primarily law students, but for them to just understand the space and the opportunity there, it really opens their eyes, because if you think about how much wealth was created during the boom, and we've had boom, bust, boom, bust, boom, bust, long bust right now, but there's so much opportunity in this space, and there's opportunity for financial professionals to advise clients on things. You talked about compliance, and I forgot about the compliance part. I am of the generation of when, I'm the type of lawyer says, here's the line, push up to it, don't cross it, right? And that's the way I advise clients. I tell them where the line is, and I tell them, you do not want to do this, right? And help them understand. And one of the things, and I found this particularly with smaller businesses, and especially in the Black community, they come with a let's get around the rule mentality. And I'm like, no, you don't have to get around the rule. There's a way to do it right without getting around the rule. For example, I was just talking to somebody, I was talking to my friend recently, and I said, look, one of the ways rich people keep money is they have highly appreciated assets and they borrow against them instead of selling them. It's an easy way. There's no tax due if you have $1 million position and you borrow $700,000 and you let it roll forever. You just have $700,000 in your pocket. Yeah, you have to pay the interest, but probably your asset is going to go up in value. And if you're really smart about it, you're going to buy options that are going to lock the value in so that you never have to do that until you die and you get a step up in basis and you give it to your kids tax-free. That's the game. Learn how to play the game.
Y'all, if y'all didn't catch that, that was a lot of game right there. Like, y'all don't realize what he could have saved you 20 to 30 to 40% of your income just with that gem right there. So make sure that y'all take notice of that. And I know they let me know that time is running out. But I had another question I want all three of you to answer within like a short period of time. In your industry and in the tax compliance sector, where do you see cryptocurrency and, so for instance, let me give you a background. So FASB, which is the Financial Accounting Standards Board, they just came out with an update with how corporations are going to be doing accounting. We also have the IRS. They just came out with stuff saying how staking is going to be done. And you have the SEC trying to sue everybody, saying that it's securities. So there's a lot going on right now in the legal world, regulatory world. From your guys' perspectives, where do you see things going in the next 5 years? I'll start with Trey.
Well, I just think in the short term, the SEC regs, I mean, we're still in the comment period, and they were inviting people to make comments. So that runs through, I think, the end of October, and then they're. So I mean, I think I just encourage people if you've looked at the regs and you have comments to submit them and get involved. I think that's where the action is going to be. Actually, is around the taxation of it.
Okay, thank you. And then the last two.
Briefly, I'll just say, for a lot of some of my clients, and I have some fairly big DeFi clients, Europe. Because the SEC in the U.S. doesn't know what they're doing in crypto regulation. They're making it a lot harder for U.S.-based entities to do anything. Europe is at least creating a playing field for crypto that says you can be a regulated company, here are the rules. There might not be the greatest rules in the world, but you are regulated, you have a set of rules, it's an option. And so that is something, until the US gets its act together, if you are a fairly, medium-sized, big-sized, really look at Europe and feel free to send your lawyer over there to visit, southern Spain for a couple weeks.
Yeah. And last but not least.
I'm just going to say real quick that, crypto's here to stay. As the United States works out the different regulations and get this right with the big cases that they've been having with the SEC, we just want to stay on top of compliance and make sure that the individual can receive the benefit and not get in any type of harm's way.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for coming on. Hopefully you guys learned a lot. There was a lot of gems up there. Make sure you guys network with these individuals because they have a lot to offer. So thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep moving because we have some great panels in store for you. We're going to be talking, and we get this question all the time, how to create a coin, a valuable token or a coin. So we're just going to roll into the next panel. We are going to ask Jamari Peterson of Core Strategies and Development and Snowball to come forward. All right, let's give him a hand clap. And then we also have Caleb Boyce, the head of Biz Ops and Strategy at Howard University, Black Creator Fund, Dapper Labs, Common.xyz, and Passbook Ventures. You got a bunch of jobs too. All right, let's give them a round of applause. We're gonna let them take it away.
Good day, everyone. Yes, it's just us. This is our opportunity to talk to you guys, and also we want to make sure that you have the opportunity to talk back as we go along, but I want to make sure we introduce ourselves.
Awesome. Just want to clarify, I'm actually not the head of Biz Ops Strategy for Howard University. I generally do Biz Ops Strategy for growing companies, which is everything from business operations, everything from legal, finance, accounting, HR, the tools we use, the process we have, so all that infrastructure, kind of the back office stuff, I specialize in helping companies scale, and so right now I'm working for Common.xyz, which is a DAO community platform. So we allow communities to make decisions on chain.
All right, excellent, excellent. And this conversation is about the creation of valuable tokens. So, the first place to start is what is a token? When we're talking about tokens, let's give them an explanation about what tokens are we referencing.
So I don't have the textbook definition, but it's used in pretty different contexts actually in crypto and blockchain. So you have a token that is like cryptocurrency, like how we know it, so something that's fungible. We also have does anybody know what an NFT stands for?
Non-fungible token.
Yeah, so it's another token that's it's essentially the same mechanism, but used for a very different purpose a lot of times. And so, depending on what you're trying to do, people talk about, I launched a cryptocurrency and made a bunch of money, or somebody launched a cryptocurrency and I bought some of it and then I lost all my money, or I invested in Ethereum or Bitcoin or whatever it was and I made a ton of money. There's a lot of these things that happen with these fungible tokens, and that's a whole process around how you create the token, how you build a community around it, and really time it right and do the actual tokenomics of it, the economics of the token, to make sure that it actually is sustainable and can grow. So there's that part of it, and there's also if you're trying to build, I work for the DAO community platform right now, and a lot of people are using NFTs to gate access to the community. So you can purchase an NFT, or you can do some sort of work, or be of some sort of other NFTs or other tokens, and that qualifies you to have a civic token that give you access to a community or access to resources or that are kind of that context. So
absolutely. So if I get this straight, creating a valuable token requires you to discover or identify a use case, a reason for that token to exist, right? So that creates, that's the source of value, is creating use cases. And some of those use cases include NFTs, which are non-fungible tokens, and that can be stuff like art, or it could represent ownership in something. People are trying to create titles and deeds that are connected to them. But it can also be fungible tokens, which are used for Bitcoin would be the perfect example of a use case of money. but then you have tokens that are used for gas, I guess, like Ethereum, it's a gas token, more so for operation, a lot of the other Ethereum virtual machines and the other implementations. You also have tokens that are used as a representation of ownership or governance, right? Like, so can you talk about some of these use cases and what people have kind of seen as, you also worked at DAP. Yeah. So what were some of the use cases of tokens that you saw there, and what was making those tokens valuable?
Yeah, great question. I didn't actually include that. So I worked at Diaspora Labs started in business ops and strategy, and actually was working in the Flow blockchain, building a grant program for Black creators and developers, launching dApps on the Flow blockchain, which is Diaspora Labs blockchain. And so we gave away $1.2 million in grants over the course of a little less than a year, and a couple of the grantees are actually here. Shout out to Tanner with the Howard University DAO that received us, and Lance also was involved early too. It was pretty cool. So
the question was, like, within Dapper, like, what were some of the use cases of tokens from projects that came out of it? Because CryptoKitties was one of the projects, right?
Yeah.
And then they launched other things. Were they all NFTs, and what made those tokens valuable to people? Like, what was the core value proposition maybe behind them?
Yeah, so CryptoKitties was the first like killer app that I think basically broke Ethereum? I think broke Ethereum for a little while because of the volume that was going on it, and it was a way to basically have composability on top of NFTs. So you can have NFTs and you can make them, like, enhance them essentially, and that would increase the value, and then you can mix them, or, like, I guess breed them with other kitties as well, and then that would create, like, more valuable unique tokens. And so that really took off as like sort of like a gaming context for how to use NFTs or how to apply NFTs. And then we also had, like, on the blockchain, we had a bunch of different use cases for NFTs. So a lot of artists were on there, so they were putting up their art and, like, having it for trade. There was also, like, we had within our grant program a couple different use cases. So one of the use cases, like, most interesting for me was, and the reason why I brought them in was they were using NFTs to basically license out data for satellites. So they were seeing all the satellite data, and satellite data is usually controlled by large corporations, governments, and military. And so there's a lot of there's an expectation that the data that's actually published is not going to be, like, legitimate, or it's, like, going to be maybe for political reasons or whatever reasons, like, manipulated. And so they were using tokens to actually secure access to this data and show that it was that it was real and it hadn't been messed with, like, in the way along the chain of how it's published. And so, like, there's all sorts of use cases that are coming out. I mean, people are really innovating in this way, and so tokens are really the foundation of, like, how to use, like, and apply different blockchain innovation, I think. But I have to say, like, speaking of tokens, like, you should talk about whatever you can talk about. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause, like, this guy's a legend, honestly.
So one of the projects I launched is called Snowball, and it's an auto compounder and DAO on Avalanche. And basically, what we was able to connect all of our smart contracts to the variety of other tokens and opportunities that were on the network. And then we would wrap those tokens and create basically interest-bearing tokens. And those tokens then could be traded or used as a way of eventually redeeming for the value that's being created down the line, or also restate to actually earn governance inside of that ecosystem. And that governance provides you ability to vote on the allocation of other tokens, as well as to receive a portion of the revenue that was being created because of your active participation within that ecosystem. So that value was being created because not only were you holding the token, but you were active participant in the ecosystem. So that was like a use case for us. It was a governance meeting compensation kind of revenue generation type of structure. And I think at the end of the day, when we talk about valuable tokens, there's this thing called meme tokens, which are basically tokens that value come from the fact that people just like them. Like the value proposition is they're funny, they're interesting.
Dogecoin, yeah. Shiba,
yeah, like Dogecoin, Shiba Inu. These are like they have no underlying value to most people. We got 2 minutes, but tokens that we are referencing, in most cases, have a use case, have a design around them that's supposed to supplement some type of business or organizational model that is actually integrated with. So when we talk about tokens, a lot of times you should be thinking about what your sinks are. And when I say sinks, like how is this token being re-entered into the ecosystem, or why would people come off of their tokens and use it in a way that's productive? and then actually create basically a virtuous ecosystem where they're spending it and buying it or spending it and earning it. So that's what happens in the gaming ecosystem. And the staking and governance you're making it part of your actual operational use case. When it comes to the NFTs, your value proposition is sometimes art. It's sometimes a shared ownership in IP or intellectual property. Like we have new projects coming out, like there's one called Parallel, which I like. It's a gaming project. And basically the syncs are part of the game system, but you're actually ownership a part of the IP as well. And these are kind of some of the use cases of making tokens valuable, is finding ways to innovate upon this structure that allows access to people around the globe. I was the last question.
Let's ask the question.
Innovate questions around the globe, but also provide them a very clear incentive mechanism to align their values with whatever your token's purpose is. So, questions?
Yeah, I have one more thing I want to say, or I had a couple things I want to say, but if you think about like a token being like cryptocurrency, and this is a good thing to talk to other people who are trying to understand what is cryptocurrency about or what is like blockchain about. You can take a token, like if you think of it like a dollar, like as a fungible, you can use it and go buy something, but you can't take a token and go use it to secure real estate. You can't take a token and go use it to like start doing derivative change. It's just a dollar. it's a form of currency, and so that's the kind of the promise of blockchain and Web3 is like there's so much more utility that you can draw out of this fundamental technology that's inherently more secure and also inherently more scalable. And so I think that's what's really exciting about a lot of this stuff is that this is like the infrastructure for financial technology going forward. And I just have to call out real quick one more thing. I love your shirt, bro. So we both went to Howard, so HU.
Let's give these two gentlemen an incredible hand. Thank you for sharing that information. And we're going to just keep it rolling because we've got some great information here and some individuals to hear from that are doing a lot of work. Everyone that you've heard from is doing the work in the community. But we have these individuals that are coming up to give us the policy-making possibilities in the United States in the blockchain regulatory debate. And we have to the stage Cleve Mesidor, the Executive Director of Blockchain Foundation. Let's give her a hand. And then we have Christian Duffus, who is the founder and CEO of FondBank. And let's give them both a round of applause as they begin.
Good afternoon. I hope everyone is enjoying the conference. Oh my God. Well, I'm thrilled to be joined by Christian Duffus of FondBank. But before we get into it, I'll tell you a bit about myself. I'm Cleve Mesidor, the Executive Director of the Blockchain Foundation. I have a public policy background, having worked in Congress for two members, Barbara Lee and Betty McCollum, and also in the Obama administration. It was actually in the Obama administration that I first learned about Bitcoin. And so I've run the gamut in terms of the roles that I've played, but my intersectionality is public policy and crypto. This is a unique week for us because this is the Congressional Hispanic Caucus Institute Conference, as well as the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation Conference, as well as Black Blockchain Summit. And so it's a unique week where these policy forums have intersected in a way that's actually very pivotal. When you look at what's happening on policy right now, every policy that has been proposed in Washington has centered around risk mitigation and consumer protection. Zero has focused on financial inclusion. Most people think that financial inclusion and consumer protection are the same thing, but they're actually polar opposites. Consumer protection says, I'm happy that you can finally buy a BMW in your nice suburban home, but you better park that BMW in the driveway and never drive it, because if you do, you're gonna die. And we need to protect you from the road, from the highway. Financial inclusion says, great, buy the BMW in your nice neighborhood. Make sure you have a driver's license. Make sure you have car insurance, right? make sure you understand the various dynamics of the roads. And so right now, we have Washington telling us, be careful, be careful, be careful. That's great, consumer protection, but where's the financial inclusion? And what is financial inclusion? Financial inclusion is the conversations about access to capital for entrepreneurs like the ones here at this conference today. Where's the conversations about greater funding so that we can innovate? Where are the conversations about workforce training? Right now, crypto is a $1 trillion market. We have a company that has gone public. Companies are making bank. These are jobs where you don't need a degree necessarily. But who's training our communities for these jobs that will revolutionize finance and commerce? And where's the funding for financial literacy, right? We have federal agencies that are supposed to be focusing on financial literacy. FINRA, CFPB, excuse me. But where's the funding that's going to entrepreneurs who are focused on financial inclusion and digital assets? Right now, we know the nerve center of adoption is among communities of color, the working class, and young people. They are more likely to go to a credit union, a community bank, or a minority bank. Those are the entities that could actually provide them information about risk mitigation. Those are the institutions that could actually provide financial literacy training. But ironically, those are the institutions that are barred from offering digital assets. So inclusive finance, in order for it to work for us, in order for 10 years from now, when we're at the 16th Black Blockchain Summit, that we won't say, oh wow, we replicated big tech. Oh wow, where are the women? Where are the people of color? We have to insist that we actually focus intentionally on inclusive finance. That's why I'm excited to have this conversation with Chris, his company is actually very unique in terms of how he came at digital assets and his perspective on inclusive finance. But Chris, start with sharing a bit more about your background.
Sure, I'm Chris Duffus, currently founder CEO of PhoneBank, but I'm a 3X fintech entrepreneur. I'm an HBCU grad. I went to Florida A&M University in Florida, and I was born in Kingston, Jamaica. And so if anyone understands sort of this American journey and this opportunity with cryptocurrency or the blockchain, vis-a-vis starting my career in banking and early technology. We sold our last company to SoFi, and a big ethos of me and my entrepreneurial journey has been about inclusion and rectifying these information asymmetries that exist among us. And as it relates to my new company, what we do is that we bridge sort of the fiat world to Web3 using, for mobile-first cash-based economies, and what makes it unique is that we utilize prepaid airtime, mobile money, bank transfers. Not common here in the States. If all of our customers or users are actually across markets like sub-Saharan Africa that use their mobile phone as their primary banking mechanism, something that us in the States have only really started to understand that behavior in the last decade or so. But for the beginning of financial services has been the only way many people in these emerging economies have been able to have access to it.
And that's an important conversation because a lot of people here probably have heard of M-Pesa, but how many of you have heard of UPI in India or PIX in Brazil? So digital finance has closed the gap on payments where, in these countries where there has been a gap and lack of access to traditional financial markets, where now payments, people can make transactions virtually digitally, but also very quickly and also inexpensively as well. Now, you're at the intersection, you've been able to marry, traditional finance, traditional tech with digital assets in a nice way. So when it comes to inclusive finance, where do you see that going, right? As we see the industry growing and more legacy institutions like BNY Mellon, BlackRock, and Fidelity has been in the space for a while, but where do you see that the future of inclusive finance? Is it sustainable in the paradigm we have right now?
Well, yes and no, but I liken it down to a metaphor that got me into the space. I was, like many of us, a tech geek, and I'd get these cool Nokia phones that had all these functionalities, and I'd get a SIM card and plug it in for use, in one of the U.S. carriers, and I could only make calls and send text messages, right? That's sort of the state of finance that we're in, and unlike sort of that paradigm where you as a consumer had no control over what functionality your phone could provide, you as a consumer now have so many more technical tools at your disposal that can allow you to access this world. And in many respects, I think there's an imbalance in terms of what a consumer can do versus what the government can regulate, and frankly, probably should be able to regulate. And one of the nuance of Clev's discussion is there's a bit of protectionism, paternalism that has been implemented into what has historically been policies aimed at inclusion, especially for various disadvantaged groups, whether race, economically, and which is somewhat frustrating in what's supposed to be a progressive policy agenda.
So what would be your advice for entrepreneurs as they're building in this environment where there's regulatory uncertainty, where there's not a lot of conversation about how to foster financial inclusion and make sure there's greater options in terms of access to capital, where there's workforce training for our communities? What would be your advice?
So I do think that most blockchain applications are not financial, even though they benefit from financialization. And so with that, seek out mentorship. I'm available on LinkedIn and most social media, as is Clev. There's even a DISPI, like for DC, where a innovation office where you can sit down and talk to that team to help you sort out your idea. And there's the internet, right? I mean, part of the opportunity, and especially with law and a lot of these frameworks, a lot of these things are pretty freely available there without counsel to at least read. You might, obviously, I'm not an attorney, and I don't suggest that you take this as legal advice, but you're at Howard University at a conference, you can probably read. And so I would do research as it relates to that before you go to market. And at the end of the day, simply understand the product and the market as it relates. A lot of people here are crypto curious, but may not have purchased cryptocurrency, right? Set up a Coinbase account. Understand that process. It's not easy, but it's simple. And that's how I would get started and see what's out there. But I think we're at a unique inflection point in terms of innovation, as I've been around since start of my career in the original tech bubble. And I think the participants of that cycle have changed significantly. This is probably one of the most inclusive in terms of opportunity. Whether they get there or not, it's a different story, but anybody can join this opportunity. It's an open source revolution, and as a result, each one of us has an equal chance to get in the door, And so you use that and go forth and, be successful.
And I would add to that, I do think, you talked about the inflection point. I think, I'm less optimistic in terms of the accessibility. Here's why. Because I do think that so many people in this room have built products and services. Black and Latino communities lead national adoption of cryptocurrency, so there would not even be an industry without us. We are the largest holders of cryptocurrency. And technically, when you look at even Web3 leveraging the technology from the creator community, that is us as well. But how are we making sure that we have a pathway to become owners and producers and not just consumers? So recently, we created this event called Blockchain Brain Trust. We held the first one in Martha's Vineyard in August, because in August is when the Black Caucus and Black elected leaders from across the country gather on Martha's Vineyard to do fundraisers, to do speaking opportunities. And more and more from a policy perspective, we're seeing crypto becoming partisan. More and more Republicans are open and less Democrats. That hurts our communities. But bipartisanship is where we actually can ensure there's opportunity for Black and Latino leaders. So we need to make sure that we're intentional, that we're not building in a tunnel, and that we are looking at all resources, even as you mentioned, some of the legacy and traditional resources, but that we're seeing the industry pivoting, and we have to make sure that we're part of that growth, especially as it shifts. Any last remarks? I know we're on time.
Well, the technology in itself is not partisan in any way. And I would restate that this is a unique inflection point to build and participate from that vantage point. There's a lot of work still to be done for it to be equitable across the board, but I do think this is a unique opportunity. And in the same way that, I have been able to build a leading project across the African continent, I do think that, this is a global sort of inflection point that we should all sort of be cognizant of and see how we can participate. Thank you.
Is that my outro? Is that my music? Should I dance and shimmy off of that?
Yes, ma'am. Shimmy, shimmy, Cocoa Pop.
I know.
All right, let's give them a hand and thank you both for the incredible work you do. And thank you. All right, next up, we are going to have our next baraza, which is going to give us some advice, ladies and gentlemen, on readying ourselves as crypto executives for the age of fintech. So first up, we'd like to have to the stage Katherine Johnson, who's the Chief People, Chief Legal, and Chief Compliance Officer for Storage. Next up, we have Ross T. Handler, Associate at Perkins Coie, LLP. So I'm assuming you're an attorney. Let's give them both a hand clap. And then we have Ashley Scott, who is the Senior Director of Global Policy at Circle. Let's welcome her to the stage. And we have Derek Warren, Dean and Associate Professor of Management, College of Business at Grambling State University. I'm not gonna hold that against you, Bethune-Cookman College. And next we have Alana Whitaker, who is the co-founder and Web3 educator, Blue Collar to the Blockchain. Let's give them all a hand clap as they come. Check.
Very excited to be moderating this panel today. I think there are some amazing individuals up here. So our topic is really getting into readying executives for the fintech age of crypto. As we know, there's a lot of excitement in the layperson sector as far as thinking about financial freedom. But until we really have a clear vantage point on regulation, we really don't know how to move. And even more so, some of the larger legacy companies and businesses really are going to provide us guidance on how even everyday lay people can get involved in crypto. They really want to be able to make moves and establish themselves as scions and leaders inside of this new type of emerging technology. So we really have some heavy hitters up here today, and I really want to get into how can these large entities and businesses provide us some insight and guidance on what they're thinking about blockchain technology, what they're thinking about cryptocurrency, and maybe some of the insights that we can gain from it. So thank you each for being here. I'm gonna give you some additional time to introduce yourselves and sort of go into what you do. And I sort of like to work this way down.
Hi, thanks. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah, okay. Hi, happy to be here. Catherine Johnson. I'm Chief People Ops, Legal and Compliance Officer at Storage. We do distributed cloud storage. It was started by Sean Wilkinson when he was a student at Morehouse. And just last year, we started Storage Institute in Minneapolis, which is a 501c4 focused on creating greater diversity in emerging technologies.
Hi, I'm Ross Handler. I'm an associate in Perkins Coie's Washington, D.C. office. I'm part of the FinTech group, and I counsel FinTech, non-bank, and financial services institutions on compliance with state and federal laws. So to kind of give you a little bit of a background, that's how I'm going to look at today's conversation. That's the perspective I'm going to bring.
Hi, I'm Ashley Scott, Senior Director of Global Policy at Circle. Circle is the largest U.S. regulated stablecoin. We also consider ourselves to be an innovator in payment infrastructure using the power of blockchain and USDC. You know, our vision is being able to send money as easily as you can send this email. What I do is in the policy space, so similar to Clev, who you saw on the panel before me. So really interested and happy to participate in this conversation.
Greetings, I'm Derek Warren. I am currently the Dean and Associate Professor of Management at Grambling State University. I'm a computer scientist by degree, a graduate of Southern University, and the son of HBCU graduates. I'm passionate about blockchain, passionate about education, and passionate about technology, and I'm just simply excited about being here to share a little bit more about why it's so important for us to be engaged, involved, and aware.
Wonderful. And a brief note on me, I'm Alana Whitaker. I'm a retired ICU nurse of 13 years. Teaching is in my blood. And I have 2 ed tech businesses. I serve as the Jacksonville chapter president of Blacks in Technology, and it's my mission to get as many of us into this industry as possible because we deserve it. It's our birthright. So, Catherine, dealing with storage, I would really like you to go into what is Storage's outlook and perspective on blockchain technology in the fintech space.
Well, one of the things that I've been working on at Storage and as part of Storage Institute is really trying to build greater adoption of blockchain technology, as well as creating greater understanding about not just the opportunities, but also how we can think more broadly and get out of the box of just speculative finance in terms of what this technology can do. And I think Storage is especially appropriately situated to do that, because I like to say that we're blockchain adjacent in that, it's a distributed cloud object network, but it's not on the blockchain. We use blockchain by having the storage token, which we use to pay people for unused disk drive space. And we're able to do that because we're able to make global payments, quick, low-fee global payments to have this new technology. And why does that matter? It's because of what this new technology brings. Storage, the storage network is ransomware resistant. It's eco-friendly. It's the most eco-friendly platform there is, and it's addresses issues that we're dealing with now and that we're going to be dealing with more and more as we go into the bigger data age with AI around security, privacy, affordability. Storage Institute has been interesting because it also, partly because of the affordability of this network, we've been able to work with founders who otherwise might not have the resources to be able to build their projects. So that's what my focus has been.
That's amazing. I've seen storage out and about at a lot of different Web3 events, hackathons, so thank you for your service, because really as founders, we wouldn't be able to mobilize as much as we have without storage's involvement. And I sort of want to come on down to Derek. I would like you to touch on it from an educator's perspective, looking at this collegiately. What do you think the FinTech outlook is from a college perspective in getting people educated and ramped up and sending people into the FinTech workforce?
I think that it's extremely important for us, each and every one of us, to reach one and teach one. So I focus on three things in particular with our students. I think we've got to expose them to these technologies. We've got to then educate them on these technologies, and then we've got to give them a mechanism, platforms to experiment, to really learn. And I say the same thing when I consult with executives. I tell them, listen, you really need to expose yourself to these things, get educated, and then become aware. And if you're afraid of them, hire one of these great consultants that we have here at the Blockchain Summit. I talked to some of these experts, partner with individuals. There are a lot of things that are happening in this space. Right now, I'm requiring, here at Grambling State University, we are requiring our students to all take cybersecurity courses at the freshman level. At least we're starting it this year. Our freshmen are going to be required to take security and threat intelligence.
All of the students?
All freshman students are going to be required. Now, I'm pushing it up the chain to my juniors and seniors, but I've only been at Grambling 6 weeks, and I'm trying not to get fired too quick. But yeah, it's important that we start forcing this, and I think they'll appreciate it later on.
And that's regardless of industry. So they could be in healthcare, they could be in anything.
Art majors, theater majors, I do not care. It's gonna be a requirement.
Well, I think that'll help mobilize the workforce, because if everybody at baseline has some level of training, all of us will at least have seen the information and be prepared, or at least be exposed so we can pivot into it. Ashley, so Circle is a titan in this space. We know your affiliation with Coinbase and how much you've enabled payments across the board internationally for many, many countries. Could you sort of give your thoughts on where Circle's outlook is in the FinTech space and how that trickles down to other businesses? Will other businesses have to use Circle potentially as a payment gateway?
So it's interesting. We have a presence at UNGA this year, which is a United Nations organization that focuses primarily on how to distribute humanitarian aid. And we just put together a hackathon of how you can use USDC to administer aid to global countries around the world. If anyone is familiar with what situations are like when you are in a war-torn area or area that's experiencing a lot of distress, often all that you take with you is your backpack and your cell phone. And what's so great about blockchain technology or a digital asset like USDC is that you're able to carry your financials with you as you move to other parts of the country. I mean, really at Circle, the way our focus is making blockchain more approachable. I can even say for myself, just the nomenclature within the space is sometimes very overwhelming, like a node, proof of stake, proof of work, And so, for us, it's really about education here in Washington, education with our customers, and education even with more TradFi companies about what we do. We boil it down, we create a digital dollar, right? Like very easy, let's cut the stable coin. We have a digital dollar that can be used for global connectivity. And what makes it so great is the power of blockchain technology in providing choice, access, and competition, which is in the payment space right now. So the way that we're approaching executives in this space, and let's stipulate here that executives in larger financial firms, both fintechs and banks, have digital asset sectors, One of our partners is Visa. Another partner of ours is MasterCard. Another partner is MoneyGram. JP Morgan Chase has a huge digital asset department. Fidelity has another large digital asset department. So they are taking notice. What they are waiting on is essentially, what will the regulatory landscape look like, and how can we, for lack of a better term, mainstream this, right? How does it come from a niche audience to more of a global? How do you get your grandma to use blockchain, right? Like how is it easy as eBay? So that's what we're looking to do.
And that's sort of why I saved this question for Ross for last, because literally as an attorney who specializes in this space, I know this is not financial advice and it would be best if we were under retainer, but I would really like to know from a fintech attorney's point of view, how are large businesses preparing sort of for this emerging technology that's been out here for a while? Blockchain's been around, it's just now becoming a buzzword and we're more aware of it. So what are some things that you're keeping your eye on as far as some of the litigation that's coming out with all these different businesses popping up? And what are some of the outlooks that you have for the next even 1 to 2 years? I don't even want to say 5 years because tech is evolving so rapidly. So what is your eye on?
Yeah, so I think what the attorney's eye is on here is that if you want to grow in this space, if you want to develop in this space, you're going to want to develop good relationships with your attorneys, but also with the regulators. Because if you look at the fintech space 5-6 years ago, it was kind of like the wild, wild west, right? It was almost wholly unregulated. And then as fintechs kind of got this like mantra that like you had to innovate or get out, they were really pushing the boundaries of what was acceptable and what wasn't acceptable in the eyes of the law. And I think that we're seeing, I mean, even within the past few years of the buy now, pay later world, like that wasn't regulated, now it is. And I think what we need to understand here is that if you're going to continue to be in this space, to innovate and to be a really big player in the area, is that you need to abide by the regulations. There's going to be money transmission rules. Dax spoke about in his fireside chat about the BIT license. I mean, you're going to see other states like, I think it's, Louisiana and California with the virtual currency business activities, licenses. So I think really the best advice is to really be cognizant of what's happening in the regulatory field and to ask those whom you trust about how best to comply with those regulations.
That's amazing. So another big question, keep in mind the topic is readying executives for the crypto age of fintech. Another big question that I get often as I'm out in the field and out and about from individuals who own businesses, own companies, they want to know where the talent is. Who are they going to hire? Who's going to work for them and help usher them into this new age? And we have 4 people from 4 completely different but very related businesses. I sort of want to come down the line and ask you what sort of talent within the own business that you're working in are you looking for? And then we'll wind up with you sort of how to educate people to get there. So if we can work this way.
It's such a great question. You know, we talk a lot about financial inclusion. We talk a lot about, diversity in Web3, but we don't always talk about how to get there. And hiring is like really the best way to do it. It's important even if you're not head of people ops in whatever company you're in, to make sure that the people who are in those positions of making the decisions are aware of why this matters. Especially with, the Internet of Things, and the more that we are living closer and closer to our technology, it's having a greater impact on our lives. So where there's bias built into the technology, it's going to have a greater negative impact on our lives as well. When I started at Storage back in 2019, we're at about 65 people now. We were at, I don't know how many, 50 then, and I was the first lawyer that they hired and the first head of people ops. And I thought, what are you all doing having team members from all over the world? Don't you realize how difficult this is to manage, how much work that is? But then over time, I come to see the value of it by having different perspectives from people all around the world and focusing on diversity. It's really worth that effort. We have team members in Ghana. We have team members in Ukraine, in Brazil, Canada, everywhere, you name it. And I think that making the effort to keep your your mind open about where you can hire from and how you can hire is really critical.
So diverse hiring, yes, but what roles do you really feel that they're looking for at Storage?
Say that again, sorry.
What roles are they looking for?
Oh, right now we have roles open in engineering and in sales.
Okay, perfect. All right, Ross, at your law firm, what are some of the roles they're looking for, and what sort of things are they needing to be trained in as we're pertaining to fintech and blockchain?
Of course. So, I mean, bringing it back to the regulations, most of the regulations are actually going to tell you who you need to hire. So, for example, New York and California, they're going to require that you have a president or CEO, a CFO, a chief tech officer, a chief information security officer, and then someone who serves as an audit that reports independently of the board. But what I also want to bring up is that compliance really is like a top-down kind of understanding, right? I mean, if you have a CEO who understands compliance, if you have a board who understands compliance, that's going to make your organization much more likely to follow the rules and regulations. So I also think that while we're talking about who to hire, I think we should also talk about who to have on our boards. Because if we're talking about who do we want on our boards, we want former CEOs, we want former CFOs, because they're the ones who bring the practical business experience to the board, then who make decisions for the company. And then I just think it all kind of filters down in a much more distilled, compliant manner if you're not only thinking about who you want to hire for your organization, but who you want to hire above that.
Okay, and we're coming to a wrap here. So, Ashley, could you touch on who you're looking for at Circle and some of the credentials or skills that they might need?
I will remix this question just a little bit. I do want to encourage people to know that you don't have to be a blockchain expert to enter into this space. When I joined Circle, I had a background in transportation. I worked for the company Lime. I did scooters. But what I did understand was policy, the Hill in Washington, and I pushed myself to use my intrigue to educate myself. So all of these companies need people in brand, need people in comms, need people who do product marketing, product managers. And so do not feel intimidated that if you don't have a big in-depth knowledge base of blockchain technology and cryptocurrencies, that you are ineligible to enter in this space. And I think Circle does a great job of that, of honing someone's skill set and knowing that they're hiring very smart people who can learn the subject matter as they go.
That's beautiful. My personal vote, before we wrap with our special educator here, UX UI is in high demand. And that's across every business in every field. UX UI is basically making things aesthetically pleasing and pretty for the end user. So making an app look easy for your grandma to use. That's what a UX UI designer would do. Making a website pretty for somebody who has no knowledge, no understanding of this technology. So look into UX UI design as a career. There's a lot of coding boot camps and certificate programs available out there. That would be my vote. Yeah. What is your personal vote for what people should get educated in this age if we're considering fintech, blockchain, or just things they should consider getting educated in? And we'll close with you.
Quick point. There clearly, as you said, the future of work is about skills. There are a number of free online resources available to you. Those resources are available in artificial intelligence, blockchain, cloud computing, cybersecurity, data science, the Internet of Things, quantum computing, as well as what some people call soft skills. I call them power skills, communications, being able to write well, and especially in this space, being able to share your idea in a way that influences. Work on those skills, and you will certainly get hired in no time at all.
Round of applause, everyone.
Thank you all. Thank you all. That was absolutely incredible. And we're going to go ahead and continue down the line because this next baraza, we have NFTs, non-fungible tokens, at the crossroads, the sports, integration, and entertainment and business in the metaverse. And this is a very, very interesting topic as well. And so first to the stage, we're gonna have Jim Walker, a firm-wide he is the co-lead in FinTech compliance and enforcement at Perkins Coie LLP. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Next, we have Brian Calhoun, the head of partnerships at Yacht Labs. Let's give him a hand clap. And then we have Zip Gold, the founder of Gia Green. Is that how you say it? Gaia Green, and I apologize. Gaia Green Earth, Gaia 5G, Infinite Green Coin. All right, and last but not least, we have Ryan Cooper. And I know I saw him. Ryan Cooper, CEO and founder of Web3 hip hop artist, Coop DeVille. And there he is. Come on up. Let's give them a round of applause.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Brian Calhoun, as she said. I do partnerships with Tari Labs and Yat Labs. Tari is a default private digital asset protocol. Yat Labs is a identity system based on emojis rather than alphanumeric characters that gives people the opportunity to have a presence on the web that they own and control. And we do lots of cool stuff, which I'll talk a little bit more about. But what I'd like to do is first start off by having each of the members of our esteemed panel give a little bit more in-depth description of what they do and what's important real quickly, what they think is the key issue with respect to NFTs and entertainment right now. And then we'll dive into the discussion.
You said the key problem with NFTs?
Yeah, the key issue with sort of entertainment and NFTs right now.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ryan Coop DeVille Cooper. I'm a certified blockchain expert by way of the Blockchain Council, which is based out of India. I'm working on a few other certifications at the moment, but to stay focused on your question, I want to talk about community. You got to build out your community. You got to have a decent Discord. Copycat, go to some proper Discords, see how they have it all set up, whether you're token gating your NFTs, participate in Twitter spaces, go to clubhouses. The main problem with a lot of these NFT projects and why the majority of them are failing is they don't have a good organic community. They have people out here buying NFTs just to flip them. They're on Blur, they're NFT gating or farming or something like that. So just try to build an organic community. Shout out to Violetta Zeroni. She made $3 million in the last couple of years with her music NFTs. So I'm doing music NFTs and I'm building my community. I have a Discord, a Telegram. So the best thing I could tell you is grow your community organically. Don't have bots. And just have people you reach out to every day with the GM text and grow your community organically. And reach out to them, have Twitter spaces, share how you're feeling, and connect with them on a human level.
Yep.
That was great points.
Thank you, brother.
Nice to be on the panel. Great to be here at Black Blockchain today. My name is Zib Gould, founder of Gaia Green Earth, Gaia 5G. Gaia Green Earth is really a venture studio, so we have a lot of different offerings under our umbrella. So we have different companies, and one of those companies is Nilo TV, name, image, and likeness. It's related to sports, and one of the things I think is the biggest problem outside of community is actually intellectual property. And when you think about even with the NCAA, because things have changed for name, image, and likeness, think about all those NCAA games that we enjoy, from the Fab Five to Michigan. And some of those things you can have minted on the blockchain, they have intrinsic value, but those players have never seen the value of their intellectual property for years and years. Even Reggie Bush out here in Southern California fighting to get his Heisman back is still the intellectual property of his brand that he made USC tons of money off his name, image, and likeness, and he's never seen a dime of it. So.
That works. Okay, Jim Walker, I'm a partner at Perkins Coie. I head up the compliance and enforcement vertical of the FinTech blockchain practice. And what's behind that is I've spent decades representing clients in front of the SEC, FINRA, the state attorneys general offices in enforcement actions. And I'm taking that experience and that knowledge to counsel clients every week. I sit in my office in Midtown Manhattan or my office at home in Harlem and talk to people about various NFT projects, whether it involves video clips or music or fan tokens or reward programs or pairings with physical items about what it means to put out that product and navigate regulatory risk, and particularly potential risk of some sort of enforcement action from the SEC. There are ways to do it, there are ways to do it right, there are things to avoid, there are ways to structure what you're doing, and I spend my time talking to people about that very issue, which is the issue that I think is incredibly important, because if you don't do it right, you literally can close down your business.
Okay, so great introductions, and I appreciate everybody's point to get things started. I'm curious to know how you all think about talking to clients who are celebrities, whether music, sports, with respect to understanding what the value of issuing NFTs can be, name, image, and likeness, or with music or any other kind of intellectual property associated with it, when, like right now in September 23, when articles are coming out that say 95% of all NFTs are worth zero, how do you have that conversation with clients and talking about why should I spend any time and energy on this space? You start? You want to start?
Yeah.
I know Zip and I were chatting earlier, so I know he's got some specific ideas about this. But go ahead.
I'll be quick. I was sitting there listening to what you were saying. I remember about 3 years ago when I had a job working at my alma mater, Bowie State, BSU. There's nobody here to do the report. I heard y'all saying, HU, who that or something, and nobody said it, but it's cool. But I was at working in the media operations department, so just like setting up the stage, I had a job there at my alma mater doing that. And Jesse Iwuji, who was a NASCAR racer, was speaking, and I got a chance to speak to him after I set the sound up, and I chopped it up with him and the manager, and I'm like, look, let me get some NFTs popping, let's do some Web3, and it's 3 years ago, so he was like, I don't know, man, and I was reaching out to him, I'm like, we're ahead of the curve, and he gave me his business card. I called him every year. He never got back to me. We could have got a nice campaign off in the NASCAR industry. Time back to your question, I guess we got to use what's out there. It's hard to really tell someone in a quick elevator pitch what Web3 is if they have no idea about it. So we got to find some projects that are successfully using business models that are actually building revenue and returning profit, and be like, look, here's one that's doing it. Let's do what they're doing.
Zip. I mean, great. I mean, and I think that's a great segue. When you look at NFTs and obviously the valuation of some of these projects, zeros, and I mean, some of this stuff was just insane when you saw it coming out. And I just feel bad for the folks who burn gas on Ethereum on some of these projects, and then now they're worth zeros. But I think the real opportunity for on the name, image, and likeness side is for athletes. I mean, just imagine Colorado's getting a beating right now, but just some of those kids like Travis Hunter, who could take his name, image, and likeness and say, I'll take a fractional ownership of everybody who buys my NFT, and now you can make money with me on my name, image, and likeness. And that kind of totally cuts out some of the things we've seen in the past where the university solely sucks this money, but also it could be a mechanism, especially in HBCUs, to raise money. So if you have an outstanding talent, he takes that name, image, and likeness, takes a fractional ownership opportunity inside that model. People can make money off his value, and then some of those benefits also go to the university, and the player eats, and everybody's happy. So those are tremendous opportunities, I think, that we'll see on the horizon in NFTs, more use case that's actually a utility.
Okay, so Jim, I have to ask you as a follow-up on that, okay, how does he make sure that he does not get in trouble for issuing a security?
So there are a couple of things. One, let's talk about the use of the word fractionalized, because that's one that is a big old red flag for the SEC. Look, it's a matter of understanding what the Howey test says, going through the factors, and really talking about what is the value proposition for this instrument. What are you promising people? How are you promoting it? How are you marketing it? And sort of speaking to the article, the headline that you started out with, my daughter texted me that headline 2 days ago, saying, is this true? And what the underlying message was, do you have a job? which, of course, she has an interest in. And I was like, yeah, don't worry. There were a couple of enforcement actions, and they involved companies that did exactly what you shouldn't do. At least one of them most definitely. They said, this is an investment, make lots of money. This is like, giving Mark, the Facebook guy, $20 when he was at Harvard. And the other one, Stoner Cats, the issue was that they also talked about profiting on the secondary market. And it just fell into an easy trap. There are ways to not do that. There are things to do. There's a conversation to have.
So who is doing it right? Who's doing it right? What celebrities, whatever, whether it's a musician or an athlete, who's doing it right now in terms of managing their business and turning it into something that's valuable for both the creator but also for the fan?
So yeah, I would like to give a shout out. I know of a couple of successful projects, but I'll shout out just someone random. I'm involved in so many projects. A friend of mine's Fred Frenchie. He just released his NFT project, Culture Cards, and he's partnered up with Mike Tyson. They just opened their first coffee shop in Amsterdam. We partnered up with Big Pun's Estate. We've got a lot of artists, Web3 artists. We have Chantel. We have Scott LaRock. We have a lot of hip hop legends and things. And he's actually working with some really popular people in the hip hop industry. And his project is working well. I bought a few of his NFTs on Solana. So that's just one example. But it's successful projects. You got to have that Discord, that Telegram, those Twitter spaces, stay active every day. Partner up with other projects. Find other projects, NFT projects that are synonymous and have mega spaces. These are things that I'm watching happen, and some of my friends are making millions of dollars in a bear market. So it's definitely possible. Everyone. I
mean, Nas had a successful project on Polygon, which I thought was pretty good. Which kind of, again, he said, watch the word fractional. I don't know if I don't think he used the word investment, but he said you have a shared ownership of the IP and the I guess the intellectual property and he said return. So that's kind of interesting. Like you said, a conversation on if this song does well, who shares the benefit? What is the compelled benefit? And I think that's when we think then that utility model is what's the actual utility of the NFT or the race? So who's doing it right? What's the the NBA Top Shot? That's a pretty good opportunity. But did they go?
NFL All Day is their team, their partner, their sister team, but they're doing it, covering the NBA and the NFL. I'm in the top 4% worldwide in NBA Top Shot owners right now. I got in early.
That's awesome.
So there are ways to do revenue shares that can work, and it's just a matter of navigating it the right way. And what I would say is I'd look to the sports leagues and how they're taking their steps into this. They have had conversations with the SEC. They've talked about the types of things that they want to do. They've talked about how they want to roll that out. And they're getting advised all along as they roll out their various NFT programs. Now, some of that's subject to litigation. There's a Diaspora Labs litigation in New York, and there's been an initial decision that's actually sort of helpful in starting to say, okay, here's some interesting reasoning from this judge telling you how he's going to look at something that's sitting on a private blockchain that's run by one company. So that's information. We take that information from each decision and incorporate that into the advice. But that's to the extent that the sports leagues are partnered with Diaspora Labs and with others, they're really sort of taking it step by step and thinking through what's our best arguments, how can we do this, how can we avoid that sort of regulatory scrutiny?
I had a quick question. So how soon do you see syndicated ownership of teams in that type of environment where maybe the general population can have an NFT that has an ownership of let's say the New Orleans Saints?
Through some sort of NFT ownership, or, I mean, I have no idea.
I'm just wondering.
I have a great solution just off the top of my head. So we could reach out to Ice Cube. He just got the big 3. He's in charge of all of that black owned. We could reach out to him. We could do some NFTs, and we could do it the right way. with some minority-owned businesses that legit smart contract audited by Rectify AI or any of these other businesses we know, and we can legit do this, man.
That sounds amazing.
So I would submit this, that in terms of artists who have done it, I think, really well, is Steve Aoki, I think, has done an amazing job with the Aokiverse. And if you're not familiar with it, what he did was he issued the Aokiverse passports, and the passports you could combine them, and then it was like 4, 8, 16, and so forth. And as it built up, and you had combined more and more, then you had a greater level of access to things that they did, or that he was doing, and offers that they made. So the way I've been thinking about it is, to a great extent, these are essentially mechanisms for managing a fan club. It's sort of like a new version of a fan club, and being able to have direct connection with your fans. So, for instance, Steve, when I bought his passport, one of the offers was he was throwing out the first pitch at a Boston Red Sox games, and so if you were a member, he had ticket allocation, and you could go to the game, stuff like that. So I'm curious to get your feedback from my panelists here on what your reaction is to really these NFTs just being mechanisms for building and managing fan clubs.
All right, so you could essentially sell your NFTs, and that could be your ticket for all of your community and fans. Token gate that NFT to give them exclusive access to one of your exclusive Discord channels. You can give them exclusive access to one of your Telegram groups. You could give them exclusive access to your private SoundCloud playlist, or unlisted YouTube videos with you doing something you don't really want to share with the world that's exclusive for your fans. There's a lot of ways to token gate this. Tying back to what you were talking about college athletes being able to monetize, there's a ton of things we could do with this, y'all, to help these students raise money for different causes. We just got to tap into it. We got to talk to the right lawyers to make sure we're not breaking any SEC rules and stuff. Oh, and is there SEC things to not to do and a things to do list for NFT projects? Is there anything?
Of course not. That'd be too nice. No. So, but there is fairly sound guidance to give on the do's and don'ts. Absolutely. And frankly, a lot of it has to do with how you market the product, how you promote the product, how you. I think the fan club idea is something that can definitely be done, and we have really developed a lot of thinking around how to do that, and sort of fan access, fan engagement. Frankly, the SEC's heard about fan engagement in this space, and they never really showed their cards, but it certainly showed that it made sense. So these are great use cases for NFTs, because it lines up so nicely with the idea of entertainment, with sports, in ways that just make a lot of sense for people.
Okay, so we're going to have to wrap here shortly, so I want to give everybody the opportunity. Actually, I think we're going to we do questions. I think we have the opportunity for like 2 questions. Is there any questions for the panelists? Yes, right here.
Reg D. So Reg D is when you're thinking about how you're financing the project. So yeah, Reg D is a possibility, and there's certainly a pathway for doing that. That's for accredited investors, and that certainly covers people, can cover people in the U.S., but go ahead. Well, I tell you, that was an easier thing to do 2 years ago than it is now, because the money was flowing and you could get venture capital funds fairly easily. I think it's much harder now. If those folks who are able to really present their products in the right place and get the VCs to give them the funds, are able to just sort of start down that path, and they just sort of have to come back and back as they get further along in their development.
I would add to that there are probably not the kind of funds out there to get from people to do that, but at the same time, there are a lot more tools that are available that are really inexpensive that give people the ability to issue NFTs very, very inexpensively and easily at this point. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely, absolutely. Another question, yes?
Making transactions and not paying taxes.
I'm gonna wrap it up too. If you wanna get an answer to that question, reach out to CJ, the smart guy. He just spoke. Shout out, fam, wherever you are. But that's a question we can cover after our panel. We got a wrap. So yeah, no doubt, I got you, bro.
All right. So what I'd like to do is to have everybody just kind of quickly wrap and give your, your brief comments in closing.
Okay. So I guess my main comment is, the approach to an NFT project in this space is really sort of think through what is your use case, what are you trying to do, come up with a roadmap, come up with a plan, and talk to people. Talk to good counselors first, talk to good lawyers, talk to those who can sort of help you down the path, and figure it's going to take time to get this whole thing to come together. Be patient, because it's important to try to take it down the right path and get it right. And then you can come up with a really good product and a good business.
I'll end with one of our portfolio companies, Name, Image, and Likeness TV, Nilo TV. Remember it. They'll be token gating content soon. Right now, working out different agreements with current NCAA studs right now, so it's a super exciting time for us and those guys. So exciting. But I think again, the opportunity of this kind of shared ownership, similar to the fan gateways and portals, I think that's the next wave we'll see.
And anyone that's trying to get into NFTs, I would say definitely reach out to me. I'm glad to help you out personally. Start from scratch. I've been doing this nonstop for the last 20 years. I started my Facebook group. I created my Telegram channel, my Discord group, and I've been learning some of this coding in the background. And I just have my hands in many pots, and I'm connected, and it's all about who you know sometimes in this Web3 thing too. Definitely build out your community. Reach out to me and my business, DeVille Crypto Solutions. I'm definitely here to help anyone in the room. Don't be scared of me. And let's get this popping, yo. We're so ahead of the curve. And I appreciate Sinclair Skinner and this Howard University for having us, man. Coupe DeVille, peace.
In closing, I would like to say that, just to follow up on one of the things you just mentioned about like learning and education, certainly the best way, in my opinion and my experience, is to actually do it, right? So just take a shot at doing things. I mentioned that I worked with a company called Yat Labs. We actually launched something I would encourage everybody to check out. We built a fantasy NFT collecting game. So you don't have to put up any real money, but you get fantasy ETH or Matic or Aptos tokens, and you build a portfolio of NFTs, and then you compete with other people around the world who are playing, and at the end of the week, the people whose portfolios value have increased the most are winners, and they get real prizes. So check it out at fantasy.y.at, but it's a way to actually learn without risking any real money. But I want to say thank you to Sinclair Skinner, my man. I don't know where he is. He's around here somewhere. And the Black Blockchain Conference for hosting us. And thank you to the panelists. Thank you.
Right, Howard University. That was an incredible panel. And everybody here at Howard, we are going to finish strong. We have just 2 more barazas. And so we're asking that everyone just sit tight. You're in for a treat. You are definitely in for a treat. And for those of you that need to stretch, please feel free to do so, but I'm gonna be in the hallway ushering everybody back in. So we're gonna go ahead and get going with this next baraza. And we have, and my apology, we are going to do our baraza on a peaceful solution. No. I skipped one. Political dissidence and blockchain solutions to a social political problem. And so first up, First up, we have Ronald Moulton, who is the co-founder of GoGo Museums and Check It Enterprises. Let's give him a round of applause. Also, we have Austin E. Clark, who is a data engineer at Howard University. Let's give him a hand clap as he comes forward. Then we have Jimmy Williams, who is a real estate mogul, a real estate analyst and certified Bitcoin professional. And he is buying the hood. His company is called Buy the Hood. I'm acting silly today. And last but not least, on a very serious note, we have Mr. Russell Schultz III, who is the son of a political prisoner and Black Panther activist, Russell Maroon Schultz Jr., and the name of his company is Building Fearless Futures. Let's give them all a hand clap. We are going to improvise today. All right, gentlemen, welcome to the stage. Welcome to the stage. So this baraza is about political dissidence and blockchain solutions to social political issues. So first and foremost, I'm going to have all of you introduce yourselves. Please do that for me.
All right, can you guys hear me? All right, my name is Jimmy Williams. I'm a real estate analyst, and I work in the blockchain space, but I'm the founder of an organization called Buy the Hood, which is a community organization based out of Philadelphia. And what we do is we do work in the actual community, teaching people the power of ownership. So we talk about real estate and Bitcoin specifically. We're best known for our camp. We give a free camp every summer to the youth. Information is at buythehoodcamp.com. It's completely free for kids ages 5 and up. And we teach them about the power of ownership. And our other work is dealing with anti-recidivism, doing work in the prison. So that's kind of, a little bit about myself.
All right.
Hello, my name is Austin Ezra Clark, and I am one of the co-founders of the Howard University Blockchain Lab, which is the first blockchain lab at HBCU. We started it in the fall of 2017 right here in the engineering building across the yard. I am in the fintech industry right now, and I'm also in the health and wellness space. I have a business called Zion Roar, and for the past 3 years, we've been selling sea moss water throughout the DMV area. It's a pleasure to be here with you all.
All right, thank you for that. All right, and Russell?
My name is Russell Schultz III. I am the son of now ancestor Russell Maroon Schultz, a Black Panther and a BLA general. I am the founder of Ankh Marketing, also Building Fearless Futures, and a bunch of other properties. But my interest here and my point of being here today is to talk about the connections of social justice and tech.
My name is Ronald Moulton, DC native, co-founder of Don't Mute DC, co-founder of the GoGo Museum, and Check It Enterprises, which is an entity that was formed with me by former gang members in Washington, DC, who doing some big things in historic Anacostia right now.
All right. So, gentlemen, from your vantage point, what is tech doing to actually offer some solutions in the communities in which you serve that you'd like to see harnessed and move forward? And we can just start. We'll go ahead, and whoever wants to take that. Is there any technology?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll give it a start. So I moved to downtown Silver Spring when I was 12, 2008, from St. Paul, Minnesota. And probably a year after that, that's when I found out about GoGo. Right? And got into go-go culture heavy, and I actually started a go-go band when I was 16. And I would say that like that part of the culture of DC, the music culture, being a musician, it greatly influenced me. And there were so many different aspects to go-go culture in this area that when I think about how can technology aid in any aspect of a community, I would say that it's not about creating necessarily a technology from scratch just because it can be made, but it's like, what can technology do to aid a specific part of something that's already happening? So instead of reinventing the wheel, like what can be scaled with technology? And I think a big part of that is like communication. Because every community thrives on communication. If you can't communicate, then you can't share information. And I'd say with like music and a lot of other things, you gotta communicate. Technology plays a big role in that.
All right. Anyone else want to chime in on that?
Speaking about blockchain or Bitcoin specifically, one of the great things about Bitcoin is when you first go down that rabbit hole, when you're trying to understand more about Bitcoin. Anybody have any experience with that? When you start reading, yeah, I see some hands. And it teaches you a little bit about everything in terms of education, politics, you name it. So it's helped me in my work because when I'm able to speak to the youth now, that's kind of the gateway to get to talk about other things. So they start with the technology, but then it allows them to open their mind and think about more. And they start thinking about systems, and they start thinking about history. And so it's kind of a great gateway to have that conversation, especially over the last several years when it's been like a hype cycle around technology, whether that's artificial intelligence or blockchain or whatever buzzwords you want to use. It's been tremendous in allowing me to have deeper conversations because once they start to go down that rabbit hole, they start to ask questions.
All right, and so I'm going to ask a question just because you said that, you know, it starts the youth thinking and going down rabbit holes. How do you all feel about blockchain being used as far as the metaverse is concerned? Well, Web3, but how do you feel about the implications or the attention and the attitudes that are being brought to our youth in our community around the metaverse? Do you think it is a healthy thing that they're getting involved, or do you think it is something that is detaching them from reality? I'm just curious on the social economic.
So I would just jump in really quick and say that most technology to me can be harnessed for social justice means, but 99.9% of it isn't. And that's a problem. That's a major problem in the context of any people of color, any Africans, any black folks, any folks who come from struggle. We need to start using concepts like the concept of open source as a human concept. So open source and the human concept would just be mutual aid, right? And so if we teach the kids blockchain and we teach them the importance of how the blockchain system works together, and so we need to model that in our everyday lives.
Okay.
We need to work closer together.
Okay, absolutely.
I would say that from this studying it, studying what Sinclair's done with blockchain and his team in Africa and everything, the opportunity that I see is that the difference between, you know, the cryptocurrency and a lot of other perceived opportunities that come to black people. I'll give you a prime example. In Washington, D.C., I wrote an op-ed before the so-called decriminalization of marijuana. And I said, slow down, because every time they rush something, it's not to benefit us. And we bit as a people because it's gonna stop black people from getting locked up. Oh, we're gonna be able to make money off dispensaries, right? All this stuff. And I said, no. They always tell us this stuff so they can get what they want because they always have a plan. So we rush marijuana in DC, right? They said decriminalizing it. But more people got locked up for marijuana in DC after this bill passed, law passed, right, than before. Only one black dispensary in DC, right? And then our young people got hooked on it. Now, anybody who knows about marijuana know that the marijuana is 40% THC. In Jamaica, the marijuana can't be more than 13% because 40%, the way they manufacture it, makes it addictive. So when you're a poor young black child and you get addicted to marijuana, what do you do when you have a habit? Well, you see, right? You see what I'm saying? So this is a problem we have in DC right now. Now you look at what you can do with the blockchain, right? You can do it and you control what you're doing and you can build communities and they can't get in the way. And that's an opportunity that we have to decolonize things that we have going on without dealing with their racism. And that's what we need. So anytime we get an opportunity to pull ourselves together and work together where they can't control what we're doing, it's an opportunity. So I think that that's something that our young people would embrace, but I think that's something that people like me, I need to look at more. Because I've been fighting in DC about equity, and when we started the Don't Mute DC movement, we talked about policy. Real equity, real money. Okay, help us buy a building. Don't give us money to rent. You give them white people buildings all over this city for $1. We need our buildings. We got 3 buildings. But we got to teach other people how to do the same thing. Because when we start owning and we start building, whether it's here or in Africa, and we connecting together, and we use mechanisms like Bitcoin to teach, like you're saying, because they do want it. They do want a challenge. They do want something new. But I'll close with this, but the only thing they're getting is poison. They use our music to poison our children right now. Anytime somebody like Sexy Reds is on his tour with Drake, and she's the one our little girls are following, we in trouble, y'all. No, I'm serious. Y'all don't understand what's going on.
I would like to add that this, for me, this intersects.
Pull it all the way. Yeah.
For me.
Here.
It's on. For me, this intersects, all of the tech conversations intersect the question of autonomy for the black community. So Ron is making the point that in real estate, we don't own anything. In tech, we don't own anything. In these areas, we don't own anything. And so as long as we don't own things, we don't own the cannabis industry. As long as we don't own things, we don't control them. And there's not much that we own. And so I'm saying the proposal that I'm making to folks is that we come together collectively, mutual aid-wise, like Chiapas, like most people will understand the Amish. Most people go look up Moan Dragon, multi-billion-dollar co-op corporation. That's what we as black people lack. We lack co-op, we lack cooperation together. So someone with a tech company can come and feed it to us and then use us, like you're saying. Someone with cannabis can come and use us, so forth and so on. And so that's where I stand. We need to be able to make decisions for ourselves, and through tech and through cannabis and other ways, a lot of times we don't.
Say that I think, Brother Russell, your point earlier about these technologies shaping the way that we think and taking the concepts from them and abstracting them from the technology and just using them in our everyday life. Because like a lot of the things that I was interested with that blockchain could provide in terms of autonomy and freedom in the context of like smaller communities where people actually trust each other, you don't need the internet. You don't need it. And those things are already happening in the black community. So it's like we didn't need necessarily to run to this blockchain to fix our issues. We just needed to talk to each other more and to like really build with people that are not just saying build, colloquially.
All right, come on, preach.
So that's the point I was going to piggyback. I agree with everything you said, but to me, this goes back. And, shout out to Reggie. I was having a conversation with him in the hallway, and I said, I think that this really goes down to black love. What we have to work on is loving each other. Because when I look at you and I say you my brother, I'm going to treat you a certain way because you're my brother, right? And when we get that black love, we start working on really loving each other, then we can actually come together and organize in a way that we need to be, right? Because what we're all talking about is organizing. But in order to organize, and you mentioned the other word, trust, we have to trust each other, right? So that's where it starts, right? So when we start talking about the blockchain and all these other technologies, right, this is a gateway to have deeper conversations because in my personal opinion, what it goes back to is real black love.
I think that was well said, but I am going to say, because I'm the timekeeper, we have 2 minutes. I want you to go ahead and say your point, but I want you to share, because we're talking about community, what you are doing in your community and what we can take home to do in our communities to really be the change we want to see in this space. So go ahead and finish yours, and then we'll...
So quickly, what I'm doing is I'm constantly bringing people together to try to do mutual aid work and maroon work. So maroons are runaway slaves. They're the people who built communities outside of the plantation, free, liberated communities. So I'm doing that. I'm doing that in Vermont. I'm doing that. I'm building basically a underground railroad from here and further down south all the way up to Canada. And we're doing that not for you to be running to Canada or anything like that, but for you to learn the connection spiritually between you and the land and all of the other resources and things you're going to need to survive if they decide to turn off your internet, because you don't own your internet.
I'm smiling, y'all, because I got on this, I'm moderating this panel on accident, but I'll tell you, brother man, thank you. I'm going to say thank you. We're going to definitely, what are you doing in your community that we need to be taking to our communities and then getting in contact with you so we can see what we can do?
So one of the things I want to skip and say, it's a little bit going away from the subject, but it isn't, is I feel like we have to come together and organize and create platforms for our young people to do positive things, to build positive content, to become entrepreneurs, to learn all the things that will make them great. And the reason why this is so important right now, I just talked about a young lady who could do a lot of great things if she had some guidance, right? But what you got to understand about our young people is, throughout history, young people are always the ones who lead change and are the secret weapon. They were the ones who were not scared of Bull Connor. They were the ones that ended segregation. Most people don't know that because the books don't teach you that. That when King went to prison, nobody would follow because they were worried about losing a car, a house, a job, etc. And the reason why our young people are lost right now and doing all this stuff outside this campus, around this campus, in every city in America, is because they're the same young people that we had in '63. They have no conscience. They have no fear. They didn't fear Bull Connor. That's why they were so dangerous and a secret weapon. We did. So now you got them out here lost with no culture, no nothing, and they are being taught to go against their own. And they go against people who we wouldn't go against. They don't have a conscience no more. They go to Wisconsin Avenue and rob white people. We didn't. We were scared to do that. So right now the whole city is scared of them, right? But if we can get them right now and flip that, they will be the solution again. And we don't have a lot of time. And we gotta use social media and technology because that's where all this stuff has been driven to them. And that's where they're doing their stuff at. And that's where they're learning at. So we gotta come together collectively and use this vehicle in a way where it's benefiting us. And the problem is we don't create those platforms. We don't create those spaces. We don't incentivize our young people when they do what's right. So right now, it's cool to be a fool. And that's our fault because we let, 14 years ago in almost all the cities throughout the country, we let them shut down all the places they go to have fun, all the after-school programs, everything was taken away from them. So now, when they go to U Street, when they go to H Street, when they come to Howard University, we like, them badass children. No, you took every damn thing away from them. So they can't be children like we had the opportunity to be children. So it's up to us. We can't wait on our enemy to do it. It's up to us to come together and create these platforms for our young children. And we can do it, and they're waiting for us. I just had a football team in Southeast where every child was on the honor roll. And when the coach went to the parents and told them they couldn't be on the team unless they was on the honor roll, the parents was mad at him. But he stood his ground, set up a study hall, and then every child was on the honor roll. They won 54 straight games. Just went down to West Virginia, beat the #3 team in the country, 42-0. And these children from Southeast. So, and the only reason why they did that because the bar's not set low, it's set high.
Yes, yes.
Right, and we become a society where we set the bar this low for our children, and we wonder why they never excelling in anything. So this, if you can, we're gonna have 50 children here tomorrow from the community, and we're gonna be working with them and listening to them and coming up with a strategy, because I've worked and done nonviolence work in this city and helped turn things around before. And our children are the answer. It's now or never. And if we don't get involved, if we just keep running our mouth talking about what we don't like and don't do nothing, it's our fault, because negative things happen when positive people do absolutely nothing but run their damn mouth.
All right. So we got to take, we don't even have to go home for that one. Got to show up tomorrow, right? Show up tomorrow. All right. Yes. And I know we're out of time because we only have 15 minutes and I'm acting biased over here because this is my space. But go ahead.
I'll go quickly. So this is what I'm doing. When I was here at Howard, I spent 4 years working on building a unicorn company, like working on building apps. I didn't party. I didn't do a lot of like college stuff. I was just coding, trying to build apps. Obviously that didn't happen. When I got to my 4th year, I started thinking, okay, maybe instead of building an app, let me build a platform, right? And then I was thinking, in order to have a platform, you gotta have infrastructure. And like the people that are gonna use the platform, that's a community. So then I started thinking, I'm gonna prioritize just community. And in order to do that, it's gonna not look like things that are extremely scalable, but it's just gonna start off the strength of one-on-one relationships and actually investing in those. So the community that I've been working on over the past 4 years is called Zion Advance. When you have people together, people gotta eat and they gotta drink. So I started a beverage company called Zion Roar. And that's what I'm working on, that's what I'm doing. I'm just doing it brick by brick.
We appreciate you. Thank you. Let's give him a hand clap. All right.
I'm being very fast. So we do our work in the community. You can go to buythehoodcamp.com to see about our work with the youth. And last thing I want to say is, Naja, I've always told you, I tell you every time I see you this, that I appreciate what you do, because my answer to your question is to do what you do. You get out and talk to the people in the community. A lot of us want to sit and just have conversations online, but we need to smell some grass and get out and actually talk to the people. So that would be my suggestion, actually build with people in real life.
Well, we on our way on tour again, so we're looking forward to having you. All right, let's give them a hand clap. You know, and this was an incredible panel. They're going to take pictures out front, so let's come on, if you can turn your mics off. You know, they always say this was an incredible panel, so I'm not discounting anything, but they say save the best for last. So let's come on. So we have an incredible, I'm going to say this is a real treat for each and every one of us. We have a round table for 2 individuals that I just pay homage to while they are here, give them their flowers. I have watched both of them since I got into the cryptocurrency space. They were here long before me, but I have watched their work ethic. I have watched their honor. I have watched them keep their word, and I have watched them fight for our community. So without further ado, this roundtable talk is about peaceful solutions to violent world problems. First, I'm going to bring the young lady up who is hard at work all the time and relentless in what she does for our community and making sure that we are recycling black dollars. Ms. Tavania Evans, who's the founder of Guap Coin, Guap City, and Cowie Bank. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's give her a hand clap. And then second, this gentleman, for those of you that don't know, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. This is the father of DeFi. And so when we say the father of DeFi, when you really pay attention to all the other things that are going on in the DeFi space, this gentleman actually submitted his patent, his trademarks, and all the things that he needed to do. And I'm gonna just tell y'all, I don't get starstruck, but these are two individuals in this space that I absolutely think have done just an incredible job. So let's welcome to the stage Reggie Middleton, who is the disruptor in chief. And the name of his company coin is Vertasium. So come on to the stage. Let's give him a hand clap.
Disruptor.
I'm just... So sorry, I will moderate for you all. I thought you all were going to have just a round table and a talk. So I actually, because we do have time and it's just the two of you, tell us about your journey with Guapcoin. Why did you start Guapcoin? A couple of people, when they first came up, they were asking, is there a such thing as a black coin? And we said, yes. So tell us about Guapcoin and why you started. And I'm going to regroup while you do that. And then you tell us about you and your journey, please.
Hey, everybody. So I've been a little, I guess, a kind of undercover revolutionary for my whole life. I'm the daughter of a former Black Panther, too. So, and when I would say probably in my 20s, no, a little later than that, there was a lot of talk about the black dollar. And that didn't make sense to me because there was no black dollar. Like, what are you talking about, this black dollar thing, you know, and circulating the black dollar? There's only the green dollar that, you know, the United States dollar that doesn't seem to be doing us very well. So I had looked into alternative currencies. I was like, we need our own money, you know, and back then I learned about a lot of different things like the Liberty dollar, all of these other currencies they have, but these were still currencies that were tied to things, to commodities and stuff like that. The Liberty dollar was supposed to be tied to silver. There was other community currencies that were tied to other things. And the problem is we don't have any commodities. So that's another problem. So that wasn't gonna work for me. When I was introduced to cryptocurrency, when I was introduced to Bitcoin, it was by a friend of mine, and he was like, he just turned it over to me. He said, this is you. And I was like, what do you mean? I don't even know what this is. He didn't tell me that Bitcoin was money. This was back in 2010 or whatever. But fast forward to when I started my first startup in 2014, and we were actually doing a capital raise, and we didn't raise any capital. And that's when I found out that Black women get less than 1% of funding the capital. I was very shocked. I was like, hey, you know, we got a great platform, we're getting news coverage, we got an MVP, why are we not getting any money in investment? So at that point, I looked around and I saw a lot of people raising money with their, you know, blockchain-based projects. And I was like, wait, hold on a minute. This is money. So then it clicked. And I was like, we need our own money. Forget about that. I'm not gonna sit here and beg for no investment money from anybody. We have social capital. And I'm a firm believer in the social capital that we have. I'm a firm believer that the social capital that we have is more valuable than anything on this earth. We would not have social media if it were not for the social capital of Black people. So why can we not take that social capital and actually reinvest it into our own instruments and take that value and make that value into something? And that's how Guapcoin was born for me. So I started Guapcoin back in 2017, like everybody else did. It was a token on Ethereum. I knew we needed our own chain. I'm an engineer, I'm a developer, but I never built a chain like most people back then. But I got with some of my script people, some of my dark web people, And I was like, y'all gonna show me how to do this? I was like, yeah, and you're gonna do it. We're gonna show you and you're gonna do it. So I built our first chain. The first chain was a dud. we had problems. I went right back to it, right back in the lab, did it again, got a stuck block again, got stuck on 9999. I'll never forget the day. It wasn't going no more. Went back again, third time's a charm, and I launched our own blockchain.
All right, that deserves a hand clap. She developed her own blockchain. Yes, absolutely.
Earlier this year, we launched our own layer 2. Now, y'all might not know what a layer 2 is, but when you have an old chain like we do, like the old Bitcoin chain, because Bitcoin is old chain. When you have one of those chains, they're not interoperable with other chains. We're moving towards a society of interoperable chains. So I know we needed a layer 2. I know we didn't have the money to build a layer 2, and I knew I was gonna have to figure it out. So I got with my team and figured it out, and we launched the layer 2 in January of this year. So what that allows us to do now is allows us to do all of the DeFi, smart contracts. It allows other people to come and build on our chain. It allows other people to create their NFTs on our chain. And this is what I want. I wanted us to have our own economy that we grow from the ground up, because that is the only way. See, I'm gonna throw this in there real quick. They like anonymity, and I'm not pointing to him, I'm just saying. Their thing is anonymity, right? That's not gonna work for Black folks. We don't need anonymity, we need trust. We need transparency. We're a different kind of people. And that's why we argue, we fight, we don't trust, we don't get along, we can't do money together, because we have no transparency. And what blockchain allows us to have is transparency. So we have another use case for this. So, again, I just had to add that in here a little bit, but I know.
Absolutely. And let's give her a hand clap. Because y'all, this sister does, she walks the walk and talks the talk. So we appreciate you. So, Mr. Reggie Middleton, what does it mean to be the father of DeFi? I don't think people understand the magnitude of what we are actually saying.
Hello? First of all, I didn't call myself the father of DeFi. This shirt was created by BK Crypto. It's the crypto organization in Brooklyn, represented right here. I appreciate the shirts, I appreciate the title. I'll give a quick, it's possible synopsis, my quick bio. So I live in Brooklyn. Today's my birthday, as a matter of fact.
Happy
September
birthday,
23rd.
happy birthday.
Okay. I'm a bison. Okay, got here in 1985. My HU, you know, that's right. My 3 children are right there. My youngest daughter is a fresh bison. Got here a few weeks ago. She's still working on that part, but we're gonna work on that. And I met their mother at Howard 30-some years ago. Wow. So I belong here. Okay, even though we're from New York, I belong here. So my history, quickly, I went to school at B, did various things, startups, had a .com, investing career started mid-1990s. 2000, I started buying real estate in the downtown Brooklyn area. For those familiar with it, that would be Fort Greene, downtown Brooklyn, Clinton Hill, Bed-Stuy. I capitalized on gentrification, right? Changing demographics, driving prices up, lax underwriting for credit, driving prices up, and then a bubble, driving prices up. Sold it roughly 2006. The plan was to gather real estate, create a portfolio for the family, but 2 + 2 started to equal like 169. I'm not that good at math, but I know it's not 169. So after selling everything off, getting caught in a couple of lawsuits, I told myself, I want to short. That means profit from the decline of anybody who did business with me. Banks, insurers, real estate companies, etc. I didn't trust sell-side Wall Street. That's how I am. So I hired analysts, offshore, MBAs, forensic accountants, etc. And we started studying everybody who did business with us. I put out reports on who I thought would collapse, and I would buy puts on those companies. We predicted Bear Stearns 6 months before it collapsed with a free report. Boom. Lehman Brothers. Boom. Washington Mutual, Countrywide, roughly 86 calls. Very easy. Went over to Europe, predicted that, and then someone decided to change the rules. And they said, well, you no longer have to mark your bad assets to market. That means instead of the market telling you what price or value you have, you can tell it yourself with a spreadsheet. So you go buy a house, you pay $100,000 for it, it's only worth $50,000, but you could turn around on your spreadsheet and say, well, my model says it's $1 million, and I want a $500,000 loan. Unfortunately, you can't do that. She can't do that. But the money center banks were able to do that. So that turned the market from collapsing to flying through the roof. Stock pickers were unemployed. And right about that time, I was introduced to Bitcoin. I read the Bitcoin wiki, and the first thing that came to mind was programmable money with its own transportation rails controlled by no government authority. I'm like, wow, that was a good idea. Like, too bad I missed out on it. This is 2013. As it turned out, not only did I not miss out on it, very few people actually saw what I saw. I saw the programmability, and they saw widgets going up and down in price. I did a little due diligence, found out that I wasn't late to the party. I was actually rather early, dropped everything I was doing, created Veritasium, and started writing smart contracts on the Bitcoin blockchain for swaps. Basically, you could swap any value with the data source injected in using the Bitcoin blockchain. Currencies, bond yields, rates, stocks, bonds, even real estate. I patented these concepts, fought with the patent office for roughly 6-7 years. It was issued in Japan, December 2020. January 2021, the US issued them. Japan issued another one. I expect several others around the money centers of the world. And that's the story now. Now, in between then, there's a lot that we don't go into. Fights with the SEC, the inability for certain parties to come to grips with the fact that a brother was able to invent that. Can you repeat that? So, the inability for certain demographics or people or mindsets to understand that a brother could invent it. Unfortunately, these mindsets were more diverse than you would think they are. But I'm not going to get into that right now because it's going to cause a fight. And that's where we are now. Right now, there's a war for the ownership of technologies. DLT, blockchain, crypto. That war is being fought. Major lawsuits. Biggest firms in the world, the biggest entities, and I don't just mean exchanges like Coinbase, but money center banks, central banks, etc. Davy versus Goliath. David looks a little different this time around, but there we go. So that's my quick synopsis. I'm going to cut it short.
All right. Well, I want to give you a hand clap. Give you a hand clap. And the topic today is peaceful solutions to violent world problems. And so as we look at the global landscape, what do you all think that we should be doing to craft these peaceful solutions to global conflicts? And how does that tie into the cryptocurrency space as well as the blockchain space?
It's interesting because as I was sitting here thinking about that, I was like, Dead Prez is about to come on after it. And their first and second album talked about what? Economics. Economics. Because I listen to it like every other day. Right? Said that I believe it's a clip. I forget who he said. He said if you take the welfare away, knowing damn well the people gonna do crime. So what it all boils down to is that all this crime and violence and everything is connected to what? Economics. And what is economics? Of what part of economics? That's not having your needs met, not having the money to purchase your needs, or falling short, or seeing other people have the money to do so and you're falling short, right? So of course, we got the solution to that problem. We got the solution. The solution is our own money. That's the only solution. And where does that money come from? Where does that value come from? Once you teach the people where the value is coming from, where it really is originating from, then you are going to level up their value. And if you level up their value, imagine all the value that we have right now that we're pouring into everything out there. Social media, music, the entertainment industry, Hollywood, all of the value, even the pharmaceuticals, all of the value that we're putting out there. And we actually level up the people by teaching them that they are the value and that's where it's coming from, then the value is gonna increase even more. And then what do you do with that value? Well, you do the same thing that you do with data, because data is a currency. And that's what the real currency is right now, because that's what Wall Street is. That's what everything out there is data. It's not green, it's not gold, it's not silver, it's not platinum, it's data. So if they can take data and turn that into the world's most valuable currency, then we have the currency, we have the value flowing through our veins that can be the most valuable currency as well. All we need to do is to have an avenue to channel that through, and that's what blockchain is. That's the zeros and ones to where that value is flowing through. So it's not a dream, it's not a pipe dream, it's not nothing you say, we say we need to support businesses in our community. What the hell does that look like? Where's the proof? Where's the proof that I'm supporting these businesses and we're actually making progress? The progress is in the data. So we take this blockchain data that we have and we can leverage this data, because no one can tell us anymore that we're not the reason their bottom line is the high line, because we got the numbers and the proof to show it. And our currency, oh yes, you're gonna accept our currency. Who's not gonna accept your currency if you decide to use your currency? Who's not gonna accept it? Everybody's gonna accept it. People ask me that all the time. It's like, well, what are you gonna do to get the people to start accepting it? That ain't the problem. No business I've ever talked to said they was not gonna accept Blockcoin, including white ones. None. That's not the problem. The problem is waking up and seeing the flow of value, seeing the value flow out of the American dollar right now, every day, hanging by a string, and you're the string that's propping it up. You change that value and you start channeling that value in the proper places, in the proper ways, you're gonna see a renaissance like you have never seen before. And it's not, no, a crime is not gonna be eradicated immediately, but I can guarantee you that it's definitely gonna go down, because our value is going up.
All right, well, thank you for that. Thank you for that. All right, and the same question posed to you, and we are at our 2-minute mark. The same question posed to you. Okay. What do you see as peaceful solutions to global conflicts right now?
How much time do I have? Because I got to tell a story, so how much time?
We got 2 minutes.
You got 2 minutes, okay. First of all, violence, an act designed to bring harm, damage, or death to somebody. Peace, the absence of war or violence. Peace is truly only told by the winner of war or violence. So you never hear the person who lost the fight, the nation that lost the war, say, we're in peacetime. I'm happy it's peaceful. They were defeated, okay? It's the winner that decides and defines what peace is. So I'm not gonna say this is peaceful, this is not. The victor decides what's peaceful, the victor decides how to write the story. So I'm gonna go through a quick story of energy, okay? And competition for energy. Behind those clouds is the sun. The sun is the primary producer of energy to this planet. Everybody's in competition for that energy. That energy goes in to bacteria, protists, fungi, algae. The algae is it goes into plants, into the soil. Herbivores, deers, squirrels, eat these plants. They take their energy. They compete for it, okay? You have carnivores who compete for their energy. They go and eat the herbivores. Other carnivores go, bigger carnivores, and eat those smaller carnivores. Energy is competed for. Is that right? Competed for. You also have resources that support that energy. Space, shelter, water. All competition. That's how the planet worked from prehistoric days. Mankind came and decided to change the rules. And they have a proxy for energy now, and a proxy for those resources. That proxy is currency. So now you can use currency, and you can use that currency to buy, sell, or steal pure energy, her labor, his labor, shelter, space, soil, food. Now, there's a slight difference because currency is a proxy for energy, but it's not energy. And there's a funny nature to currency. The more currency you produce, the weaker it is and the less it's worth. And then there's more competition for that currency, which causes conflict, which causes violence, which causes competition. The winner of that competition says it's all peaceful. The loser of that competition says it's violence. Now, there's a time where you don't have absolute violence and absolute peace. Everything seems to trend a little closer to peace. That time is when everybody can eat, or when the currency is available, not devalued, but it's available in greater portions to more people. That happens very seldom, okay? Usually during a paradigm shift. Blockchain or distributed ledger technologies is a paradigm shift. It's possible that you can have more currency available and that currency actually has value behind it, but that is temporary. So right now, you have a currency shift where you have currencies such as stable coins, I'm not gonna mention any names, and you have asset-backed securities, you have asset-backed products, you have swap products, everybody can eat. But you're gonna have certain entities who compete because they say, well, there's a lot of food, but we want more food. When they compete, somebody's gonna win, somebody's gonna lose, okay? The losers are the ones who are gonna say it was violent, the winners are gonna be the ones who say it's peaceful. That time is coming soon. There's a weakness, everybody who's on stage now, not everybody, but many of the entities who are on stage were pushing things that had weaknesses. Stable coins have a weakness. I'm not gonna go through it now because I have to wrap it up. So there's a lot to that story, but I was gonna go through each and every portion, and I was gonna explain how peace is temporary, and peace is always defined by the winner. If you want to be peaceful, you want peace, how do you do it? You are the winner. If you're not the winner, peace is not yours. Now, I know not everybody wants to hear it, but that's how Reggie Middleton sees it. I'm going to wrap it up here.
And absolutely, let's give them a hand clap. And again, we just really appreciate both of you and what you're doing. And I'm turning over the mic. They want to take pictures with you all out front. And we will move on to the next part of our show. Again, let's give them a hand clap as they exit the stage.
Thank you, Naja. Once again, my name is John Wanaina Karanja. We're going to go into the award ceremony for the summit. Before Dead Prez, who is excited about Dead Prez? Woo! All right. So we're going to present 2 awards today. The first award is going to a lady that I've come to know for a very long time and appreciate. And that's Alakanani. Please come in front. So I met Alakanani in 2014, June 2014, at the Bitcoin Amsterdam conference, which is the biggest Bitcoin conference in the world. And it so happened that the same day I met Alakanani is the same day I met Sinclair Skinner, the host of this summit. And at that conference, the conference had 3,000 attendees, and there were only 3 black people. Alakanani, myself, and Sinclair. So when we saw each other, we had to meet, we had to ask, who are you, what do you do? And that's, I think, 9 years ago. And since then, the 3 of us have been working together, mostly educating people about Bitcoin, and eventually founding the summit. And we're very grateful to have you guys come every year, many of you, and support us. Asante sana. So, a bit about this award. This is a Maasai lady. And Maasai lady, it's a community that's found in both Kenya and Tanzania. And they're known to be nomads. So they used to crisscross East and Southern Africa with their cattle. And many of them still do that till today. They are a great inspiration for this award. If you've ever seen the famous video on YouTube of 3 guys going towards lions, how do you say? A group of lions, and chasing the lions away and stealing their kill. That video is on YouTube. Just say Maasai steal meat from lion, and those are the Maasai people. So these are their women, and she's carrying water from the river to take back to the homestead. And we just want to present Alakanani with this award for being, not only being a great MC or moderator today, but being the Bitcoin lady. She's at Bitcoin Lady on Twitter, and she's the most famous, the most active Bitcoiner from the African continent. So thank you so much, Alakanani. Another person winning the award is Dr. Tonya Evans, who, like Alakanani, has been a huge advocate for the Bitcoin and crypto space in Africa. And she had to leave, unfortunately. So I would like Alakanani to also receive the award on her behalf. Let's get a round of applause from Dr. Tonya Evans. And we also want to give one more award for the pitching competition, which was sponsored by Mark Ventures. And I have Barclay Claiborne, who's going to come and present the winner. Karibu.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Berkeley Claiborne. I work at Mac Venture Capital, and I'm here to announce the winner of the pitch competition. First, I want to say to everyone, you did an amazing job, and thank you so much for just being here and being a willing participant, so we're really excited. I'm very happy to present that the winner is Gambix, and they will be receiving $1,000 of software development and design support from Afroblocks and Mac Venture Capital. Thank you again for everyone to come out, and it was so nice to hear everyone's presentations. I know that everyone is very, very proud of you, so it was an honor, and I'm very excited to see everyone's progress in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Barclay and Mark Ventures for sponsoring the pitch competition. So I have one more announcement. The day is not over, so we would like to invite you to the Marriott Marquis. It's on 901 is that Massachusetts Avenue, Northwest? Yeah, floor 15, suite 112. There's going to be an after party. Yeah, so back to Naja.
You're going to tell us they want to hear where.
All right, one more time.
So we got a couple things in sync. First, we're going to have dinner. We're going to have dinner. It's being prepared. And then we have a concert by Dead Prez. They're coming to give us a concert. So please do not leave. You're going to miss a treat. And then we have... thanks Naja for reminding me. And then we have the after party at Marriott Marquis, 901 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest, floor 15, suite 112. And back to you. Thank you very much. Suite 112, thank you. Suite 112. All right, so we are going to ask Reggie to bless the food. He didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
So here you go.
Well, I grew up in a Southern household, and my particular blessings were very short. So do you want to hear what I did since I was like 2 years old when I taught my kids? All right? Simple. God is great. God is good. Let us thank him for our food. Amen. For those of you who went to the Southern churches and, you listen to a preacher go on for an hour and a half, 2 hours, sometimes shorter is better, right?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for attending the Black Blockchain Summit. We are not done here. We are not done. We're going to do dinner, and then we are going to come in for the best concert Dead Press has ever given. So come on back, all right? All right.